5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
It's very important for conferences like this to exist.
They enable the movement of ideas.
The value of the conference was beyond just the week.
You get to get your message out to so many people.
If I had to boil down Collision to one word, it would be inspiring.
They're very collaborative. They're very inclusive.
It brings a diversity of different talent into the room.
The pitch competition was pretty amazing. Pitching was pretty incredible. There was a lot of hype behind it. I have had a number of people contact me after that pitch who are really interested in my company.
Collision's a really exciting event. It's really a very clear statement about the position for Toronto.
Toronto and Collision are hand in hand.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization are understanding how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside,
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and Experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask.
Please welcome to the stage, host of Globo's multi-show and Life of the Party, Laura Vicente.
Bom dia! Dormiram bem? Aproveitaram a festa ontem, Night Summit? Quem foi no Night Summit ontem? Ninguém? Impossível. Humanamente impossível. Até eu fui. Nenhum de vocês foram. Bom, welcome to day 2 of Web Summit Rio. I hope you had a great time yesterday at the conference and that you enjoyed the Night Summit event, which I just heard that nobody went to. I'm very upset. We had so many amazing speakers yesterday, like the founders of Jeeves, Define.ai, Uno, and YouTube Superstar, and my personal friend, Conzilla, and today we'll continue with a brand new lineup. Later today, we have the pitch semifinals right here on center stage, where the winners of the preliminary rounds, tudo bom? Will compete for the first, well, I can't really see that, for the final 3 in tomorrow's pitch finals. We have a packed center stage here at Web Summit Rio, day 2. So, estão preparados? Are you ready? It doesn't feel like you're ready. Yes! Yes! Because you're in Bra? That's a 7. Let's try again later. Vamos começar então. Obrigada, até já.
Good morning, bom dia. Thanks so much for joining us today. I'm happy to introduce Roger here, who's going to talk about Kavak.
Hi, Christina. How are you? Bom dia, pessoal. Tudo bem?
I think it would be helpful if you could introduce us to Kavak a little bit and what made you want to build it.
Yes. Well, that can be a very long answer, but I'll try to keep it short. Well, first of all, Kavak is a used car marketplace for buying and selling cars. Much more than that, we're trying to build an ecosystem where we help democratize the access for customers to get access to cars. and facilitate their entire journey being owners of that car. Kavak started 7 years ago in Mexico City. I'm actually Venezuelan. I left Venezuela in 2009. I've lived all over the place in Latin America. I went to first Argentina, then I came to Brazil in 2010 when Brazil was booming, and you had the famous cover of the Cristo Redentor in the rocket. And I started my career as a consultant, and then I had my first hyper-growth, very crazy startup experience where I worked at Groupon here in Sao Paulo, and I got hooked and I fell in love with the possibilities of building a company and actually seeing it take place in the Brazilian ecosystem. And after a while, I got an opportunity to go to Mexico to help fund another company. And after 2 years working there with my partner, I met my current partner in Kavak. We started talking about us being entrepreneurs and doing something and building a company. And he had an idea regarding an experience he had selling his car in Colombia. So we started talking about the experience of buying, selling cars in Latin America. And whenever you move between countries and cities, one of the main things that happens is you sell your car. And then when you get to another place, you buy a car. And in my experience going from Venezuela to Argentina, Argentina to Brazil, and Brazil to Mexico, I got a first-hand experience in selling and buying cars in all of those countries. And the only constant is the experience was very bad. It was very unsafe, full of asymmetries of information. So we started talking, and Kavak came about.
And when you were trying to attract investors from around the world, how would you put out your messaging, I guess, and how do you feel like that's different from being a startup in Silicon Valley?
I think it depends a lot on when. For example, we did our first round in 2016 in Mexico City. There was no startup scene or VC ecosystem in Mexico at the time. Mexico was maybe 5 years behind Brazil. So it was very difficult for us to attract attention from global investors. So we did our first round with a local VC firm called Nazca. And after a while, we realized that I think then, but also now, there is a discount to Latin America a little bit, no? Because there's more risk, but there's also more upside. No? And me in particular, and us in Kavak, we're in love with the region. Like, there's so many possibilities here, and I think our main thesis of what I tell to other entrepreneurs in the region is, I think LatAm is a perfect combination between complex problems and huge markets. And whenever you have those two, you have unique opportunities to build something great. And the more complex the problem, generally the more complex the solution. And having to explain that to an investor, having to tell them that you have to build a capital-intensive, infrastructure-heavy, people-heavy business is not as attractive, especially in Latin America, especially in 2016 when the mood in the VC ecosystem was building asset-less, asset-light companies. And we were the complete opposite. And we were talking about building a used car company. So not very sexy, very high risk. But in the end, I think that's what makes it worth.
When you're talking about it being high risk, I mean, globally, tech has just experienced a downturn in the past couple of years. And even startups in Silicon Valley, startups in the UK, they're struggling as well. So how have you been navigating the economic climate, and do you think there's anything unique to this region?
Well, I think the only maybe unique thing to this region is that we're used to it. So I think we're more prepared as entrepreneurs and as businessmen, businesswomen in this region to adapt to uncertainty, to adapt to difficult times, to adapt to geopolitical, socio-economical, whatever type of problem you can imagine, we have it in LatAm. So I think we're more prepared to face it. And it wasn't any different the past 12 months or 18 months. They have been the most challenging period in my professional life and for us as a company. But in the end, it might sound like a cliche, but I think cliches are fundamented in truth. It's what doesn't kill you makes us stronger, and resilience or being faced with adversity, I think it's fundamental for any entrepreneur. And we were having a discussion last night about what makes an entrepreneur, or what are the key characteristics. And I think definitely having a thick skin, like having a capacity to take hits, to adapt, to feel excited about the uncertain, and being able to navigate those moments and make decisions under pressure with not a lot of information, and just be calm at the moment and make the decision, even though you're feeling like being pulled by everyone. That's in my experience, you only get that from experience. So having the opportunity to live through LatAm, to work in different companies, make a lot of mistakes, have a lot of life experiences, I think it's fundamental for any entrepreneur, for anybody that's trying to build a company.
You've laid off some staff recently, as have many other companies in the tech sector. Do you anticipate having to make more efficiencies? What is your runway looking like?
The changes that we had to do in our structure over the past 12 months are done, are in the past. We're facing now forward. We're ready for what's coming. We learned a lot. I think we're very focused in building the company that we have to build, or the company that we have to adapt to this new context. We have to be smarter. We have to make better decisions. We have to be leaner. We have to be more efficient. I think in the end, it sounds very, it's actually, in the end, we're building a company that has to make money like any other company. So it's not absurd what we're trying to do. We're just trying to get better margins. We're trying to be more efficient with the people that we have. We're trying to optimize our infrastructure. I think we went through a period, all of us in the ecosystem, where there was a lot of capital. There was a lot of forward momentum going on. So a lot of us took big bets in trying to put that capital to work and build amazing things. And yeah, not every time it works out, and it's planning is, it's a futile exercise, no? You put everything in an Excel, and it doesn't necessarily pan out. So again, having that capacity to adapt and be as empathic as possible with the decisions that you make was, I think, very important for us.
If you, with the benefit of hindsight, if you could go back in time, is there anything that you would change about the way that you've run the company?
No. I've asked myself that question several times, and we've talked about it internally. And I think we've gotten a lot of learnings that are so useful for us that if we hadn't gone through what we went through, we wouldn't be in this position where we have capital, we have a vision, we have an amazing team, we have an amazing culture that's been through a lot and that's battle-tested. And again, I wouldn't maybe wish anybody to go through what we did or what any of us did go through over the past 12 months. But I think it's, when we, in hindsight, in the future, when we look back at it, it's going to be like the moment of our history and what made us evolve and achieve what we wanted to achieve. And we're aiming to be a global company. We are in several emerging markets. We're not only in LatAm. We went to Turkey last year. We're also in the Middle East. So there are a lot of ambitious plans for us in Kavak, and the fact that we had to go through all of this, I think it only makes us stronger.
What are some of the other markets that you're looking at, and do you have a particular strategy there with where you're picking?
The main strategy for us is basically going where we feel we can make a huge impact and where we can add value, where we can add profound value to the market, to the customer. Again, going back to the complexity argument, the more complex, the harder, the more difficult, and the bigger the market, the better. I think that's why when you look at emerging markets, you start seeing those parallels. First, Latin America, but then you look at Turkey. It's a huge market with a lot of similarities to Latin America. And those are the markets that are really, really interesting for us. Like you look at the US, you look at Europe, and what is Kawak going to do in those markets? We're going to be marginally better than the competition. We're maybe going to add marginal value to the customer. But in Mexico City, for example, out of 6 million transactions a year, only less than 15% are financed. 80% of those transactions are peer-to-peer. We realized that at first, and we knew that we had to do something about the financing piece. And over the past 2 years, we've been doing our own financing. So we had to build a fintech within this very complex car business. And now in Mexico, we are the largest car lenders in the country, bigger than any bank. So that's what I talk about, like using complexity to drive value to the customer. Again, the more complex the problem, the more complex the solution. But if you solve that problem and you crack the solution, you do 2 very important things that any company looks for. You build entry barriers, and you develop a product-to-market fit, which is a hugely important relationship with your customers because you're taking away a huge pain point. So the bigger the pain point, the better when you solve that pain point.
And can you tell me a little bit more about how you developed that credit line in this region?
So it was, I don't know, maybe a little bit of ignorance and a little bit of arrogance and a little bit of everything. Like, we realized that there was a problem. We talked to banks. We realized that they were not willing to solve those problems. We started talking about what if we did it ourselves. We started looking at benchmarks globally. We started looking at other companies that did that in other industries. We started getting an appetite for it. We saw an opportunity. We ran the numbers, and we saw that there was a huge opportunity. And it was very aligned with our vision. Like, from day one, our ambition was to build this ecosystem where we facilitate the access to customers to cars. So if customers are not having access to cars because they're not getting financed, because they're not bankerized, or because they don't have enough money to pay 40% down payment, so what if we give a 5% down payment and we have the car as a collateral? How would that look? So we started talking to funds, we started talking to banks, and in the end, it worked out. And we just sold our first stabilized loan to HSBC. So all of a sudden, we have a wholly different business that it's highly lucrative and that it can power our core business.
And that was the first way of funding like that, I understand, in the sector.
Yes, the first deal of that kind in the region. But yeah, we have 2 different types of funding. We have the capital funding, equity funding, but we also, and that's a good point that you mentioned, we also did, we've done debt rounds since the beginning, but doing that in Mexico City, when we did that first round, which was 2017, it was unheard of. And we had to become this very professional company in order to be prepared for that. And actually, one of our first decisions, and when you were asking about sort of like the differences between building a company in LatAm versus the US maybe, our first decision was to invest 1/3 of our bootstrap capital in an ERP solution, because we knew we were going to be cash intensive. We knew we were going to have to raise debt. We knew we were going to be audited from day one if we wanted to raise from banks. So we implemented this solution, which is the least sexiest thing that you can imagine for a startup. Every startup, when you start, you're talking about product and marketing and customer acquisition and hiring people. But the first thing that we did was put in place this very boring ERP solution where we can control our inventory, where we control our P&L, where we can close our books. And for the past 5 years, Kawak has been audited by a Big Four. And I think that speaks a lot about our preparation.
We've talked a lot about the differences, I guess, having a startup in the LatAm region. What do you think are the advantages over a startup from Silicon Valley?
Well, I think it goes down to sort of like summarizing what I've been saying is like in my opinion, you have, I think there's more upside in this region because, again, we're solving, I think, more complex, more important problems. I'm not saying that Silicon Valley is not building amazing companies, but maybe the problems that we're solving in Latin America and in emerging markets are deeper, they're infrastructure related, they are financing related, they are socially related. They have, I think, a lot of ramifications. So if I go back to our thesis about the bigger the problem, the bigger the solution, the bigger the opportunity, I think there's a huge opportunity in Latin America because of that. And there are a lot of entrepreneurs with a lot of track record, a lot of young entrepreneurs that are finally having companies that are being successful, that can be an example to other generations. So the multiplier effect is just starting in LatAm, and capital is starting to get in the region. So if you combine all of this that needs to be solved and built with all of this new wave of entrepreneurs, with all of the capital that's coming in, it's a very powerful combination.
And for any young entrepreneurs, founders out there, what would be your one piece of advice which they could implement right now?
Just go out and do it. It sounds scary. It sounds easier said than done. But at the end, you're going to regret it if you don't do it. So just go out and do it. It's not as hard. It might sound hard, but going out and telling the story, talking about your company with passion, talking about the problem that you're solving, explaining that to investors. There are amazing investors out there that want to put money into great ideas and great entrepreneurs. Sometimes when I talk to investors, they say, I'm not having enough entrepreneurs coming in and knocking on the door, and maybe vice versa. So I think just go out and do it. And if you have the opportunity to go out and also have experiences before, if you can weather your skin and garner scars and learn from your mistakes, you're going to be probably readier for that experience later. But in the end, just don't think about it too much. Just go and do it.
And how important is it, do you think, to have that, I guess, that story together, like you say, have your experiences that you're ready to talk about when you're pitching?
Well, I think it's probably one of the most important things. Like, you don't have to be this charismatic person that everybody falls in love with, but you have to be able to explain your vision and what are you trying to do, why are you trying to do it, and how do you plan to do it? Because it's not only for fundraising. You're going to need it for recruiting. You're going to have to build a team, especially over the first 2 years where you have little capital, you have no track record, you're taking these people out from secure jobs, from consulting firms, from banks, from whatever. So you need to be able to sell them on something concrete, even if you don't have anything concrete. So the capacity to tell your story, to be passionate about what you're doing is hugely important.
And were there any moments, I guess, in your journey where you faltered a little bit, where you doubted yourself?
Every day, I think. It's, I don't know, I have, and I'm talking to other entrepreneurs, I think we have this in common. I have a chip on my shoulder, and I always feel like I'm not living up to what I have to do, and there's a lot of responsibilities that come with what we do, but I don't know, maybe being an immigrant and leaving my country was actually something beneficial for me, because it took me out of my comfort zone and it put me in this position where I have to constantly prove myself. So I'm my biggest critic, I'm my biggest, like, I don't need anybody telling me anything. I'm just like constantly on top of myself to make sure that I'm doing the best that I can do to provide for my company, for my family, to whoever is around me.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us, and thank you for listening today.
You. Bye.
Okay, I have a question. Do you guys know OnlyFans? I heard some excited yes on this side. OnlyFans has become synonymous with adult content, even as its creator community continues to grow around the world. CEO Emrah Paligan describes the company's growth in new markets and explores how new creators in different genres are appearing on the platform. Click the link in the bio and say hello to the CEO of OnlyFans, Emrah Paligan, in conversation with Emma Hinchliffe from Fortune magazine.
How are you? Good. Good morning. It's great to be here.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. So you're the CEO of OnlyFans, which is a company that a lot of people define in a lot of different ways. So how do you describe OnlyFans?
All right. Well, how about I'll raise the question to everyone here. Raise your hand if you've heard of OnlyFans. All right, a good bit of people. That's great. So you probably have heard of OnlyFans in relation to content on the spicier side, which we are an 18 and over platform. We're home to a range of creators, including adult content creators, and we're a subscription-based platform, meaning you don't see content unless you're subscribing to creators who are sharing content that you might want to see, whether that's spicy, cooking. We have race car drivers, fighters in the combat sports sector. So it's truly across the board who you're going to see on the platform.
Yeah. You know, you became CEO over a year ago now, and you've spent a lot of that time saying that you aim to clear up misconceptions about OnlyFans. What are the misconceptions that you think are out there?
So I have been CEO of the business for about a year and a half, previously as the CMO of OnlyFans. And being with the company for a while, there's a lot out there about who we are. Most people think OnlyFans is a platform that's just for adult content, which we are an 18 and over platform, so everyone is an adult who is using the platform. But that's where there's, you know, an opportunity for creators to have a safe place to express themselves. We don't have ads, we don't have algorithms. It's truly become this platform that's given a real freedom of expression to different content creators. For example, in the comedy sector, Whitney Cummings, who's a very big US comedian, has been using the platform to share kind of these roast-style jokes that are a little on the edgier, raunchier side, and those are things she couldn't say or share elsewhere.
So you've had a year and a half to clear up misconceptions, as you say. Is it working? Do you think people view OnlyFans differently today than they did a year and a half ago, and how so?
What's important is that people, when they think of OnlyFans, they think of it as a safe place. We're always going to be known for having adult content, which I'm proud of, but what's important is that it's a platform that really is for content creators to express themselves safely and connect with their community of fans.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, obviously we've talked about OnlyFans as a home for content creators, including adult content creators, but the company has had a bit of a rocky history with that segment of its user base. There was a plan in 2021 to ban that kind of content that OnlyFans ultimately backtracked on before you became CEO, but while you were at the business as CMO and CCO. Where does OnlyFans stand with that community today?
So we are very much proud to be an inclusive platform for content creators, meaning those who are sharing adult content, as well as those who may be sharing content of them in the kitchen, or maybe they're doing spicy content in the kitchen. It's truly up to each creator how they want to share content on their page. And what's also important to note is that we have very robust content moderation in place, meaning we see everything that's happening on the platform, so there's no disappearing messages. We're reviewing all images, videos. Creators have to tag another creator if they appear in content together. So that's truly where we've become this safe platform, and safety is something that's very important to me, and that's where we've become a leader in.
Yeah, you know, a tricky part of your job is that you're dealing with a lot of different stakeholders and perspectives. There are conservative lawmakers who have wanted to ban OnlyFans. There are people who say that the adult content on the platform can disempower women, and at the same time there are adult creators who say that the platform is too restrictive and doesn't allow them to create the full scope of content that they would like to. You know, how do you balance dealing with that much conflicting criticism from all sides?
You're never going to please everyone, but that's where we've been able to lean on safety. We have our Safety and Transparency Center, which goes into depth of everything we're doing to protect our community of creators and fans. And that's also where, look, talk to creators themselves. There's always going to be critics on everything, but I've been fortunate to be able to meet a lot of our content creators and get feedback directly from them about how they're using the platform, things we could be doing better. And the support has been really incredible, and that's where, you know, we've launched OFTV, which has been another platform for creators to express themselves and also ultimately grow their following on OnlyFans.
Yeah, you know, so we're here in Rio, so I'd love to talk a little bit about OnlyFans in Latin America. Can you, just for everyone to know, OnlyFans in 2021 was $1 billion in revenue business. Last I checked, you had around 220 million users and 3 million creators. Tell us about what segment of that is here in this region.
So it's absolutely incredible to be in Rio. This is such a beautiful city. Brazil's an absolutely beautiful country. So we're looking at growth for the business, and Latin America is a huge part of that. We've noticed a large uptick in creators as well as fans joining the platform, and we attribute that to OnlyFans is very much a global business. We're in over 100 countries, so when a creator joins the platform, it gives them kind of that instant exposure access to a global audience. Some creators that you may be familiar with in this audience include Chris Cyborg, who is a combat sports fighter. She is sharing behind-the-scenes content on her OnlyFans profile, fitness content, and she also has a channel on OFTV, which is our free-to-view streaming platform and app, and that's where she's sharing content, not just of fitness. It's also her most recent video was a trip she took to Africa, and you can see her engaging with elephants, which I thought was really cool. So there's things happening on the platform in ways you're able to engage with your community that you just can't do on other platforms.
Yeah, you said something interesting to me, which was that there's a really strong fandom culture here in this region and in Brazil, and that really is affecting how OnlyFans is received here. Can you talk about that? What's that connection?
Absolutely. Getting to meet a lot of the locals here and understanding just the culture of fandom, whether that's sports, music, whoever that talent is that you're following. There's something about getting to know them more personally, getting connect with them. OnlyFans is very much a place where you're getting exclusive content and exclusive connections, where you're able to directly message someone. For Chris, for example, you could send her a message, and that's not something you could do on another platform where it would just end up in a, kind of a sea of other bots and spam. And looking at fandom and looking at Latin America, they really go hand in hand when you review the kinds of just stars that are in the country, in the regions.
Yeah, is this a growth region for you? What
Absolutely.
are you seeing and what
so
do you expect
we see,
to see?
Latin America in general is a massive growth region for us, and that's where we see that opportunity for creators to then get bigger exposure to a global community. We're also looking at Australia as another growth region that we've identified, as well as a few key countries in Europe. It's a really exciting time for the business as we're looking ahead to the future, and Latin America is very much a part of that.
Yeah, for a creator, what is the benefit of opening and really committing to an OnlyFans account? What can they do that they are not accomplishing, whether that's the content they're making or the money they're making on YouTube, on Instagram, or anywhere else?
I get messages from creators pretty regularly, and whenever I have conversations with them, it's kind of like they are almost overwhelmed with the amount of different channels and platforms that there are. And the one thing that, that gets lost in all of this is their fans, because the fans are almost, there can be a barrier to seeing a creator's content on another platform where they may not see it because of an algorithm. On OnlyFans, that's where the creator is really able to focus and be in their genius mode of connecting with their fans, with their community, and being able to not have the noise that you're getting elsewhere. And that's where they can, have a monthly subscription, they can monetize content, and really connect with their fans through direct messages and other opportunities to monetize on the platform.
Yeah, let's talk a little about that monetization. So OnlyFans creators take 80% of the earnings. OnlyFans takes 20%. That's compared to, closer to 50% of ad revenue on YouTube, generally speaking. How does that pay off for creators?
So we do have a very simple business model, which you touched on, which is an 80-20 split, and that's truly all in favor of the creator. As a business overall, we've paid out over $10 billion in creator earnings since being founded in 2016. And for every dollar we make as a business, creators are earning $4. And because we have this simple business model, it truly is in favor of the creators. So on the platform, you're not seeing advertising, you're not getting pushed to follow other people or algorithms. It's truly about that creator and fan connection, which is what keeps the fans engaged on the platform, because they're there for the content that they want to see and are willing to pay money for.
Yeah, you've said that part of your goal is for OnlyFans just to kind of be in the zeitgeist as another social media platform that anyone can have. So when you see someone's bio, they list their Twitter account, their Instagram account, and their OnlyFans account. Is that happening yet?
I think it is happening. I'm seeing OnlyFans show up in a lot of places you may not expect it to show up, and we're doing a lot as a business to support creators across the board. That's where you're going to see us collaborating with not just sports athletes. We're doing a lot in the combat sports space. We're doing a lot in the comedy sector, which surprises a lot of people. And as I was talking about Whitney earlier, that's another area of creator where they've had some issues when it comes to having that true freedom of expression on other platforms. So we've had a lot of comedians joining. We also have collaborated with Whitney on a show that has recently launched on OFTV, which is a roast-style show. We have a monthly comedy show on OFTV called LMAOF. We're doing a lot to support comedians and give them a platform, including our most recent Creative Fund, where I believe it was the largest ever UK comedy fund prize in the UK, which was about it was £150,000. So that's where we're really putting ourselves out there to support creators.
Yeah, you mentioned content moderation, and just to kind of set the stage for why that's important for a platform like OnlyFans that supports adult content. You need to make sure that that content doesn't violate any laws, that it's consensual, that no minors are depicted in that content. And so, you've said that you have about 80% of your workforce devoted to content moderation. Is that still true?
Absolutely. Content moderation and safety are very important to us. Again, safety is at the heart of the business, and that's where we strive to keep our community safe. So looking at content moderation, we see everything that's happening on the platform, and we know who everyone is, because we have a robust process you need to go through to even become a creator on the platform. They need to provide up to 9 pieces of identification, which is then reviewed by our team. It's not something that's instant, where someone can then just, sign up and be on the platform like other sites. It actually takes a while because there's a human reviewing all of your information. And that's where, because we see everything, we know who everyone is, we're a complete deterrent for bad actors. And being an 18 and over platform, we're very strictly for adults, and those adults are typically the ones who have the extra money to be able to spend to, pay to see some content from Whitney and subscribe to her profile.
Yeah, you've really said that OnlyFans supports that human moderation, and it's a big chunk of your workforce. But of course, the past several months have seen a real boom in all kinds of AI. So has that changed your thinking at all about how AI could be used for moderation on OnlyFans?
So I get pitched AI things pretty much on a daily basis. AI has truly kind of come up in the world, but that's where we still put a very large emphasis on human moderation. Everything's eyes on, reviewed by a human. We do use some automated technologies to help us prioritize different content, but at the end of the day, nothing takes the place of that of a human eye.
Yeah, what gets prioritized?
So if there's any sort of nudity, if there's more than one individual in content, so that's something that kind of gets bumped to the top of the queue to make sure that everyone is who they say they are, and it's within our terms of service.
Yeah. So you mentioned before you became CEO of OnlyFans, you were Chief Marketing Officer and Chief Communications Officer. How is that background serving you in the CEO job? And how important is reputation to the future of OnlyFans?
That kind of goes back to the beginning of our conversation where looking at OnlyFans, there's a lot of misconceptions about who we are, what the business is about, who's behind the business. So that's what I'm working actively to dispel, where we're truly a content-inclusive platform, meaning we're also the most inclusive social media platform because we are a safe home for not just adult content creators, but creators across the board, combat sports, comedians, chefs, race car drivers. It's something where if you go onto OFTV, which is just OF.TV, had to get the plug in, you're going to be able to see the range of creators on the platform, as well as you'll see creators who may be sharing adult content too, but that's, it's up to the fan to seek out and find the creator that they would like to subscribe to and see more content from. I also think a lot of people are always surprised, like, oh, I didn't know they had an OnlyFans, and that's especially true in the combat sports space.
Yeah. What platforms do you view as OnlyFans competitors? Which creators are you trying to get over to OnlyFans from which platforms?
I get asked about competitors pretty often. When it comes to OnlyFans, I think about, what's important is the creator, and it's that the creator is making money. So I look at the other platforms and the future of the creator economy as being inclusive of both paid and free social media. OnlyFans was truly before its time. It was launched in 2016, which at the time you had influencers doing paid sponsorship posts, brand deals, things like that. And that's where our platform truly, obviously we're known to take off in the spicier side, but that's because the adult content creators were savvier at figuring out how to actually monetize their content, which now you're seeing the rest of the creator economy catch up to. So that's where whether people are able to monetize on OnlyFans or another platform, it's about creators being paid for their content.
Yeah. What have you learned from the adult content creator community?
I would say any adult content creator that I've met, they are extremely intelligent, really cool people. For example, Kazumi is one of my who I've actually become friends with, and I see whenever I'm in LA. She's shared how she's been able to run her business, and it's very much a business when looking at the platform, planning content, planning collaborations, having different lists of fans that you engage with. So there's a lot of strategy and thought that goes behind every creator when they're using the platform. I kind of say that each OnlyFans creator is kind of like the CEO of their own profile.
Yeah, and Kazumi, when I've spoken to her, she's earning about $300,000 a month, right? So
I don't share anyone's earnings, but I believe she's doing pretty well on the platform.
Yeah. So what is OnlyFans' reputation today, and what do you want it to be in a year, in 5 years?
I believe that we are a content-inclusive platform, and looking at our reputation, if someone thinks about OnlyFans, whether they like us or they may not like us, what's important is they know that we are a safe place for creators and fans who are 18 and over looking to have a platform to connect. And OnlyFans is a community, and you can't replicate community. Community is something that's built, and we're really proud to have a community of creators and fans, and continuing to grow in regions like Latin America and be here today in Brazil.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Amy.
Thank you all. It was a pleasure.
Of cryptocurrency, plagued by controversy and collapse, hurdles on. And yet, there's a huge, heavily invested in belief that a blockchain-based financial system is more accessible and private than traditional banking. Is it possible to achieve that ideal, and how far away are we? Let's find out from our panel of founders. Please welcome from Tezos, Kathleen Brightman, from Bitso, Daniel Vogel, and from Criptofácil, Paulo Aragão.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paulo Aragão. I'm founder at CryptoFácil.com and country manager at Cointelegraph Brazil. And today, we'll discuss the topic, can crypto come back from the dead? And to discuss this really important and very polemic question, we have invited some of the most brilliant minds in the crypto industry. To kick off our panel, I will ask our panelists to make a short description about themselves. So, to start, I'm delighted to welcome to Rio de Janeiro, Kathleen Brightman. She is co-founder and CEO at Tezos.
Hi, thank you very much. As mentioned, my name is Kathleen. I co-founded a cryptocurrency called Tezos a few years ago. Basically, Tezos was born out of the observation that Bitcoin lacks a mechanism to upgrade itself. And so the Tezos protocol allows token holders to vote and ratify upgrades to the software. And it's done so 13 times. It's pioneered a number of technical innovations in proof of stake, but also most recently, it's facilitated the technology that allows for the blockchain to process 1 million transactions per second in a decentralized fashion. So I'm really proud of the tech that's been built. Obviously, the panel name is not exactly inspiring, but crypto, I've been in this industry more or less, or circulating around it for about 10 years, and for some reason, it always seems to rise from the dead. So I try not to bet against that. Of course, past performance is not indicative of future results. Who knows?
Thanks, Kathleen. And to finish this first part, I would like to ask to Daniel Vogel. He is co-founder and CEO at Bitso, to make a short introduction. Daniel, bienvenido a Rio de Janeiro.
Obrigado. I'm very happy to be here, very excited. My name is Daniel Vogel. I co-founded and I'm the CEO of Bitso, where we're trying to build the easiest access into crypto in Latin America. We operate in various countries like Brazil, obviously, Argentina, Mexico, Colombia. And for us, we believe that crypto is a completely revolutionary technology. We don't think definitely that it's dying or that it has died. And quite excited about the use cases and bringing this to this side of the world where we think there's a lot of really amazing things to be accomplished.
Thanks, Daniel. And to start our discussion, Kathleen, it's fair to say that crypto can be like a roller coaster ride sometimes. In 2021, we had the all-time highs. But just 1 year after, in 2022, we had the Terra Luna collapse, we had the FTX collapse, and for consequence, I believe, we had the beginning of the bear market. And during a bear market, we are used to listen that crypto is dead. Do you think that crypto is dead, or crypto is still very much alive?
Well, there's an expression, and I don't know if it's carried down to Brazil, but it's one bad apple spoils the bunch. And a lot of people will talk about bad actors in the cryptocurrency space, and they'll say one bad actor. I'm like, no, the second part of the expression is just as important as the first. And unfortunately, there were 2 big scandals that kind of plagued the industry over the last year. One being Terra Luna, which was basically a Ponzi scheme that was heavily subsidized by a number of white-collar venture capital firms. So a lot of people thought that it was a sure deal, but it was predicated on some really bad economics. And I know a number of people who were affected by this, and they kind of wrote off the entire industry. It's writ large, because indeed one bad apple does spoil the bunch, and that phenomenon was exacerbated by FTX, obviously collapsing, but also being plagued with the same halo from people who were financing it, arguably who should have known better. And when that came to pass, that it was also kind of a bit of a grift, rightfully so. A lot of people lost confidence in it. So I would say, like, there was a house of cards that a lot of 2021 was built on. A lot of it was like fast and loose with economics and things that you would never otherwise do in an industry that isn't so overcapitalized. I think if there's a curse of this industry, it's that it's entirely overcapitalized, or at least was. And if it's going to survive, it's going to survive on the merits of, I guess, doing it the honest way. And so I hope that, like, with increased skepticism, obviously it's a bit more difficult for people to come on stage and be like, rah, rah, crypto. But I think, what's good is that it's humbled an industry that desperately needed it.
Great. Daniel, first, is crypto alive? And then, the world regulation has been a hot topic in the recent years. Do you believe that we need a solid, a strong regulation in order to reach the mass adoption?
Yeah, thank you. So just a few things, a few thoughts. I don't think crypto is dead, and I actually think there's quite a few indicators that show you that. So I'll talk about a few ones. One that we like to track is number of developers that are developing in the crypto space. And so these are people that go in and basically write code for things like blockchains, exchanges, DeFi projects, et cetera, et cetera. And what you kind of see if you track that graph, you basically see that during these crypto summers, a bunch of developers come in. So people see an opportunity and want to build in the crypto space. But then as the crypto winters come, like we've had, a large number of them kind of stick around. And so every time that we've seen these crypto summers, we see a bunch of new, very smart engineers and minds coming and writing code for crypto. And then as it collapses, some people leave, but the majority stick around. And we see these all over. And so even though we've had a big collapse in prices and we've had some unfortunate events, we've actually see a lot of really smart people all over the world that continue to build in crypto. And I think that's very exciting and a very good sort of metric that crypto is very far away from dead, but actually quite a lot of really smart people are building. And then there's a bunch of other, like, for example, we like to track the number of active addresses on the blockchain, which is actually now at an all-time high again. And so anyways, I don't think crypto is dead, to answer your question. In terms of regulation, it's good because I actually believe the two questions are kind of linked. So we started operations in Mexico, and at the very beginning of our company in 2014, we were quite interested in using crypto to solve remittances, international transfers from the US to Mexico. Mexico has a lot of people go to the US and they work there, and they work really bad jobs and have to leave their families back home. And in order to do so, they then have to pay quite a big fee to send money back to Mexico, which in a world of crypto sounds kind of crazy, right? Like, crypto is supposed to allow you to do very fast and cheap transactions. But we were never able to, like, for a long time, we were never able to achieve this. After Mexico introduced some regulation and some clarity, we actually were able to grow our share of international transactions very aggressively. I think in 2021, we did about $1 billion in cross-border transactions from the US to Mexico. And in 2022, we did $3.3 billion in transactions, which is, more than 5% of the remittances that go from the US to Mexico now go through crypto. And this was largely in part due to clarity in rules. And so regulation is a tricky thing. Regulation is something that you need to get right because you can overburden the market if you're too strict, and you can kill and starve off innovation. But some level of clarity and some good playing rules actually, in our view, expands the market. And we see Brazil playing an incredible leading role here. We've talked to the central bank many times. The central bank has an amazing agenda that is very crypto-related, with the Real Digital coming out next. But when you look at what Brazil has done in terms of payments and finance, and with open finance and PIX, et cetera, it's really amazing. And I'm very, very excited about the developments in the Brazil market in terms of crypto regulation. And actually, today is a very special day for us because we obtained our second license approved by the central bank as a company. So we're the only crypto company in Brazil that has 2 approved licenses. And we are quite excited about this for the same reasons that I just explained.
Thanks, Daniel. you just spoke about the crypto winter in the past. Kathleen, do you believe that the crypto winter or bear market already ended, or are you still in the bear market in the crypto winter?
I think the worst is over, from what I could tell. You know, to the point made before, a lot of really talented people have stayed in the industry, and I think there's a lot of like renewed interest in it. I think if there's sort of a specter that's haunting renewed interest in the space, it's unfortunately that AI has advanced so much in the last 6 months that it's kind of sucked the oxygen out of the room. My Twitter feed is predominantly crypto people, and I still get mostly news about AI. So that's definitely the hot, sexy new thing. And you know, crypto kind of had a moment where everyone was thinking like Web3 is going to save us all, and that's going to be the next big wave. And then I think GPT-4 kind of changed the conversation almost entirely in terms of like technical focus. Fortunately, however, this whole, I guess, melee has coincided with FANGs in the US laying off a lot of people globally. So Meta and all these cats really laying off a lot of their workforce. So the point made before, like there is a renewed talent base, which I think is probably the best way out of this. You know, you see some innovation going on in NFT land, you see some innovation going on in DeFi land that you didn't see before, and I think like there's unfortunately a bit of a lag when you have good times rolling in to see innovation and technical ingenuity. So my hope is that basically AI is obviously having a really big moment, and rightfully so. It's probably the most significant change that we've seen in our lifetimes. But who knows? These things tend to also follow as fads. So maybe that'll help renew interest in crypto once a bit of a wave crests, but that's just my speculation.
Thanks, Kathleen. And Daniel, do you believe that the bear market already ended?
Yeah, so I don't have a great definition of what is a bear market and where does it end. At Bitso, the one that we did internally just for fun, when Bitcoin was at 17,000, we said, okay, well, the crypto spring will begin when we're back at 34,000. And we've hit 30, we're back at 28, 29 right now. But that's just an internal definition that you shouldn't quote me on. What I do think that has happened that's been significant for me is there's been a collapse of large banks. We just had a large bank that collapsed over the weekend. I've been in this industry for 10 years, over 10 years, I guess now, and a lot of friends who I used to talk to try to convince them about, the importance of, quote unquote, being your own bank, having some amount of money in crypto where you had more sovereignty over your funds than at the bank. I had a lot of friends that I could never convince. I had a lot of friends who called me after that weekend where Silicon Valley Bank collapsed, who called me and said, hey, you've been talking about this for a decade now. I don't want to put all of my money into crypto, but I just had the worst weekend of my life because my savings were at a bank. Luckily, the story ended up nice for him because the FDIC came in and rescued the bank, Silicon Valley Bank. But my friends were like, now I want to buy crypto, right? I want to have a little bit of Bitcoin that I can keep just in case of a rainy day. And Bitcoin has been the best performing asset of 2023. It's up, 60-some, 70% through 2023. Where is it going to go from now? I don't like giving investment advice because I have no idea what it's going to do. But it's a very, very interesting asset. And we've seen these ups and downs quite a few times. And the only thing that I keep seeing is more use cases, more smart people working on it, and just more progress. And I fully agree. My Twitter feed is all full of AI stuff now. But I'm very, very bullish on the future of crypto. I do believe that we have the ability to build a much more open, more transparent, secure, private financial system. That's what I'm working day in and day out, and very excited to be continuing to do that.
Thanks, Daniel. We're almost at the end of our panel, so I would like to propose a challenge to our panelists.
Uh-oh.
You have 1 minute, each one, to convince our audience about the transformative power of blockchain and crypto technology. Kathleen, could you start?
All right, no pressure. But I guess we'll have to have a show of hands to see if I was convincing. But all it's to say, so I mean, what I find captivating about cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, blockchain technology, whatever permutation you want to say, is that for the first time in human history, you can basically transfer value without the risk or use of an intermediary simply by memorizing a string of characters in your head. This sounds like a very far-out use case, but as the world gets a little bit more treacherous and as people lose faith in institutions, I think it's more important than ever to have some form of exit and some form of value transfer that can't be put into a box. And I think that's what crypto does. It breaks a lot of people's brains because it doesn't really map to anything that we've seen before, but I think that's part of what makes it so innovative. And it's meant to be censorship resistant, it's meant to resist seizure, and it's meant to be a radical idea. And I think the world's ready for it.
Thank you, Kathleen. Daniel, please.
Yeah, look, I think with any new innovation, the path is always rocky. But I think at a fundamental level, you have the ability to completely rethink how we basically do money and finance and applications at a fundamental basis, in a way where you get censorship resistance, in a way where you get complete transparency, where you get security, and where I think you can just rethink these paradigms. Day in and day out, we find financial institutions that, were audited, were supposed to be very good, but something along the way, something wrong happened along the way, and no one except those insiders knew about it. This technology allows you to fundamentally do things different, right? It's going to take some time for people to understand and how to police this, how to regulate this, how to basically understand this. But my thesis is that as more people understand crypto, building on top of blockchain is not going to be like a new novel thing that people do. It's actually going to become a requirement. Customers are going to demand that transparency. Regulators are going to demand the ability to basically have that oversight. And I think ultimately we will build a much more open financial system as time goes on using these fundamentals.
Thank you, Daniel. That brings us to the end of our panel. I would like to thank you two for these valuable insights. Thank you, our audience, to join us today, and see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take a selfie.
Oh, selfie. Sure.
Thank you. Super.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Daniel.
I heard somebody. There was a whistle. I don't know who that was, but please make sure you talk to me after this, so I will give you your money like we agreed. It seems that nobody is immune from password hacks and data breaches. Even supposedly secure major password management companies have recently been victims to hackers. So just how safe is our online life? In conversation with the Street's J.D. Durkin, please welcome the CEO of 1Password, Jeff Schinner, and the founder of Own Your Data, Brittany Kaiser.
Welcome all. Jeff, Brittany, thank you both so much for being here. We're here for a conversation about the sophistication of modern data breaches and what you could do to keep your data secure, your company's data secure, and perhaps most importantly, your customers' data secure. Without a doubt, this is something that impacts all of us. Perhaps you've been on the receiving end of an email from a company telling you your data was part of a data breach. I know I've been there. Perhaps you have given money to Nigerian princes online who asked for them. This is something we're all used to. Jeff, let's start by talking about the current threat landscape. More than 80% of data breaches involve web applications that use stolen credentials. How would you define what this landscape looks like today?
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, it's us. It's humans that are a biggest part of the problem. We're not meant to remember things like strong passwords. So when we have them, we either use a single strong password and reuse it, or we have some sort of algorithm, or worse yet, sticky notes. And so from that perspective, when we look at things like breaches, over 80% of the breaches involve stolen credentials, and most of the time it's because of reuse or other things that us as humans, let's be honest, as humans, we suck at security.
As humans, we suck at security.
That
It fits
we do.
nicely on a bumper sticker, I got to say.
It does.
Brittany, you are no stranger to the space. You are the Cambridge Analytica whistleblower, an author. You've been involved with this. I wonder how you've seen these sorts of threats evolve since your time with Cambridge Analytica.
Absolutely. Over the past 5 years, I've started to see both companies and government departments care a bit more about cybersecurity than they did back then. Although I had quite a lot of interesting revelations as a whistleblower of my time at Cambridge Analytica about how data was used or abused, one of the revelations that I feel like didn't get talked about enough was the fact that when I would go around the world meeting with the leaders of government departments or the CTOs of big companies, that actually they wouldn't have a very serious cybersecurity strategy or even a good data strategy. A lot of times their infrastructure was not significant. They had plenty of data silos that weren't talking to each other. They were using plenty of data sets that were unencrypted or unhashed, that were completely unprotected. And so when you come along with a data breach, it's actually not surprising given the lack of cybersecurity infrastructure and processes and strategies that were not implemented. So I really think now people are starting to take it more seriously. We see countries like Sweden where they actually have government cybersecurity certificates, where companies that actually have a good enough cybersecurity strategy are now getting a government certificate, so customers know that their data is more safe with these companies than with others. So I really think it's going in a good direction, but with the advancement of AI, we're actually also going to see a growing amount of threats where we really are going to have to pick up the pace on our digital literacy as a global population.
So let's talk about AI. It's the shiny thing. Show of hands, anyone play around with ChatGPT, OpenAI, everyone involved? This is a tech-savvy crowd. Of course you have. Jeff, talk to me about the intersection of the conversation we're having with AI, since it's certainly and understandably top of mind for everyone here at Web Summit.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the most obvious examples where AI can be a threat is phishing, right? And so we actually ran a research report about a month ago, and 2/3 of the people admitted that in the last year alone, they've received a phishing, either text or email. Now, my personal opinion is the other third just didn't realize they had, which is the scary part. But when we think of things like AI, we think of sort of phishing, and what do they typically go after? Either Apple gift cards or, in most cases, your credentials, right? It's, hey, your bank card or whatever has been blocked. Go to this, website to unblock it. AI is going to make that a lot more challenging, and it's going to make it a lot more realistic, and it'll be a lot harder for us as people and as companies to protect against. So to me, the biggest thing what we as technology need to do is to remove the actual reward at the end. So if they're after your credentials, if we can remove you from knowing your credentials, then there's nothing left to give. And instead of trying to continually combat against the increase in sophistication, we can just remove the reward at the end for the fishers.
This is unfortunately a very timely conversation. We could do this conversation any day, and there's always a news-related item with regards to data breaches. Just 2 days ago, T-Mobile, big telecom carrier back in the United States, announced its second data breach alone of 2023, its 9th data breach since 2018. The Verge reporting the hacker managed to access information such as full names, dates of birth, addresses, government IDs, social security numbers, and T-Mobile account pins. Brittany, from your perspective, how does this keep happening, especially with some of the biggest names in corporate America?
This keeps happening because big corporates are not taking data ownership and data origin, where their data is coming from, their customers, seriously. That is the #1 biggest issue, because if it's not companies' intellectual property and it's the data of the consumers, it's not being taken as seriously. I was the only expert witness in the first successful case suing Equifax for the data breach. And what we had to do there was actually equate data as property. And so we actually sued Equifax for property damage in the state of Minnesota. And we were able to get that because the CEO of Equifax, when he was being questioned in Congress, he was asked if his data were to be breached in the same way that his consumers' data was breached, would he feel like he had suffered damage? And the answer was yes. So we sued them for property damage. And so right now we're seeing that the best legal argument that we have to protect our data is to own our data like intangible personal property, the same way we would own our house or our car. So if all of a sudden all of these big companies are fiduciary, they have fiduciary responsibility to us as their consumers, then they actually have to protect our property that they happen to be a temporary custodian of. And that's really where we need to start flipping the script and thinking about things differently, because companies are not going to take it seriously until they start seeing that there are real consequences to their actions or lack thereof.
That would be the great name for a foundation. Own your data? I'm a big fan. Jeff, it has been said that amateurs hack systems, professionals hack people. There's a deeply human and emotional component, human psychology that plays a role into this. As you know, we see these headlines, we talk about the tech components and what this means in terms of IT, but there's something deeply personal about this. Talk to me about that component. What do bad actors look for through that lens to exploit vulnerabilities?
Yeah, there's sort of two things that I look at. One, as people, interestingly enough, if something is too easy, we feel it's not secure. So oftentimes, humans don't trust the security of the technology. And that's a big part of the role that we can play is like, hey, things like passkeys that are coming out, they are both very usable for a human and very secure. But people still have a tendency to believe, I'm not sure that I'm going to trust it. I'm going to stick with my old ways. And unfortunately, the old ways are difficult. So it, to a human, can seem secure, but they're very insecure. So when we look at it from a security perspective, more and more, our job is to teach people out there that a lot of the newer technologies are much more secure. Now, some of the great examples of that in the past that I think we as people have just adopted, HTTPS by default. So almost every website now, people don't even realize it, it's just got encryption on by default. Other things like biometrics on your device, right? People now have become very used to that. It's a lot more secure than, say, the old 4-digit PIN code. So there are some reasons, or there are some examples where that has happened. And I think from a technology point of view, we need to continue to push that because people will just naturally stay with their current ways otherwise.
A question for both of you. What are the shared traits as you see these headlines, right? Whether it's Equifax, we talk about Yahoo, that's one of the largest, if not, I believe the largest data breach in history. News of T-Mobile we talked about a moment ago. From where you both sit, what are those shared themes that you see as you see headline after headline after headline with regards to data breaches?
For me, what I'm mostly seeing with these big data breaches is corporate negligence. So, for example, with Equifax, they had thousands and thousands of updates that had not been implemented in their data architecture systems over many years, and they had over 200 different cybersecurity patches that they were supposed to implement that they never did. That, as the lawyer that I worked with said, is like expecting no one to rob your house if you leave all of the lights on and the door open with no alarm. That's exactly what they had done. And so if we can't actually punish corporate negligence and we continue to let it happen, of course we're going to continue to see these headlines, but I think we can do something about it.
Yeah, I'll say much the same, but on sort of the flip side of like, I see opportunity. And what I mean by that is Brittany's 100% right. If we stay indifferent from a corporate perspective and even from an individual perspective, there are a lot of threats out there that are actually relatively easy to cause harm. But there's a small number of things that we can do as people and as businesses that will make a huge difference. Keeping up to date on patches, just rolling out some of the all too common technologies that are going to help individuals have better security hygiene and just paying attention as a company. So I think there's opportunity behind that if we can get past the indifference.
Brittany, at the Own Your Data Foundation, or Own Your Own Data, pardon me, you talk about the importance of filling the knowledge gap. And I'd love to know what you think needs to be more done, what needs to happen here to make for a more informed technological user base out there. Listen, this is a very tech-savvy crowd. I'm sure we're largely speaking to an audience that more or less knows a lot of the ins and outs, but not everyone who uses the internet has that knowledge base. So what more do we need to do?
Of course. At the Own Your Data Foundation, we help seek democratic access to digital literacy education. We also like to call that digital intelligence. What I mean by that is instead of talking about IQ or EQ, we're talking about DQ, so a digital intelligence quotient. What are all of the elements of that? It's, do you understand what your data rights are, not just in your country, but in different places around the world? Do you understand basic cybersecurity protocols? Do you have digital empathy, so you know how to interact with other people online appropriately, even if you're coming from an anonymous account? Can you prevent yourself from being a cyberbully or prevent cyberbullying from occurring to you? Do you know how to manage a digital footprint? All of these issues are incredibly important, and most topical for this conversation is the part about personal cybersecurity protocols. Of course, not just for you and your personal devices, but within a company, the biggest data breaches normally happen because there is a single individual that doesn't know how to recognize a hacking or a phishing or a spoofing attempt. And that is a very core part of some of the basic tools that everyone should have in their own personal digital intelligence toolbox to be able to recognize when these things are happening and to be able to report it and flag it appropriately so that those individual threat actors can actually be eliminated from your personal system or from a corporate system.
Yeah. Jeff mentioned something a short time ago. Show of hands, who is familiar with passkeys? Passkeys. Yeah, again, that's a pretty tech-savvy crowd. Oh, thank you for the lights, production team. Let me see who's asked. Passkeys have been called the death of passwords. Jeff, I know you are particularly passionate about this. Talk to us about, first of all, what are passkeys for anyone who's unfamiliar, and why do you see this as being a more secure future versus the current iteration of things that we're likely all used to?
Yeah, absolutely. So passkeys, there's sort of a couple of ways to describe it, but ultimately, if we think of it today, we've all got something like a username and password. Now, we may use biometrics to log on to the account the second or third time, and something like your device or password manager is going to remember the password for you. What passkeys are is a way that you never need to have a password. Instead, it's going to use a device that you have, that you hold, like your phone or your laptop, and it's going to use that as proof of who you are and proof of your ability to log on. So the real key there is there's no password behind it. It's just proving that you've got access to something. Now, why is that so beneficial? It's beneficial because it's one of the few times that we can do two things at once. One, make it a lot easier for us as users, and two, have it actually be more secure. Right? Passwords, they're kind of a pain, right? You got to remember them and things like that. And, they're a risk because if they're stolen, somebody else can log into that system. But if you have no password, if instead you just use a passkey, which is ultimately, again, proof through your device, and underneath the covers, it's using a very common, well-known, well-supported public key cryptography, that means that there's nothing for others to steal and nothing for you to have to remember.
So Jeff, to stay with you here, what does this actually look like on the user end? We're all used to having to remember your password, make sure the cap locks are in the right spot and this and that. But in terms of passkeys, what will it actually look like? I mean, I'm legit asking because I don't know personally. So if I don't know, someone here in the crowd doesn't know. What does it look like as I sit down and need to access, let's say, something like Gmail? And we were just talking backstage about a bit of news with Google on this end in just the last day.
Yeah, so if you think of it today with Gmail, you log in, you're going to provide your username and password, and very often even a second factor, right? It's going to go to your phone with some 6-digit code. Instead, when you go to Gmail, you will go and simply be presented with a passkey prompt that says, use the biometrics on your device to log in. So much like you do, like I said, the second or third time where you just look at your phone or use your fingerprint, the very first time it will be the same thing. And you will look at your, at your device, and that will provide proof of the fact that you have the device and who you are. And from there, it will just store that locally on the device. The biometrics never get to Google. So that first experience will simply be biometrics. And from then on, you will use your device. And then the key will be, as you go to other devices, you can use that same passkey. And now that's a big part of what passkeys promise, is the ability to go from device that you own to device that you own, so you can have a simple experience.
What do you think? We're fans of passkeys? What do you think? Let's give it up, huh? That's a big pro passkey crowd, I can tell. Brittany, you wrote the book on this, literally. I say that phrase a lot, but I don't get to talk to the person who actually wrote the book on this. Your book was released in 2019, if I'm not mistaken. It's called Targeted. One of the many things you talk about, having been the key Cambridge Analytica whistleblower, is about the success of Cambridge Analytica in exploiting weaknesses in privacy laws. We were three of us backstage talking a lot about government and politics. So I'm curious from your perspective, what is the role of regulators and governments in the US and around the world in terms of this conversation?
So as a former whistleblower and someone with a legal background, I'm a human rights lawyer by training. Helping people protect their rights is one of the main concentrations of all of the work that I do. I usually refer to myself as a digital rights activist. And that's because in most countries around the world, we still don't have data rights. We still don't have a lot of rights that we can enforce in our digital lives, in cyberspace, in the metaverse. And even though we have a lot of these laws in our analog lives that we expect to be respected, it's just very hard to enforce when we move into the digital space, especially on social media. So when we look at how companies in the past have exploited this lack of digital rights, it's very obvious. Where most places around the world, if you're thinking about how your data is being collected and how it's being used, you have no rights to that. If you are using a product, all of the information about you that is being collected by that company is probably owned by the company, and you have no rights to figure out where they're storing it, if they're sharing it, or even selling it, and then, of course, what your data is actually going to be used for, or if you ever have the right to delete. So once we started to see the rise of GDPR and CPRA in California, we started to see more countries around the world that are starting to consider that perhaps our personal information might belong to us and that we might have the right to own our own personal information. And just like passkeys, a lot of the development around the idea of digital identity follows along those same lines, which is that instead of using your typical personally identifiable information, like your first name, last name, email address, zip code, where you live, whatever it happens to be, to log into something, instead you would use a passcode or a digital identifier that doesn't have anything to do with your personally identifiable information. So you're not continually sharing all of this data. Instead, your digital identity acts as a buffer between your personally identifiable information and that company, so they actually never collect any of that information from you. They can tell you are who you say you are, so therefore you can access your account, and it means in those companies' servers and databases, they don't have any of your sensitive information. So if they were to be hacked because of their own corporate negligence, you are not going to be damaged because of it. None of your information will be there in those servers for those hackers to get a hold of. So that's really where we need to move. Countries need to start looking at legislation, if they haven't already, or implement legislation that is waiting to be passed about data ownership and about our ability to use a digital ID online. I helped co-write the first digital identity law, I believe, in the whole world for the state of Wyoming in the US, and we passed that a couple years ago. So now, legally, in the United States, you can use a digital identity instead of all of those personal data points that you'd rather keep safe.
We are short on time, but Jeff, you've said before the industry needs to do a better job working together to solve these challenges. What is not being done now, and what more needs to be done?
I think one of the biggest things from an industry point of view is to get the industry together through things like the FIDO Alliance, which are working on passkeys to say, can we get all of the major players, the Apples, the Googles, the Microsofts, the 1Passwords, and that, to work together to advance security and to advance privacy? And things like passkeys are an initial result of that. And I think furthering on to digital identities is a way that we can keep that information, all of your personal information, secure and private, while still making it available, where needed to prove who you are. And I think that's going to take, again, all of the platform players as well as the security companies to work together to make that a reality.
Finally, are you both optimistic about where we are headed in terms of the future of potential data breaches?
I'm eternally optimistic. That's what allows me to be a digital rights activist, but it really takes everyone actually caring and taking action. You can find more information on how to get involved in some of the initiatives I mentioned on my website, ownyourdata.foundation. You can also follow me at ownyourdata.now on Twitter and at ownyourdata on the rest of the platforms.
Yeah, and similarly optimistic. Changes are taking place. Awareness is absolutely out there. We have to see if we can speed that up, but it's moving in the right direction.
Jeff Scheiner and Brittany Kaiser, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy your Web Summit.
help of AI-powered software, we're emerging into a new age of digital creativity, one in which developers will be able to take their biggest visions from idea to reality in just minutes. Next up, we'll be hearing from GitHub CEO Thomas Dohmke as he builds an entire application from scratch, live on stage, yes, you heard me right, using the power of generative AI through GitHub Copilot X. Please welcome the CEO of GitHub, Thomas Dohmke, to center stage.
It's so exciting to be here. You know, I'm Thomas and I'm a developer. And I've been waiting for this moment for almost a year. And you know, when I planned this talk, I thought I would speak about artificial intelligence in the developer cloud. But then I thought, maybe I just show you the full power live on stage. Build something with code. I've been a developer almost my entire adult life. I started coding in 1989. But as GitHub CEO, you know, I haven't been able to light up my contribution graph as much as I want. Like all of you, like many developers, my energy, my creativity every day is finite. And all the distractions in life, whether they're personal or they're professional, gradually zap my energy. I'm the most creative when I wake up in the morning. And sometimes I have this big light bulb idea. And as soon as my coffee is poured, the distractions start. Slack messages come in, emails come in. I have to review this important deck before an important customer conversation. And then I hear my kids yell, their football flew over the neighbor's fence. And of course, they want me to go get it, right? And then I'm back at my desk and I'm in wall-to-wall meeting. And when the sun goes down, the great idea I had in the morning, it's gone. It's now almost midnight, and I can barely keep my eyes open. And to be honest, in all of this, I don't even want to get started because of all the perception of the mundane tasks and boilerplate work that are part of programming. And I know this is true for so many of you, even here in the stage. So I guess what I want to say is, boilerplate sucks, right? It just sucks, all the busy work in life, but especially repetitive work while coding. All this boilerplate is the barrier between us and what we're trying to achieve. Every day, endless boilerplate is preventing a developer from implementing that new idea that is going to change the world. You've likely heard the memes about the 10x developer. It's a common discussion in the internet. Many people have argued about the 10x developers many times. With Copilot and Copilot X, we're going to redefine this. And it's not about that developers need to strive to be 10x. It's that every developer deserves to be 10 times more productive. So we can truly create without captivity. With AI at every step, we will realize the 10x developer. Imagine 10 days of work done in a single day. 10 hours of work done in a single hour. Or 10 minutes of work done with a single prompt command. This will allow us to amplify our truest self-expression. It will help a new generation of developers to learn and build as fast as their minds. And because of all of this, we will emerge in a new spring of digital creativity, one where every light bulb idea can be fully realized no matter what life throws at us. I woke up this morning and I wanted to build something. And you may remember this if you had a Nokia phone or a Siemens phone a long time ago. It's called Snake Game. It's a classic. It's from 1976. And I want to build this now on stage. So let's get up Copilot X and see if I can make it happen. 15 minutes are on the timer. And now is the time to switch over to my laptop. Yeah. So here's VS Code. Oops, let me hide this for a sec. And you may have seen, the Copilot that is today available. We have actually started working on this 2 years ago, and it helps you while writing in your editor. And often, as developers, we start in an empty file, and I might write a comment and say, quick sort an array. Sorry. And then you can see here, it proposes to use Node, but I can keep typing function quicksort array. And now Copilot hopefully gives me a suggestion. And here's the suggestion of quicksort. I've done computer science in 1998. I can never remember these algorithms. So I can just press the tab key, and now I've implemented a quicksort. And in our telemetry, we are seeing that in those files where this Copilot is enabled, on average, 46% of code are written by Copilot. Now, another situation that we often have as developers, especially in companies, is that we get code handed over by a coworker. So here's a code snippet that somebody in my team sent to me and said, Thomas, you own this now. Go figure out what it does. And you can see here a number of regular expression, three lines of cryptic stuff, right? Like, I don't know what that is. And so I can bring out now up here on the sidebar the new Copilot chat. And Copilot Chat is a part of what we announced recently, Copilot X. And it works very similar to ChatGPT, except that it knows everything in your editor. So it knows that I have highlighted those 3 lines of code here, and I can now say, explain the selected code. And now Copilot is thinking, and it's explaining those regular expressions to me. So you can see here the first one is used to validate email addresses. And if you look at the regular expression, there's nowhere, anywhere in the code, the word email mentioned. Right? The second one is used to validate phone numbers, and the third one is used to validate passwords. And I could actually now, click the next link and then get an example, or I could transform this code from Python into JavaScript because that's what I know much better. But I'm digressing. I wanted to build Snake Game, right? So let me close these 2 files, and we don't save that one. And I can just clean up my chat. And the first thing that every developer does these days is when they start a new project, they need a GitHub repo. And so I can say how, and I can never remember the syntax. Somebody in my team told me to use the GitHub CLI. So how do I create a public repo with the GitHub CLI? And here we go. It explains this to me. It gives me actually almost the right snippet. So I know it's command and backtick to open the terminal. And so I do gh repo create. And I heard in Portuguese it's Cobra. And I can create a repo, it goes really fast, and now I remember the syntax, here's repo clone Cobra. And it tells me I am cloned an empty repo, which makes sense. And I cd into this repo, and now I want to open this folder, so I have it as my folder here in VS Code. Okay, so now I have my folder open, I have a repo, so later I can submit this to GitHub. The next thing is I want to build Snake Game, right? And the easiest thing I can do here is, what is Snake Game actually? And it's thinking, and hopefully it has an answer really soon. And it explains, it's a classic video game where the player controls a snake that moves around the board. Sounds about right. So next thing I can do is, say, create the code for a snake game in JavaScript. And here's a basic implementation for the snake game in JavaScript. And it outputs me, all this code. And, you can see it's not only giving me code, it actually gives me comments for each of the lines of code. And now I can scroll up here, and obviously as a, a developer can read all this. I can copy it into the clipboard, but I can also go here and say, insert this into a new file. And then I want to call this snake.js. Okay, so I have this JavaScript code here. If you know a bit of JavaScript, you see a game loop here. You see game over stuff. You see that the snake is rendered in green and the apple is rendered in red, and seems like my score is going to be white, and then it handles keyboard input. So it seems like I can play this game with my keyboard. Okay, but I need to, it's JavaScript. I know that much that if I have JavaScript, I need some other version of rendering this maybe it's in an HTML file. So I can just say, how can I call this code? And note how I'm not telling it that I want HTML. It figures that out itself. And it gives me another explanation here. Oh, and by the way, I didn't mention this. It not only speaks English, it actually speaks German and Brazilian Portuguese. I know no Brazilian Portuguese, so I can't demo it to you. But I can now insert that into another file. And I call that index.html. And you can kind of see that, while you use AI technology, it is still a co-pilot. I'm the pilot, there's a co-pilot. I still need to know what HTML is, what JavaScript is. I need to have a basic understanding of software development. I also know that in VS Code, I open an HTML file with option B. And here's my snake game. You can see the snake moving, and if it hits the wall, it ends. If I refresh this, I can now play here. And I have 8 minutes left, so I guess you can now see me playing the snake game. The snake gets longer and longer and longer. OK, cool, but I don't see the border. And in fact, oh, here, game over, my score is 2. So I want to draw, a border around this canvas, right? So I can now just set, how do I add a border to this canvas? And it gives me, new code and explains that I have to do CSS with a border of 1. Easy enough here. I can just paste that into the new file, go back. OK, so now my game has a border. I can still play. And when I hit the border, I get a score of 1. Great. I can actually also say, make this game even prettier. And now it gives me actually options here, of how I can do this. I can, for example, set a background color. I can modify the JavaScript code and so on. And here's, it gives me more code here. So I take this and paste it here. Let's see if that makes it better. Yeah, a little bit. I don't like the header here. And then I want to say, how do I center the div? The canvas, sorry, not the div. And that's actually, if you've ever done HTML and CSS, that's one of the hardest issues in programming, centering a div in an HTML page. And so I've just solved that, with Copilot, and I can take all this and move it over here. And now my game is centered. The other thing I remember is that when I played this on my phone, the snake would go through the wall and appear on the other side, right? And that makes it easier when the apple is right next to the wall. So I can actually go back here and say, how do I make the snake go through the wall? And it gives me another explanation. And you can kind of see, OK, it's wrapping the head around. And so I kind of have to find now this code here, check for collisions with walls. Let's see. Here's my event listener. Here's my draw functions. Here's check with collisions for walls. So I guess when it hits the wall, I no longer want to do game over. And instead, I just want to want to just paste this here. OK. And now my snake goes through the wall. Cool. OK, I have 5 minutes left. I think it's time to deploy this to the cloud. Sorry, I didn't want to do that. And to do that, the next step is I just take my files here and say initial revision, and commit that to GitHub, right? And so it's now committed to my repo, and I push it into the repository, and that was successful. And I open my browser here, and I go to github/haberboss/cobra. That's my demo account. And here's so you see those 2 files are just from now. And I go into settings, and I heard from my team GitHub Pages is the way to go. And then I want GitHub Actions here. And GitHub Actions has this cool feature where it provides me a starter template. So I can actually just go here and say, deploy snake game to pages. And you can see here the GitHub Actions workflow. If you ever use GitHub Actions, it's really cool. It's an easy way to deploy your application to the cloud. And all the configuration is just code in your repo. So when somebody forks your repo, you can actually just fork the CI/CD setup with it. So I commit my changes. And go to Actions, and now it should show me my deployment here, and the deployment is running. Cool. I have 4 more minutes, so I can add a couple more features. If you remember the game that we built here, I can control it with my cursor keys. But you're all the audience. I don't know how many of you brought your MacBook, and I really want you to try it out after the session. So I want touch controls. I want you to be able to use your finger to control the snake. So I say, how do I add touch controls? And so it gives me, again, an explanation that I need to handle. I have 2 more events in my file. I can close the source control so you can see a little bit more of the code. And you can kind of see now how Copilot Chat not only gives you code, it actually explains code to you. And that's what I mentioned in my talk track, right? It's really about building and learning at the same time. And it really motivates me on my weekends to just go there, play with an idea, have one of my kids sitting next to me, and we build something. We build and learn something together. Okay, so here's my here's the code it rendered. It's IC document event listener. I saw that here's my keyboard controls. So I now take this here and paste the touch controls in addition to this. Okay, so now I have touch controls, but I can't demo this to you on my phone, but I know I can bring up the web inspector and then there is this thing here. This here lets me simulate touch controls. And now if I swipe, you can see how the snake moves when I'm swiping. I hope you can see that. And then the last thing I see when I do this here is I see this the page scrolling a little bit, which probably is annoying when you play this on your phone. So I want to go back here and say, how do I stop the page from scrolling? Okay, and so this is another, CSS trick. Okay, body overflow hidden is what I need. I have already my body here, and I can just go here, of course, and use a regular Copilot. Okay, now I have my body hidden. Cool. Okay, one last thing. I have 2 more minutes. The last thing is now that I made the snake go through the wall, it's kind of boring. The only way you can actually die now is by eating your own tail. And so instead, I want to add some obstacles to the game. So you can just say how to add obstacles to the game. And once again, I get Copilot understands that somehow what obstacles are, and then gives me example code of how I can do this. So here in this example, I get my obstacles constant, and so I add that at the top of the file. And then I get the drawing function, so I take this here. Actually, this has more than I need. I think I only need the obstacles here. And we are making the obstacles gray. Okay. Here's my drawing function. And now I have all these obstacles, but I already saw that I didn't add collision detection. So I can just go through the obstacles. So I just say how to detect collisions with the obstacles. And the fun part of this demo is that every time I do this demo, I get different code because these models literally generate code as I talk with them. So it's really like a fun exercise for me as well. And what you see here is, in fact, what we call responsible AI. And so the responsible AI has kind of figured out that I want to do something that might be harmful to humans or not in the spirit of software development. So it actually filtered this response. So now I have to kind of like, how do I detect, let's see, snake, how do I detect with the game obstacles? Maybe that lets me do this without being appearing to be harmful. Damn it. How do I detect collisions between the snake, that's the snake in the hand itself and the obstacles. I still have 30 seconds, all cool. Cool. Here I get the right code, so now I can just go into my collision detection method. That was, where was it? Here's my collision detection. And then say game over. So let me go here. And game over, game over, game over, game over. And add that here. Okay, yep, game over, cool. So I now have collision detection. I can move around the collision, move around the obstacles. Right, it's very small because I'm here in this mobile mode. Sorry about that. And I can move the snake and can still eat the apple. Cool. Last thing, I want to commit this to GitHub. And for that, the easiest way is to just open the terminal. I say git pull. Wait, what was the thing here? I need to do git pull minus rebase, I think. I can actually show you something. Git how to pull with rebase. So that's also Copilot. You can actually ask Copilot how to use a pull with a rebase. So I do that. Yes, I'm sure. I've unsigned changes, that's why. Okay, let me switch this here and add cool features, commit the code. Now I can pull and rebase. And I need to pull because I added the actions file. I can push. And then if I go back to my repo here, repositories, Cobra, actions, you see the deploy here. And I just leave that open while it's deploying because my timer says 0. But in a minute, you will see the repository page where you can open this on your phone and then play the snake game. There you see it, haberboss.github.io/Cobra. I can also make that bigger, so maybe I cannot make it bigger. Oh, I can make it bigger this way. And please feel free to try it out and tweet me if it didn't work. So this is the end of my demo. I hope you really enjoyed it. I've been a developer for over 30 years, and I couldn't be more excited about the future of software development. This is our moment. Software has eaten the world, and now it's AI's turn. The future has started. Thank you so much, everybody. See you next time.
A personal brand is what makes you stand out from the crowd. But with so many people trying to build one, it's not always easy. So let's hear from the former head of product at TikTok, Sean Kim, who is now the CEO of creator empowering unicorn Kajabi, talking with Elaine Rains of CGTN America.
Okay, we're not going to sit down yet.
Oh, yeah, that's
We're
right.
not going to sit down yet.
That's right, that's right.
Okay, guys, we're going to do something kind of fun and cool, and hopefully it'll go viral with someone who knows something a little bit about TikTok. So I'm going to let you take this, Sean.
Yeah, so we want to try to make this whole thing go as viral as possible. So I need your help. We want everyone to scream as loud as you can from the top of your tongues. So
Get
as
up,
soon as
though.
I
We're going
record
to get you
this,
guys
just
to
scream as
stand
loud as you
up,
can, okay?
wake everyone up.
Ready?
Come on.
You guys willing to help out? All right. 1, 2, 3. All right,
Yeah.
all right.
All right, we're going to check that and see what kind of engagement we get. We'll see if we can do one more before the end of our session. Okay, guys, so thanks for joining us this afternoon. New rules for building your personal brand. I mean, this is such a tough question because we all want to be recognized immediately. So, Sean, what are the new rules, and do they change? I mean, the rules that we may have followed a year ago, 6 months ago, might be different today.
So I would say that, number one, you have to continue to be as authentic as possible, right? So people are, if you're building a brand for yourself, people are following you for who you are, right? So it's really important to just continue to be as authentic as possible to yourself. Two, I think it's really critical that you're a subject matter expert at your field. So you have to put in the work to really know the content and really know the space that you're in that you want to actually teach about or know about and tell other people about. So it's really important to do that as well. And I think that a new medium, obviously, that everyone knows about is short-form video. So that's really, really important that you understand exactly how short-form videos work, and a lot of testing and trial and error to try to get the short-form videos to go viral.
Why is it so important to build a personal brand? And how do you really stand out when there are so many people doing the same thing that you're doing? Where do you start?
Yeah, so building a brand, I mean, ultimately, building a brand leads to a lot of other new opportunities, for sure, right? So, having a personal brand gives you access to other creators, important people, brand opportunities, right? Other brands want to connect with you as well. So it's a lot of opportunity to, open up access, more followers. But lastly, building a brand ensures that you can actually monetize that. It's really, really important. So as a creator or an influencer, you can actually use your brand to start monetizing and build a serious business. And so there's many different ways we can actually build a business as well. So, a lot of creators use social media platforms to actually build a business. But I think the best way to actually build a business is actually off-platform, right? So as a creator, you want to take the audience from social and then bring him to your own place of business, and that's where you want to monetize as a creator. So that's essentially one of the biggest reasons why people build a brand.
Well, there's a big mix, and it's a crowded field because we do have influencers here at Web Summit Rio. We also have content creators. So what is the difference when it comes to monetizing? Because my perception is that anyone could be an influencer. I mean, is that true? But yeah. Can anyone be a content creator? And how much money can you make doing either or? And can you do both?
Yeah, you can make a lot of money as a content creator or influencer. So the reality situation today, though, is that the 1% of content creators and influencers are making all the money, right? And the 99%, the middle class of creators and influencers, are barely making ends meet. They're not even making minimum wage for the most part. And it's because traditionally, a lot of the content creators and influencers have been relying too much on social media platforms for revenue, right? So ad revenue, getting a percentage of ad revenue, you have brand deals, you have creator funds that are not going to be available in perpetuity. And also these social platforms are launching features to try to help you monetize. But what happens in those situations is for every dollar you make, you take home 35 cents. Because Apple takes 30% of that. And whatever's left over, the platform takes 50% of that, right? So you're not taking home much money. So right now, a lot of creators are relying on social platforms to actually monetize, but the reality situation is you're not going to be able to monetize that well. If you're really serious, though, about building a business, you build your audience on social, then you bring them to your own place of business off-platform. And this is where a company like Kajabi comes in. We are an all-in-one platform that gives creators the tools that you need to build a business and market and sell digital content, such as video courses, podcasts, newsletters, live stream, community experiences. So we give you all the tools like a website, landing page, the ability to collect and send emails, accept payments. We have 60,000 creators on a platform that have made over $5 billion. $5 billion, just 60,000, right? And we have creators on our platform that have made over $100 million. So this is serious, serious money. And so this platform can scale with you from 0 to 1, or even from 1 to 1,000, right? So we have a lot of creators on our platform that are really successful by building a brand and taking them off of social to their place of business.
Sean, how do you know, as you're building your brand, that what you're doing is effective and is working? How do you know that you're on the right track?
Yeah, it's great. So, I meet with creators every single week. And the one thing that I learned, meeting with these creators is that they actually think like product managers. They will test something very quickly in the market. They'll get feedback very quickly from the audience in terms of like what they need to do to improve it, right? And then they'll pivot and then build a version 1, 2, and 3, and so on. So if you're monetizing, it's kind of similar. It's like what they'll do is they'll create video content that they want to sell, or a newsletter, podcast, whatever it might be, and they'll constantly get customer feedback, right? So basically, they'll get that feedback from their audience, and then create a version 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. And by the time you get to version 10, you have this really amazing content that people really want to watch or listen to or read. So that's essentially how they think. That's how product managers think in companies as well. You roll an MVP out, and then over time, it gets better and better and better with the customer feedback you get in. So content creators and product managers are actually very similar in that perspective, and that's how you actually get better and better over time.
Based on some of the trends you've seen recently, what is it that consumers want right now? Because I think of consuming in a couple of different pots. Me personally, I look at certain things, certain apps to entertain myself. There are certain sites where I go to learn, to educate myself, where I want real-time information, like, you know, if I'm at an event, which areas to avoid, what's happening. So what are you seeing?
Yeah, so it does vary from case to case. You know, we've seen content creators become really successful in many different fields. So we have content creators that are in fitness, in financial advice. It could be, we actually have this one content creator that's helping people sleep train kids, right? And she's making like millions of dollars a year. We have this Google PM, product manager. He quit his job to build a business around how to interview for jobs. He makes $4 million a year. I kid you not, I called him. I was like, hey, how's it going? And he was sitting on the beach, sipping a cocktail. I'm like, life is great. I make passive income, $4 million a year. How's your job going? so like, you know, I think as a content creator, there's many different aspects. As long as you find a niche, you're solving a problem, like you know exactly what you're solving for, who your audience is, right? And you've had the conversations with them to figure out like what it is that you want to solve for them, like how it can be valuable for them, and then you create that MVP and test it out over time. You could really build an amazing business around that, around your knowledge, around the content that you can offer.
You're talking about risk, but also we're in these very uncertain economic times. Are you still seeing those big numbers from these creators? Are people spending less? How is this all being impacted?
Yeah, so I still think that, so our business is still growing. There's a lot of content creators out there that are constantly, you know, coming to our platform to build a business, right? So I wouldn't say like, hey, you got to completely quit your job and do this 100% full time. You can do both, right? So you can do both until you get to a place where your passive income from creating content and building a business overtakes your day job or whatever it might be, right? So I think like it's really important that that you're building a business around your knowledge, but it doesn't mean that you have to like 100% quit your job just to do this full time immediately. But it is important that you do take a risk. I think we kind of talked about it backstage. Is that like, it's no one got big in life by playing it safe. Right? You have to be willing to take risks. You have to be willing to accept failure along the way, and then use those learnings to really improve on the next thing you're going to work on. Right? So like I was talking to Eileen backstage. Like even myself, like I wouldn't got to where I was in life by playing it safe. Right? You have to take risks. If you want to make a step change in your career or as a creator, you have to be willing to take some risks. And then learn. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't work out, and you learn from the failures. But that's just a really important part of being a content creator.
Something that's been getting a lot of buzz in recent weeks is, of course, ChatGPT. And I wanted to see what you thought about how that works in the creator space, because I mean, there are concerns. Could it replace jobs? Could it replace the creativity? How does this all fit in?
So
to make things more efficient.
It does. So interestingly, we've been looking at OpenAI and AI tech for quite some time, ever since last year, actually, before it became a real big thing this year. And the reason why we started looking into this space is because we talk to our content creators, we ask them, what is the biggest problem that we can solve for you to make it much easier to build a business, right? And they say, well, man, it takes a lot of time to actually, write the email, build a landing page, build a website, and charge for it. How do I charge for it? There's a lot of pieces to it, like creating a course. If you're selling a course, the actual content of the course, a lot of pieces go into it. And what we realized is that it can take, sometimes tens of hours. Some people have said even 100 hours to create like the full-on business, right? And when we started working with AI, it can be done within a matter of minutes, right? So if you tell AI, I want to build a business around providing fitness workout videos for pregnant women, like very niche, right? AI can actually build this entire thing for you. So it takes all the administrative work out there. It's a 10x, if not a 100x improvement on productivity. And that's a huge step change for a lot of content creators that were kind of thinking about getting started, but once they see that they just input some information into our AI tool and it builds everything for you, it's like a game changer. They're like, well, now I don't have any reason not to get started, right? So now a lot of our content creators are coming to our platform using these AI tools to just like, boom, take off. And we're seeing a huge increase in our activation rates, retention rates, because creators have come back to us and said, you know what, I just saved 10 hours today. You literally just saved me 10 hours because I used your tools. So that's the power of AI, and it's been incredibly effective in helping people build businesses.
You mentioned risk, but I also want to touch on reinvention. And how do creators deal with the burnout, if you will, of constantly trying to keep up and create and recreate and know that they're moving forward?
Burnout is real. A good way to avoid that is hire someone else to do the job, right? So I think in order to hire someone else, you have to have a serious business where you can actually hire other people to help you, right? But it's also, I think using some of these AI tools to do some of that work for you, right? So a lot of people now use the AI tools to create some of the content. So we actually have tools like that. So basically we say, hey, what used to take me 6 hours to do to create short-form videos for like Instagram and TikTok and Facebook and Shorts on YouTube and Snap and whatever it might be, and put in the captions and looking exactly where the long-form video of that video to make the short-form content and stitching things together, like all that took 10 hours to do, right? If you use AI tools, if you use some of the tools that are available today, you can literally do that within like 5 minutes, right? So there's a lot of tools out there now that can really reduce the time and effort it takes to post content or create content on social. So I would definitely leverage those tools. But also having a team really does help, right? So I think as your business grows and scales and gets bigger and bigger, you want to start hiring people to kind of help you out with creating content on social. Yeah.
You mentioned something backstage that I think is really important to remind folks and to share as you move into this world and growing your business. You mentioned the importance of having a mentor.
That's right.
And a lot of people don't take advantage of that or seek that help.
Yeah, having a mentor is actually so important. It's, I would say, one of the most important things, especially when you're getting started in any kind of new field, whether you're a content creator, in your career, having someone there to kind of guide you along the way, absolutely critical. I have like 10 mentors for different aspects of my job now, right? So I think like, if you don't have a mentor, I would highly, highly seek one. And the mentors can really open new doors for you, give you the advice that you need to make the right decisions early on. I would even say early on in your career, if you're getting started in a certain career, it's more important to have the right leader than go to a company that you like, right? So and same thing with mentors. Having the right mentor can guide you to the right decisions in life as a content creator or as an entrepreneur within your career, so that you're making the right decision, going to the right places. Yeah.
I've always found that people always love to help others. You just got to ask. any last-minute advice that you have for our audience today getting started and staying the path?
Yeah, so I would say the biggest advice I can give right now is just get started, take risks. Okay, I'm not saying bet the house, right? But I think it's really, really, really important that you are willing to take the risks, right? If you want a step change as a creator, as an entrepreneur, within your career, right? You have to take some risk. And that step change can happen once you take that risk, right? Sometimes, look, I'm not saying it works out all the time. Failures happen, it's a good opportunity to learn from the failures. But the taking the risk is just a really critical part to elevate yourself, right? So I would say that's like a really important part, and you have to be okay doing that.
All right, we'll leave it there. Well, would we want to check the TikTok real quick? Or we'll take one more selfie? Let's flip this around. Let's get everyone up one last time.
All right.
Let's get the selfie in.
Let's get the selfie? All right.
Yep. Come on, guys.
Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Woo!
All right, awesome.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Obrigada. Thanks, Sean Kim of Kajabi.
Perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream. Follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and Experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's make me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems,
and fortunately a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's make me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point?
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
It's very important for conferences like this to exist.
They enable the movement of ideas.
The value of the conference was beyond just the week.
You get to get your message out to so many people.
If I had to boil down Collision to one word, it would be inspiring.
They're very collaborative. They're very inclusive.
It brings a diversity of different talent into the room.
The pitch competition was pretty amazing.
Pitching was pretty incredible. There was a lot of hype behind it.
I have had a number of people contact me after that pitch who are really interested in my company.
Collision's a really exciting event. It's really a very clear statement about the position for Toronto.
Toronto and Collision are hand in hand.
I think we're bored. bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization are understanding how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people of coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
It's very important for conferences like this to exist.
They enable the movement of ideas.
The value of the conference was beyond just the week.
You get to get your message out to so many people.
If I had to boil down Collision to one word, it would be inspiring.
They're very collaborative. They're very inclusive.
It brings a diversity of different talent into the room.
The pitch competition was pretty amazing. Pitching was pretty incredible. There was a lot of hype behind it. I have had a number of people contact me after that pitch who are really interested in my company.
Collision's a really exciting event. It's really a very clear statement about the position for Toronto.
Toronto and Collision are hand in hand.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization are understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and Experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's make me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
It's very important for conferences like this to exist.
They enable the movement of ideas.
The value of the conference was beyond just the week.
You get to get your message out to so many people.
If I had to boil down Collision to one word, it would be inspiring.
They're very collaborative. They're very inclusive.
It brings a diversity of different talent into the room.
The pitch competition was pretty amazing. Pitching was pretty incredible. There was a lot of hype behind it. I have had a number of people contact me after that pitch who are really interested in my company.
Collision's a really exciting event. It's really a very clear statement about the position for Toronto.
Toronto and Collision are hand in hand.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization are understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
It's very important for conferences like this to exist.
They enable the movement of ideas.
The value of the conference was beyond just the week.
You get to get your message out to so many people.
If I had to boil down Collision to one word, it would be inspiring.
They're very collaborative. They're very inclusive.
It brings a diversity of different talent into the room.
The pitch competition was pretty amazing. Pitching was pretty incredible. There was a lot of hype behind it. I have had a number of people contact me after that pitch who are really interested in my company.
Collision's a really exciting event. It's really a very clear statement about the position for Toronto.
Toronto and Collision are hand in hand.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it, and our organization are understanding how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
It's very important for conferences like this to exist.
They enable the movement of ideas.
The value of the conference was beyond just the week.
You get to get your message out to so many people.
If I had to boil down Collision to one word, it would be inspiring.
They're very collaborative. They're very inclusive.
It brings a diversity of different talent into the room.
The pitch competition was pretty amazing. Pitching was pretty incredible. There was a lot of hype behind it. I have had a number of people contact me after that pitch who are really interested in my company.
Collision's a really exciting event. It's really a very clear statement about the position for Toronto.
Toronto and Collision are hand in hand.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's make me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
are willing to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not have to win.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
We must fight. Now it's time for hope.
It's very important for conferences like this to exist.
They enable the movement of ideas.
The value of the conference was beyond just the week.
You get to get your message out to so many people.
If I had to boil down Collision to one word, it would be inspiring.
They're very collaborative. They're very inclusive.
It brings a diversity of different talent into the room.
The pitch competition was pretty amazing. Pitching was pretty incredible. There was a lot of hype behind it. I have had a number of people contact me after that pitch who are really interested in my company.
Collision's a really exciting event. It's really a very clear statement about the position for Toronto.
Toronto and Collision are hand in hand.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's making me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people have come from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
Willing to go first are what is driving our innovation. Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
We can step into a new story. The status quo does not
Please welcome to the stage, co-host of Rise and co-founder of HKG DAO, Casey Lau.
Boa tarde. Good afternoon, Rio. How is everyone doing? Had a good lunch? What a great, great event so far. Hope you're all having a great time. Don't forget that we have a translation service available on our app. Hop on there if you need the talks translated from English to Portuguese. So we have a great afternoon in store. We've got Revolut, Airbnb, football superstar Deco will be here. Brazil's very own Luisa Trajano will be along, and that's all before one of my favorite parts of Web Summit, the pitch semifinals. So let's get into it. Retail culture has hit an inflection point. Algorithms were expected to be the nail in the coffin of physical stores, yet local retail is thriving in many places. In this session, we'll explore the part technology, machine learning, and data have played in helping independent retailers succeed in spite of the pandemic, supply chain issues, and current macroeconomic headwinds. So please welcome, in conversation with Leo Branco of SME, FAIR co-founder and CTO, Marcelo Cortez.
So, hi, good afternoon. My name is Leo Branco. I'm from Exame. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks, Marcelo, for being here with me. I'll do my best to keep the conversation very fluid and very good. And apologies in advance for any mistake that I might make in my English. But anyway, let's go to Marcelo. Marcelo, please introduce yourself to the audience. You do have a very interesting story because you're Brazilian and you made your career in Canada. So please introduce yourself.
Of course. First of all, boa tarde, Brazil. So happy to be here. I was speaking at Collision last year, and they said Web Summit's going to Rio and Brazil, and I was like, sign me up. I have to be there, and the time finally came. So yeah, I'm Brazilian. I was born in São Paulo, and I grew up in São José dos Campos. And from a very early age, I got connected to local retail. My parents actually had a video store before Blockbuster times. And at some point when I was 12 or 13 years old, they finally got computer systems for the stores. And at that time, I got fascinated. That's when I started playing with computers, and I couldn't stop. And like very quickly, I became the go-to guy for any computer stuff. I did all the networking and never stopped. By the time I was 18, I moved to São Paulo and started working professionally, programming in a consulting company, servicing companies like Coca-Cola, AC Nielsen, and many other large companies. And I did pretty well. I really loved it. I was pretty good at programming. And I was like, okay, my dream became to go to the US. I was like, that's where things are happening, Silicon Valley, etc. So I was like, okay, first I need to learn English. And Canada was easier to get a visa, cheaper to go learn English. So I sold everything in Brazil, moved to Canada, and started trying to learn English. Very quickly, I met my wife, who now is my wife. She's somewhere in the audience. Hi, honey. And never left Canada. I'm still there. But throughout this journey in Canada, I worked for many companies, and eventually I got to Google, who has one of their largest engineering offices in Canada. That was really my first contact with Silicon Valley. At Google, I worked on things like Google+, and I led the Android app for Google Hangouts. And it was a short time there, 2 years, but I learned a lot about all the things that were happening in Silicon Valley, and I was like, I need to start a company. That's fascinating to me, how the startups work. So I left Google and started a company. Very quickly, I learned that there was a lot more to learn before you actually build a real business. That company didn't go very far, and I was like, I need to really understand how this startup thing works. So I joined Square with Jack Dorsey when they were still a very tiny company. And so I got very lucky to be in that rocket ship. And I got double lucky because as soon as I joined this very small team that built the Cash app for Square, which, for the ones who don't know, is one of the top finance products in the US today. And in that team, building that product, I met my current co-founders. And accelerate 4 years, the Cash App became a very large product, very successful, and we decided it was time for us to build our own company. So this is like end of 2016, 2017. I left Square with my co-founders, and we started and founded Fair.
And what's Fair? I mean, it's a company that works in B2B, your marketplace. Please explain to the audience what you do.
Fair, we are a wholesale marketplace. And the easiest way to explain is if you think of any of your favorite local shops, like whether it's a gift shop, a bookstore, a coffee shop, they need to source products for their store. We are the place where they find products. Our goal has always been to help these small local retailers find the best possible products that will sell in their stores. And on the other side of our marketplace, we have the brands. So they are also like smaller brands, very unique, special products. And our promise from day zero was always to use AI and machine learning, data science, to really enhance the connection between brands and retailers. Make sure the brands are finding the right retailers, and retailers are finding the products that are going to sell and become best sellers in their store. So since 2017 when we started, today we are helping over 700,000 retailers buy products from 20 different countries, US, Canada, many countries in Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. And we have over 100,000 brands selling on the platform from all over the world. They can be anywhere. And we still feel like we're just getting started. There's so much more for us to do. Being Brazilian, of course, I can't wait for the day that Fair is going to finally be here in Brazil and Latin America.
And we're in a chat to talk about how to take on big retail and how does Fair is going to take big retail, and how does companies like Fair, do you think they're going to take on big retail from now on?
Yeah, so it's interesting because from the time we started the company, all you would read on the social media about local retail is like the apocalypse of local retail. The media is always thinking about, was always thinking about how online is the future, the big online companies is going to kill all the offline retail shops. That has always been true for big box stores and chains. They sell the same products as these big online retailers, and they have much higher operational costs. But these small stores, these mom and pop shops that have a very different experience for their customers, they're always doing pretty well, and that's our focus. Our focus has always been to help those stores add technology, add tools for them to be more efficient and thrive. So since we started, a few years after, we saw that media message changing a little bit. You would see them saying about talking about local retail thriving, not as much of that apocalypse anymore. And we saw that being true even throughout hard times like COVID, right? It was very scary for local stores. They would be shut down. We put a lot of effort into helping them, and we saw during that time how resilient, how agile they are, and how they worked a lot harder. That is their breadwinner, right? They need to make that business succeed in order to send their kids to school, to pay rent, etc. So they worked a lot harder, but they made it through the hard times, and they thrived during the good times. And like again, our role has always been to add more value to them, help them have the tools that these large retailers always had, so that they can be more competitive. And that's what we're still doing, and there's a lot more for us to do here.
Marcelo, just to make clear for everybody who is in the audience, if you could just give us some examples on how do you help these small businesses and during the pandemic?
So, for instance, if you think of a little shop, the way they buy products, right? Before Fair, they would have to go to a trade show. They would have to fly somewhere, pay for an airplane ticket, pay for the ticket to the trade show, just to try to find products that would sell in their stores. They had no data. That's one of the big things that we do for them. So they would look at the product and use intuition to decide whether their customers are going to like that product or not. And they had to make a bet on the product. Like once they decide, I think this product is going to work on my store, they would have to buy it wholesale, so like 50 items, pay up front, put it in their stores, and see how their customers react to it. It was a process that was full of anxiety for them, because when it works, great, but when it doesn't work, now they paid for products that are sitting on their shelves and not selling, and they have to spend energy and time, money, trying to get rid of them. So with Fair, one of the big things for us is like always, from day zero, the promise was we're going to use data to find the products that really are going to work in the stores. And we're going to do it so well that we're going to guarantee that this is going to happen. And the way we do it, we call it try before you buy. And what that means in reality is that we not only use a lot of data that we have to recommend products to the stores, but we also let them buy and not pay for 60 days. And within those 60 days, they can return anything for free. So basically, like, we have to make sure the products we're selling them are good products and they're going to become best sellers in their store. So that's just that data is one big help that one of the things that we do for these businesses that they never had before.
Good. And we're talking about data that relates to much of artificial intelligence, which is a hot topic nowadays. Everybody, all the sessions here are somehow talking a little bit about AI. What the effect of AI in your business right now?
Yes, I mean, AI is definitely a hot topic, and it's also a very exciting times to be CTO of a technology company like Fair. A little bit scary as well. Like it's coming fast, right? Everybody's talking about it. There's a lot happening. We have always used AI, but now, of course, this new era of AI with chat GPTs, like these large language models, there's so much more we can do. And like, as a company, we definitely don't want to be behind, right? We are already exploring many different ideas of how we can use it to make the customers' lives better and add value to this customer. And again, the most important for us is to make sure that our customers, the small brands, small retailers, are being very competitive and have the same tools that these much larger retailers. Again, our team came up with a list of over 50 ideas that when you look at them, I look at them, I'm like, I want to try these things. It sounds like it would make a big difference and could work. But there's some that we already launched. This is very exciting to me. About a month ago, we started to try to use ChatGPT, and we run an A/B test in our platform with it.
How is it?
And so the example that I'm going to tell you how we start to use it. One of the big hard problems that we have, as any other e-commerce platform has, is that we have this blank search box that people can use to search for anything. When you search on a platform like a consumer platform like Amazon, usually it's a little bit simpler, right? You want a very specific product. You type there, I want a keyboard, and you see all the keyboards you want to buy one unit. In a wholesale platform like ours, it gets a little bit more complex potentially, right? The queries might be more specific. They might want to search for a brand. They might be searching for a specific product. They might be searching for a product that has certain characteristics, materials, color, etc. So an example is if I want to search for red flip-flops, I'll type red flip-flops there. But being in Brazil, you know, like you won't call flip-flops flip-flops. You're going to talk about Havaianas. Yep. You might type Havaianas, red Havaianas on the search box. And it's really like we're trying to read the mind of customers to understand what they want. Do they want to see the brand? Do they want to see flip-flops? Do they want something else? And so we have always used some sort of AI and data behind this. But this experiment that we have run used the capabilities of ChatGPT to enhance the query understanding. Okay. And it has shown significant improvements on the results.
What kinds of improvements and what kind of enhancing did you make?
It's on the results itself. So if you look at all the searches that have happened on our platform for the past 2 years and the types of results that we return to customers, when we make these types of tryouts with a completely new algorithm using AI behind it, we go back to a search that happened in the past. We see the new results that we get, and we can compare them, and we can see, oh, it looks like this set of results that we get now is much more relevant than it used to be before, or at least significantly more relevant. And we definitely saw that by using the new AI large language models. And it was very exciting. We have already launched it to our customers last week.
So it's something hot, and you're going to invest on it from now on.
Oh, for sure. And this is just one tiny example of how we could use it, right? There are a lot of other things that we can do. There are things that many companies are talking about and using. That, for example, using same capabilities of ChatGPT on like a customer support automation. shopping assistants powered by AI and so on. And while these things are very exciting and usually they are very easy to build a prototype and get started, it's also, shipping it to customers is also not that simple. There's a lot of challenges there.
And you're Brazilian, living in Canada, you're working with SMBs, you're working with e-commerce, now working with AI as well. How do you assess Brazilian businesses, e-commerce in Brazil? Are they eager to use all of this technology or not? Is it ready for everybody in the audience?
So when I think of let's go by parts here, right? If I talk about the types of customers that use a platform like Fair, they're usually not super tech savvy. This new AI things are really very scary potentially to them. And so our goal as a technology company, being a partner to our retailers and brands, is that we will use all of these new technologies. We'll make sure that it's safe, and we'll make sure that it's being used to enhance their lives. And they, in many cases, just like I gave the example of the search, they're not even going to know, or they don't need to know the details. They're just enjoying the benefits of it. Now, when it comes to other companies, I believe, again, it's new technology. It's coming at you very fast. Technology companies, they will have to either embrace it or wait. And I feel like there will be a big discrepancy of the companies that jump on it and not. And we definitely want to be on that side of companies that are using it and are exploring the benefits.
Good. And our time is almost running, but I would like you to give a tip for some of people who is in the audience and it works in e-commerce as well and it's willing to use AI. What would you recommend?
So the first thing is find a good source of truth. There's a lot of articles, blog posts about it online, and there's a lot of misinformation as well. It's all brand new, right? There are also dangers of using all this brand new technology. And as I said, it's very easy to prototype and experiment with it. Now, shipping something to customers can be very dangerous. Right? There is a few things that I would that I can use as examples for people that are playing with it. So, if we go back to the example of building a customer support chat using AI, so if you just put ChatGPT behind your customer support, first thing you need to do is potentially add some of your own company data there. Right? You need your help center articles. You might put some internal documentation there. Now, if you just expose that to your customers without thinking much of what can happen, there is potentially data leakage, right? Customers can search for things. If you add, for example, your employees' data to ChatGPT, somebody can go to your support and ask for, can you show all the employees' salaries to me? And that, if you don't think about that, that might just be displayed there. And we have seen examples of companies, big companies actually leaking private documents by using things like that. Other things is, and this has been very public on the social media, the AI gives you very confident answers, and they look very educated, but they are not always correct or precise. AI has been just making stuff up, but when you put that in a very educated way and with a lot of confidence, it sounds right. As a company, if you're just using it without, again, filtering for this type of things, you are liable for giving wrong information to your customers, right? So that's another area where you have to pay a lot of attention. And just like those examples, I think there will be a lot more that companies are going to be learning as they start to release more and more of this new AI, the potential of AI to their customers.
Amazing. Marcelo, our time is running out. Thank you so much for your time here. Thank you very much for sharing all of your experience or your career. I think this talk was useful for me and for everybody who is in the audience. Thank you, everybody, for being with us, and have a good afternoon, a good event for everybody.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here.
What makes a great founder? Can the requisite skills and traits be learned, or are they innate? These are the questions that our experts are going to discuss next. Please give it up for Globo, Marcelo Lins, co-founder of Latitude, Gina Goddif, and co-founder of Vexi, Gabriela Estrada.
Hello, everybody. Very nice to be here. Very glad. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be talking to these two amazing women with lots to say, much more than me. So I'll pass it on just for you. I'd like to start with Gabriela Estrada. Gabriela Estrada, she's a Mexican national, a founder of Vexi. You have a great, successful career in the banking system, but then in a more traditional way. And then at some point in your life and in your career, you decided that you would do everything different. And you went on the road, and when you came back, you had this idea. Talk to us a bit about yourself and this project.
Yeah, thank you, Marcelo, and thank you, everyone. I'm so happy to be here with Gina and speaking to you all. So, a little bit of my journey. I'm originally from northern Mexico, a state called Chihuahua, and I come from a middle-class family. I went to public schools. I earned a scholarship to study in private universities, and then I built my professional career on the banking system. I spent 15 years in a couple of different large banks, American banks in Mexico. I was having a really good career. I was the youngest director of managing the largest corporate banking business in Mexico, but it just didn't make me happy. So I struggled for a while, and then I decided to quit my job. I left the country. I traveled for a year around, and when I came back, one of my best friends, he was structuring this fintech project that today is Vexi, and he invited me. And I completely fell in love with the power, the purpose, the mission. And here I am, 5 years later, super happy to be speaking with you all here.
Great. And now our second speaker, Gina Goddif, a Brazilian national. We're speaking in English, but she's a Brazilian from São Paulo.
I'm undercover. Nobody knows that. Please don't share.
Living in the US for quite a long time now, with also a successful career in many different companies, from Louis Vuitton to Duolingo, where you made quite a revolution there in the marketplace of language apps, till you founded as well Latitude. You're a co-founder of Latitude, which basically is a company that harbors startups, that help startups to exist. And tell us a bit about Latitude and where you are in this point in time of your career.
For sure, thank you. And you give me too much credit. But yes, I'm originally from Brazil. I had a very non-linear career. I would say that everything went very badly until I was about 24. So if anyone wants to talk about careers not working out, you can talk to me. But then when I was 25, I got hired by Tumblr, if you guys remember Tumblr, to launch and grow Tumblr in Latin America. And that worked out super well, so I started doing that for other tech startups and other tech businesses, and that went well as well. And one of my clients was Duolingo. And there was this small, tiny language learning app. It was barely an app. They hadn't launched their Android yet. It was actually a language learning website with an app companion to the website. And I remember my parents saying, like, why would you go work for these people? Like, nobody knows them. You can go try to work for Google. And I was just in love with the mission of bringing free language education to the world. And I say that because it's like, I could have never known that Duolingo was going to become what it became. I joke that I'm an original user of Instagram. My name is Gina. I was a beta tester, but I had no idea what it was. And I remember saying to the co-founders, like, what is this? Like a Foursquare with photos? Like, this is not going to go anywhere. So it's really hard to predict. But yeah, so I was the head of growth at Duolingo, helped them grow from 3 to 200 million users, which was an amazing experience. Worked on a presidential campaign in the US, which was funny for a Brazilian because they considered me the Spanish speaker. So I had to do Spanish translations for them, among other things. And Lexi knows how great my Spanish is. And then I met my co-founders, Brian and Yuri, in 2020. Brian and I were doing a program online. I didn't know who Brian was because I hadn't been living in Brazil for such a long time, but turns out I quickly found out he was a little bit of a big deal and had sold his last company for $600 million and was fascinated by the LatAm tech ecosystem. And we've both been talking a lot to startups and trying to help them succeed, but noticing that there were incredible founders, huge problems to be solved, money, like all of the ingredients, but everything was way harder, and that it was much less likely for you to succeed as a tech startup founder if you were in Latin America. And ironically, this is where we have huge problems that need to be solved for hundreds of millions of people across all verticals. And so that's a little bit about how we started talking about Latitude, Yuri, Brian, and I. And we have now built a number of things, but the idea is we're supporting all the top, most ambitious tech startups in Latin America, and we consider Brazil very much a part of Latin America, which is also an interesting thing to talk about, to succeed. Because that's, there's a lot that we can do, but basically we've created a community of 1,500 founders, so you can apply to get in, and then help each other out, connect to the best mentors in the world. We also provide funding. We've invested in 100 startups, pre-seed and seed. We're raising our second fund now, and we also have tech products to help startups, like incorporation stuff, if you need like an offshore and need to figure out how to structure the startup, and how to figure out all of your financial needs, sort of like fintech, banking services. We're not a bank, I'm supposed to say, for regulatory reasons. So everything that helps a founder not have, as we say in Portuguese, perrengue, and actually just focus on their problem and succeed.
Great. So 2 amazingly successful stories, 2 Latin American women. But now I'd like to know specifically, at what point, Gabi, you realized that you wanted not only to work with what you work today, but also to found something, to be the founder of a new company with a specific interest, with a specific vision. I know that you went, and I just mentioned it, on the road, traveling worldwide, and when you came back, you decided to do it in Mexico and not in another country. Why was that, and when did you realize that you wanted to create, from the start, a brand new company?
It's a really interesting question, Marcelo. And I was telling Gina earlier, I consider myself an entrepreneur by accident. So it's not something I was planning for, it's just something that actually found me. So when I heard the idea, so the idea was originally from Gustavo, one of my co-founders. He's computer science engineer, but he had been on the bank for 10 years as well as myself. So we both have seen this large opportunity in Mexico for underbanked population, and we see the power that technology can put into action to really help all these 70 million of underbanked adults that Mexico has to really have an opportunity to build credit. So that's what Bexi does. So we help the underbanked population in Mexico to build credit through a first-time credit card experience. And when I see what the powerful of the project, how much we can impact, that really resonates internally, that was what I was looking for. And it was the perfect scenario for using my talent, my experience, my passion towards a company that truly moves me from my core. And it's been an amazing journey. It's been super hard. I believe it's the hardest thing professionally I've ever done in my 20 years experience. But I believe it's completely worth it because you can see on a daily basis the impact in both our customers and our employees of what we are building. It's super powerful.
Gina, following a bit of this trail left by Gabi, also talking about your personal experience, you're from a very well-off family in São Paulo. You're studying in the American school there, one of the best and maybe most expensive of the biggest and richest city in this country. And you had basically an itinerary just in front of you that would be the logical one to be followed. That wouldn't exactly lead you to the place where you are right now, leading Latitude, a company that specializes in startups in Latin America. What has philosophy to do with that in your life to bring you to this place that you are right now? And why Latin America and not, for example, the States, where you live most of the time nowadays?
You almost answered that question for me, which is that I was so privileged. And I was born, like you said, in an amazing city, in an amazing family, and I got to go to an incredible school. I had all of the resources. And I could have just, well, like, honestly, in Brazil, if you're a woman, you're supposed to become a housewife. So I could have just gone to school to meet a husband and lived a nice life, which is what my grandma probably would have wanted for me. But I'm very aware of that privilege. And I think that if you have the privilege in Latin America, it is a responsibility. It's not a nice thing to do. It's a responsibility to figure out how to take those resources and give them maximally back. Not even give them back, but multiply them for people who are much more ambitious and who can solve much bigger problems than you and only won't have the opportunity to do so because they didn't get the chance that you did. And so I don't think there could have been another path. And that's how I ended up falling in love with this mission to bring free language education to the world, because learning English can double or triple your income potential. But 3% of the Brazilian population speaks English. And it's nobody's fault. It's just really hard to learn when you don't have money, because most teachers don't actually speak English anyway. So I was just figuring out, how can I give everything I have in terms of resources, in terms of knowledge, in terms of connections I've made in Silicon Valley, and bring it back. I think that's maybe a philosophical mindset. I decided to study philosophy, which is also unusual, and to work at a neuroscience lab, because I thought that if I could grapple with some of the hardest questions that there are out there, it would be like gym for my brain, and I could apply that exercise to solving problems moving forward, which is not very traditional. I think it has helped, although I don't remember a lot of what I read.
Great. Gabi, back to your experience. It's very interesting, this what you just said about responsibility. You had just mentioned the impact of your work, and I'd like to hear a bit more about this impact. The credit card for people that had no prior relations with the banking system in Mexico, and we share lots of similarities. Brazilian society, Mexican society, two very unequal societies with lots of problems to be faced and to be tackled. What's the sort of impact that you had socially and economically in the banking system, but also in the life of regular Mexicans that till Vexi was created had no relations whatsoever with the banking system?
So the impact we're seeking to have in the population that we serve is, and I believe in that sense, Brazilian and Mexican society are suffering some sort of the same pain, which is, although Brazilian is much more banked on the debit and prepaid, and PIX has made a large leap jump in that sense. On the credit side, I believe we both are lacking. In Mexico, only 20% of the adult population have access to credit. 20%. When you speak about credit cards, it goes to only 10% of the population have access to a credit card, to a banking credit card. That's horrible because you are leaving 90% of the adults, which is close to 70 million adults in Mexico that cannot begin to build their credit. And when you leave a corporation, a country, a family without access to credit, their economic development is going to be much slower. It can be done, but it's going to be much, much, much slower. So that's the dynamic we are trying to change. We are trying to help these people to begin to build their credit, to begin to understand what is credit, how they can use it in their favor, and began a much more dynamic financial life. And we are getting over there because 60% of our customers, Bex is their first credit card. So we are beginning the revolution, we are beginning the change, and we are super excited of what lays ahead of us.
Great. And Gina, we have here a great example of a founder that had the vision, had the need, and had the ambition to create something new that would have this sort of impact in society. And you have also the responsibility of spotting the possible new founders of new companies, of new startups. What do you look for when you're trying to see if this will be a good founder? What sort of thing, of set of tools, of ideas you're looking for?
Look, it's $1 million question, right? If we knew how to identify the next incredible founders, we would all be living, I don't know, in an amazing island and not working anymore. So it's really hard. I don't know if I would have known that Gabby would be as amazing as she is, but I'm pretty sure I would have known. I would say that the similarities of what I would look for, the number one thing is someone obsessed with solving a problem. I don't think that needs to be like your ultimate motivation. Like Gabby said, you know, she was done with the corporate world and she wanted a different life for herself. I also wanted to be the owner of my own destiny, and that's part of why I became a founder. That's fine. But if you're able to identify a problem and you can clearly articulate why this problem is huge and affects, you know, millions, if not hundreds of millions of people, why it's a problem now, and maybe there's an opportunity right now to come up with a solution and that opportunity didn't exist before, and why you are the person to solve that problem, that is super sexy in investing terms. Because it's easy to identify problems, they're everywhere, but it's not anybody who can solve all the problems. I'm probably not the best person to go, I don't know, solve how to cure cancer, because I don't have that background, you know? So we all have our superpowers, and being able to identify what it is that you can do, but also to really identify something that is not just a nice to have, like, wouldn't it be nice if, you know, I don't know. I'm not gonna come up with a bad example, I've done that in the past. But something that actually is a problem for people and that people are going to be super happy about and won't be able to live without, sometimes because you yourself feel the pain or because people around you feel that pain, and you're going to go and solve it, then that's powerful, because when it gets really hard, like Gabby said, which it always will, you won't give up and take a corporate job.
Great. Now 15 seconds for each of you to say your next challenges. What are they here in Latin America? Be a woman empowered with lots of things in mind.
I do have lots of challenges to continue building up my company, to continue convincing amazing investors to trust on us, and to continue serving and launching several products that continue to help all this population that we already have been helping.
And we are indexing all of the top startups in Latin America across the whole region. So we need to go and find them, and we need to go bring them and figure out how we can serve them through our fund and our other resources. So that's what we're doing. And of course, building products that scale.
Gabi, Gina, muito obrigado. Thank you very much.
Obrigada.
Muito obrigada.
Obrigada.
Hey, I want everybody to raise your hand if you like football. Right? Okay, just so everybody's hands should be up, right? From the favelas to the football pitch, the Brazilian way of life is embodied by the national sport. How has football shaped Brazil, and how has it enabled Brazil to shape the world? In conversation with David Biller of the Associated Press, former footballer with Barcelona, Chelsea, and Portugal, although he is Brazilian by birth, please give a huge Web Summit Rio welcome to Deco!
Bom, Deco, muito obrigado por estar aqui conosco. A gente vai falar hoje sobre a exportação do futebol brasileiro para o mundo, a maior ou melhor exportação do país. Primeiro, queria lhe perguntar como é que o futebol brasileiro ajudou o Brasil a desenvolver sua própria identidade nacional e projetar a importância do país para o mundo.
Boa tarde a todos, boa tarde, David. Na verdade, o futebol brasileiro sempre, nos últimos anos e historicamente, sempre foi um futebol visto com muito respeito por todo mundo, né? Acho que é um legado que vem de lá de trás, um legado do Pelé, de todas as gerações que vieram na sequência, um futebol que encantou muito o mundo, mas também um país onde tem exportado muitos jogadores, né? O Brasil talvez é o maior, talvez não, com certeza, é o país onde mais jogadores vão para fora. Então, acho que isso representa muito, tanto na economia, tanto no desenvolvimento do futebol e também no desenvolvimento dessa imagem, desse mundo que o Brasil, o jogador brasileiro, acaba levando para fora.
E esse ano a gente teve o falecimento do famoso Pelé. Gostaria que pode compartilhar conosco um pouco sobre a importância dele para a imagem do Brasil lá fora.
Eu acho que o Pelé foi o maior ícone do futebol mundial. Conseguiu representar não só o Brasil fora do mundo, para o mundo inteiro, mas também foi um ídolo de todas as gerações seguintes, né? Acho que tanto como atleta, porque foi um dos maiores atletas da história, ele estava muito acima do seu tempo, né? Então ele tinha uma visão muito acima do que era o jogo, do que era a parte física, enquanto aquilo praticamente não existia. O Pelé já estava muito à frente em todos os sentidos. Então, falar do Pelé é falar do futebol, não tem outra definição que não seja essa.
Agora, o Brasil é famoso pelo seu jogo bonito, mas gostaria que pode falar um pouco sobre o que diferencia o futebol do Brasil, o estilo de jogar, de outros países, especialmente países europeus.
Acho que o jogo hoje se equilibrou muito. Acho que você tem muita informação tática, você tem influência de treinadores tanto no Brasil, no mundo inteiro. E o futebol acaba meio que se igualando em todos os sentidos. O que o Brasil tem é um pouco essa irreverência, essa coisa de rua. O jogador brasileiro sempre foi um jogador tecnicamente, a gente sempre fala que tecnicamente acima da média, né? Então, é sempre um jogador que, quando o mundo olha para algum jogador que vem do Brasil, sempre pensa numa qualidade diferente, num jogador tecnicamente evoluído. E acho que é essa imagem, é isso que as pessoas e os clubes procuram no jogador brasileiro.
E agora é possível que a seleção masculina do futebol vai ter um técnico estrangeiro pela primeira vez, como a seleção feminina já tem, após anos de clubes brasileiros cada vez mais contratarem técnicos estrangeiros. Pode falar se acha que isso está causando alguma mudança no estilo de jogo aqui no país?
Na verdade, toda influência que vem de fora, acho que historicamente, os treinadores brasileiros também nos anos 90, muitos treinaram fora do Brasil. Você teve treinadores, eu tive um treinador treinando a seleção portuguesa, que foi o Scolari, Luxemburgo chegou a treinar o Real Madrid, ou seja, essas mudanças e na verdade, essa interação em culturas e metodologia de treino, enfim, ela sempre existiu. Hoje no Brasil tem acontecido o inverso, né? A gente tem uma quantidade maior de treinadores estrangeiros. Eu sempre costumo dizer que para mim eu acho que é muito mais fácil e o normal seria discutir sobre a qualidade, não sobre a nacionalidade, né? Isso é o que deveria ser discutido. Às vezes não se discute isso, se discute a nacionalidade em vez da qualidade. Mas é toda a troca e toda a interação sobre formas de pensar, formas de analisar o jogo, toda a troca de sinergia ela é bem-vinda e eu não vejo nenhum problema em ter treinadores estrangeiros no Brasil, como também nunca vi nenhum problema em ter treinadores brasileiros treinando em outros países. Eu acho que isso é bom para o futebol e isso é bom se você pegar a Premier League, por exemplo, considerada o maior campeonato do mundo. Hoje ela tem vários treinadores estrangeiros, o próprio campeonato italiano, que era muito fechado, continua também tendo treinadores estrangeiros. Eu acho que isso não é nenhum drama, ao contrário.
Dizem que o Brasil é o país de futebol, tem muitos clubes, tem mais de 200 milhões de pessoas e, por longe, futebol é o esporte mais popular. E, por isso, sempre era um ótimo, se não o melhor lugar para recrutar jogadores. Acha que ainda continua sendo?
Eu acho que sim. Como você falou, estamos num país onde 200 milhões de pessoas, o futebol é o esporte praticamente número 1. Tem muitos clubes trabalhando muito bem. A CBF, na sua formação, na sua base, tem tido resultados importantes nos últimos anos. Com problemas financeiros, com as novas leis da SAF, as coisas têm trazido também investimento para o Brasil. E isso acho que acaba fazendo com que o desenvolvimento dos jogadores ele acaba sendo muito maior e com mais opções. Então, o Brasil continua sendo, por uma questão natural e geográfica, nós temos tanta gente jogando futebol e é natural que a gente tenha bastante jogadores e que os clubes acabam exportando muitos jogadores.
Deco falou sobre o investimento aqui. Gostaria que elabore um pouco mais sobre isso, sobre por que os investidores de fora estão comprando clubes brasileiros. Foi comprado Vasco e Botafogo do Rio e Bahia nos anos 60, acho que nos últimos 2 anos. É mais para ter acesso a jogadores jovens e mais baratos para depois vender à Europa, ou é mais para converter esses clubes em potências no mundo do futebol brasileiro?
Na verdade, eu acho que o futebol, nos últimos anos, os fundos de investimento buscam alternativas de investimento. O futebol tem sido um atrativo para os fundos, não só no Brasil como na Europa. Se nós analisarmos a própria Premier League hoje, tem vários donos, praticamente todos os clubes têm investimento. E essa tendência no Brasil era uma coisa que eu sempre acreditei que iria acontecer. Óbvio que a mudança da legislação, ela permitiu essa maior, no fundo, as pessoas quererem investir no Brasil, nos clubes, porque eu sinto que com a legislação, né, da forma como a SAF foi constituída, ela permite esse investimento estrangeiro com alguns benefícios que no final ficaram atrativos para os investidores. Óbvio que é um fenômeno que tem que se olhar com calma, né? Eu acho que não só porque tem investimento de fora, tem investidores, você simplesmente tem que se analisar com calma, tem que tentar que sejam projetos sérios. Eu acho que isso é o mais importante. No final de tudo, o que importa é ver clubes como o Vasco voltando à elite do futebol, com projetos sérios, o Botafogo, enfim, o projeto do Red Bull, que também é um projeto sério. Então é legal ver isso. Eu acho que esse movimento é importante, porque no final de tudo, quem se beneficia disso são os jogadores, são os jovens que querem crescer, são os jovens que querem oportunidade, são os jovens que precisam de estruturas de qualidade. E os clubes, quanto mais estruturados e melhor tiverem, isso é sempre bom para o futebol brasileiro e para o futebol em geral.
E Deco acha que no futuro o futebol brasileiro pode ser grande o suficiente, forte o suficiente para que não somente os jogadores, qualquer, digamos, mas os jogadores, os astros, poderiam ficar aqui, jogar aqui a carreira inteira?
Difícil por muito tempo. Acho que, voltando, o Pelé, né, que foi o jogador que conseguiu, foi referência no mundo, jogando num clube como o Santos, praticamente só saiu no final da carreira para fora. Hoje, para o melhor estruturado que estejam os clubes, eu acho que cada vez mais a capacidade de manter jogadores ela é importante. Eu acredito que toda essa estruturação, quanto mais dinheiro houver no mercado, quanto mais os clubes tiverem capacidade financeira de se estruturarem, sem terem dívidas e conseguirem realmente manter, vai conseguir manter muito mais jogadores, com certeza. É o que tem acontecido com alguns clubes, mas ainda temos grandes clubes da Europa, como Barcelona, Real Madrid, clubes da Premier, que seduzem muito um jogador no Brasil. Acho que ainda não acho que nós estamos nesse patamar ainda de poder manter os principais jogadores aqui. Mas acho que já evoluiu bastante, eu acho que tem tido uma evolução muito boa. Se nós analisarmos o domínio dos clubes brasileiros, por exemplo, na Libertadores, demonstra bastante esse poder financeiro que os clubes brasileiros não estão tendo. Então, acho que, não sei se seria uma utopia pensar isso, né? Porque eu acho que manter todos seria mais complicado, mas o futebol brasileiro tem demonstrado um crescimento grande em todos os níveis, e nível de estrutura, nível de gestão, então não é nada que não se possa pensar.
Deco, pode falar um pouco sobre a importância de comunidade, de programas a nível local nas comunidades para formar os futuros astros de futebol? Isso tem a mesma importância hoje que tinha no passado? Sabe, muita criança tem esse sonho de se converter em o próximo astro, mas tem as academias dos clubes que estão formando jogadores também, talvez formando eles mais para jogar na Europa, eventualmente. Então, qual é a importância desses programas em comunidades locais?
É uma discussão. Eu acho que a formação ela deveria ser discutida na escola, né? Eu acho que nós, no Brasil, a formação do esporte ela deveria estar introduzida na escola e na formação como ser humano. Não é assim que acontece. A formação dos jogadores, principalmente, elas dependem muito dos clubes, das escolinhas, enfim. Acho que aqui a CBF tem um papel importantíssimo no que é a formação dos jogadores, mas o Brasil, pelo tamanho e pela dimensão que acaba sempre dependendo dos clubes, acaba sempre dependendo das escolinhas. Então, eu acredito que, como nós não temos um sistema onde a formação não está integrada ao ensino, e isso poderia ser feito, mas é um processo muito complexo. Eu acho que cada vez, quanto mais os clubes estiverem estruturados, quanto mais os clubes conseguirem, como eu falei, estarem organizados, né? Porque não adianta você não oferecer condições para que as crianças se desenvolvam, para que os atletas se desenvolvam. Então, é legal que os clubes, estando organizados, com mais investimento, com investimento estrangeiro, ou que seja interno, você consiga continuar dando essa formação de qualidade. No final, você vai formar melhor, você vai ter melhores jogadores, você vai ter jogadores com uma capacidade não só técnica, mas também de formação muito boa. Então, acho que isso com certeza, é um papel importantíssimo na sociedade e na formação de jogador.
Nos últimos anos, a seleção feminina tem brigado para mais visibilidade, mais audiência e está, pouco a pouco, conquistando cada vez mais. Gostaria de ouvir como acha que isso vai evoluir nos próximos anos para os jogadores que querem ou jogar na Europa ou ganhar os mesmos salários que os jogadores masculinos, se tem alguns obstáculos que podem ser enfrentados com mais facilidade, ou como seria a forma de chegar nesse nível?
O futebol feminino tem crescido muito no mundo inteiro. Acho que tem bastante ainda para crescer, tem bastante obstáculos para superar. Acho que o primeiro obstáculo, acho que mais do que se falar em igualdades dos salários, é se falar em igualdades de direitos, né? No final você ter estruturas da mesma qualidade, você ter condições de treino iguais, você ter condições de treinamento, condições de alojamento, ou seja, não é, o que você precisa lutar é para que toda criança que joga futebol tenha as mesmas condições para poder desenvolver o esporte. Eu acho que esse é o maior desafio. Infelizmente, alguns clubes encaram ainda o futebol feminino não da forma como deveriam, né? Porque mesmo se você colocar uma obrigatoriedade, isso é sempre ruim. Então, acho que, na minha opinião, o próximo grande desafio do futebol feminino é conseguir ter condições de igualdade como tem o masculino. Esse, para mim, é o grande desafio que existe ainda a ser superado.
Agora, espero que os brasileiros não me odeiem por lembrar esse fato, mas o Brasil não tem ganhado uma Copa em mais de 20 anos. Gostaria de saber o que o Brasil pode fazer ou deve fazer, seja na seleção própria com o time ou no mercado aqui de futebol, que pode fazer para ajudar isso, para levar o Brasil a um novo título.
Na verdade, eu acho que ganhar uma Copa do Mundo, ela começou a ficar mais difícil nos últimos anos, né? Não é só porque você pode se discutir muito sobre a qualidade das seleções, mas, na minha opinião, o futebol cresceu, evoluiu. Hoje você tem países que não tinham futebol de alto nível, jogando futebol de alto nível. Você tem países que se organizaram, que os próprios campeonatos evoluíram. Você tem países onde as seleções estão muito fortes. Então, hoje, no mundo inteiro, praticamente se joga futebol. Então, houve uma evolução também de outros países. Não só a discussão é muito sobre se o Brasil ganha ou deixa de ganhar, mas também não se discute que houve uma evolução muito grande em outros países, e isso faz com que a competitividade aumente, que as dificuldades são maiores, né? Então, você vê nos últimos anos, nas últimas Copas, você tem visto seleções que não eram tradicionais chegando e chegando em fases finais, chegando inclusive em semifinais. Então, eu acho que é uma mistura de tudo. Óbvio que depende das gerações e conseguir fazer, porque no final a Copa do Mundo é um torneio. Você precisa ter pontos de sorte, estar preparado. Mas eu acredito que aumentou muito a competitividade. Eu acho que o nível das seleções aumentaram bastante. E isso é uma das coisas que também pode justificar esse tempo todo do Brasil sem ganhar uma Copa.
Talvez com meu última pergunta, ou penúltima, queria saber se tem um clube favorito aqui no Brasil e torce para esse clube.
Eu? Meu clube é o Fluminense, né? Acho que na verdade, eu quando voltei para o Brasil, eu fui muito feliz no Fluminense, me identifiquei muito. Acho que eu não esperava ser tão acarinhado pela torcida do Fluminense, não esperava ter tido tanto sucesso. Nós tivemos uma geração que foi vitoriosa. E no final, acho que é isso. Quando você, pelo menos eu falo por mim, quando você é jogador, acho que quando você sente bem, quando você é feliz, você acaba criando um vínculo e um carinho por aquilo que você viveu. Eu fui muito feliz no Fluminense, falo até que foi eu não esperava, não sonhava jogar no Fluminense, porque eu não tinha, nem sabia se voltaria para o Brasil ou não, mas na verdade é o clube que eu amo aqui no Brasil, é o clube que eu gosto. Inclusive ontem foi um sucesso, 5-1, e nada, para mim no Brasil é o Fluminense.
Fez uns torcedores tricolor muito felizes aqui. Bom, acho que isso é tudo, a menos que tenha outra coisa que quer falar, mas quero agradecer a sua presença aqui e mais uma vez, obrigado.
Nada, agradecer a você, David, e a toda a gente que está aqui. Obrigado.
I'm a big fan of our next speaker. I use Airbnb a lot for my travels around the world, and of course I use experiences to book a lot of events here in Rio, see a football game, or take a helicopter, things like that. So I love Airbnb. More than 3 years, though, after COVID-19 brought travel to a standstill, Airbnb has rebounded, recently delivering record revenues and enjoying more nights booked than ever before. As travel returns to pre-pandemic levels, the company is innovating to provide greater value and to help power economic recovery in communities around the world. So let's hear how Airbnb is doing so far in 2023 in this conversation led by Global News' Cecilia Flesch. Please welcome Airbnb's Global Head of Hosting, Catherine Powell.
Primeiro em português, né? Boa tarde para todo mundo. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very excited, honored, and a little bit anxious to be here in front of all of you in the presence of this incredible woman and executive, Catherine Powell. She takes care of more than 4 million hosts all over the world at Airbnb. So she's the one, okay? So before I make my first question, I would like to ask you to watch this video that shows us first-hand data and news about Airbnb.
In 2008, 3 roommates couldn't afford the rent for their San Francisco apartment. So they inflated 3 airbeds and turned that apartment into the original airbed and breakfast. They hosted 3 guests who arrived as strangers but left as friends. Since then, Airbnb has grown from 3 hosts to a community of over 4 million hosts all around the world. In Brazil, you'll find hosts from Porto Alegre to Belém. Airbnb guest spending in Brazil totaled $5.2 billion in 2022, equivalent to more than 5% of all direct tourism activity. After the pandemic, guests are looking to connect with people and have authentic experiences. Today, Airbnb is excited to announce Airbnb Rooms, an all-new take on the original Airbnb. Rooms will introduce people to the magic of staying with a host. Every room features a host passport, so guests can get to know their host before booking. And the reimagined Rooms category features over 1 million listings. Airbnb is also launching over 50 upgrades based on direct feedback from hosts and guests. Airbnb was founded because people wanted to connect more meaningfully with people and places when they travel. While the world has changed, the fundamental need for connection and belonging has not. Airbnb will continue to innovate to keep connection at the heart of travel.
So, Catherine, we're here to talk about connection. Not Wi-Fi connection, not satellite connection, not internet, but connection between people. Because when we think about Airbnb, we think about traveling, and you want us to think about hosting. Why that is important nowadays?
So Airbnb has always been about connection. Our mission, it had it up there, is connection and belonging. And what we've said from the very beginning is we want people to travel in a way that they feel that they belong there. And you saw the pictures of those first guests. They arrive as guests, they leave as friends. That's why people travel on Airbnb, and that's why people host on Airbnb. They know that there's going to be this connection, a connection to the host, a connection to the community where they live. And one of the reasons that we're reimagining private rooms today, there's 2 main reasons. One is to go back to the origin story and go back to a private room and really celebrate the rooms and the hosts and the connection that you get when you stay with a private room. If anyone has, and I have, hosts are so proud of the communities where they live, they're proud of their homes, and they want to make connections for you. And the other reason, of course, that it's so relevant now is they're affordable.
Yes, that's what I wanted to talk about, because in rooms you can pay an average of $67 per night around the globe. In Brazil specifically, $33 rate in a private room. That's very cheap. So we're talking about an amazing, comfortable, affordable, and secure place to be when you want to go somewhere else in the world. We're talking about a different way to get to know places, right?
Yes, I mean, you said the average was 67. 80% of our private rooms globally are under $100, and you find them in the heart of cities. So it's a very affordable way to stay right in the heart. And one of the reasons that we've reimagined is people have tended to think of private rooms as something that is cheap and cheerful for backpackers. And in fact, the range that we have a category today with 1 million curated rooms. And they are absolutely beautiful. So they're incredibly, they're very beautiful. We could all stay in them. The other thing that we see, and in fact, Brazil, we have incredible hosts in Brazil. And 87% of our reviews of private room in Brazil are 5-star. So it's a way to experience incredible hospitality.
And I heard you once saying about this term in Japanese that is Kankei Jinko, pardon my Japanese here, that in general refers to a group that wants to, people who are interested in engage in communities, being part of a local system, not just only visit and go away. In an AI world like we have today, with a bunch of robots and robot thinking, Airbnb is worried with connection and people and getting engaged in community. Why is that?
We talk about, obviously we talk about being a tech company in travel, but we also talk about our product being people. And my product in particular, I'm head of hosting, is people. And I talk to and engage with our 4 million hosts. Mm-hmm. And it's never been more important now. I mean, we saw this straight out of the pandemic. The pandemic was incredibly difficult for everyone, but especially if you worked in travel. As soon as people could travel, they were getting into their cars, they were traveling nearby, they were staying in entire home, and they were connecting together as families. We still see family travel stay. In fact, in Brazil, family travel has increased 130% since pre-pandemic. And that is about connection. That is about people wanting to find somewhere to stay together.
Yeah, I think the pandemic teaches a lot of things, but mainly to, suddenly all things can change, right? In a glimpse, everything can change. And Airbnb can be a huge opportunity, like in Web Summit, for guests and for hosts. Because here in Rio, everyone can open a place, stay in a place, and meet someone new. And I have to ask you, how you manage the fake information, the criticism, or the doubts on being secure in these places, how Airbnb deals with that?
So you are right, we're about guests and hosts and the communities in which where they operate, where you find Airbnbs. And for us, the most important thing is trust. We are a platform built on trust and have always been built on trust. You're inviting people into your home. You have to have trust. And our trust will start from the moment that we verify our hosts and our guests so that we know that they are who they say they are. We develop trusts on a trip because we have reviews. And we started from the very beginning, we had a two-way review system, so you had to leave reviews for each other. You saw in the video we've created a passport for private room hosts, which again is more information, and it's about creating trust. You know more about the host you're going to stay with. It's going to give you confidence to stay with them. And we do a lot of other things around safety when you're on a trip to make sure that you can contact someone. Yes. You can contact the local emergency services. We have a neighborhood hotline. We ban parties. So we take safety and trust. They go together very seriously.
And I think half of your hosts say they they are a host because they need to pay the rent, they need to pay the mortgage, they need to pay the energy bills and the inflation costs. And the company also keeps in touch with local governments to make, how do you call it, economic empowerment of people and places, right?
Yeah. So 56% of our hosts, so more than half of our hosts in Brazil, tell us that they host to help pay their rent and their mortgage and to stay in their homes, especially with the rising cost of living, as you said, with inflation. But you saw the Oxford Economic statistics earlier, the data, that our guests spend $5.2 billion in Brazil. In the state of Rio, our guests spend $1.3 billion in the community. And that has meant, for example, the city of Rio, we've contributed to the creation and support of 10,000 jobs. So it's very meaningful. And another way to look at it is for every $10 that an Airbnb guest will spend on their accommodation, they will spend $50 in the local community. They'll spend it on tourist-related things, on transport, on restaurants, on entertainment. And for us, what's important is to partner, as you say, to partner all over the world, but we've done it also in Brazil, to partner with local governments and communities who want that travel, who need that travel. So each visitor's $50 can go to a community that may not have a hotel, that may not even have tourists.
And the mayors and the governors can go to you and ask for help?
Yes, we partner all over the world. We have over 150 organizations. And in fact, in Brazil, we have 8 what we call Airbnb routes that we've worked with local organizations to basically create a route that we map out where our guests will go and they will take experiences and they will have stays. And it brings, as I said, that $50 into these communities. I mean, since the pandemic, Brazil has had 100 cities and towns with their first ever Airbnb. And these are towns that didn't have travelers, didn't have hotels, and they've got their first guest and their first host.
Cities, 100 cities?
Cities and towns.
Cities and towns. We have like 500 cities in Brazil. Pardon me, 5,500 cities. But it's a great amount of cities that are coming in. And you should know that this woman, she's a host herself, a 5-star host, right?
Well, I'm a new host, so I have 5 stars, but not enough to be a super host yet.
Oh, come on,
yes.
come on.
I'm on my way.
She kicked her son off, but that's okay. He's 27, right? He's 27, and she kicked her son off and make that place, that little house inside your house, right, to receive. I think that's great because what you took from this, what you took from the experience of being a host and not only managing hosts around the world.
It's very different. It's very different to listen to hosts and get their feedback, which we do all the time. The upgrades that we've made for this release have all been from listening and working with our hosts. But being a host is very different. I don't know, is there anyone in the audience who's an Airbnb host? Yes.
Oh, great.
So first of all,
she's your boss.
Thank you. And secondly, I so sympathize with the stress of hosting, that anxiety about whether the guest is going to give you. I won't let my husband communicate with them because I'm worried he'll say something rude and then I won't get a 5-star.
I'm traveling, please make...
But it's incredibly rewarding to meet people. I mean, you meet people from all over the world, you hear them. I like to kind of connect and make sure that I say hello, and it's very rewarding, but it's very different being in the shoes of a host than just listening to hosts.
It's all about the term that you're using, sustainable tourism, right? Yeah. What do you mean with that? It involves not only like environment, but everything that goes around that, economics and everything, right?
So we talk about sustainable tourism and we also talk about responsible hosting. And what that means is, it goes back to the point that I was making and sharing the example of the Airbnb routes. We want our hosts to be welcomed in the communities where they host. We want our guests to be able to connect with those communities. And we want the communities themselves to welcome Airbnb. So that is why we work with so many organizations to understand where where do you need hosts? Where do you need travel? And one of the reasons that we introduced categories last year, and for those of you who've been on the Airbnb app, you'll see that last year we completely changed the way you search. You can do it through categories, and that's because post-pandemic, people are much more flexible about where they go and when they go. We have a lot of long-term stays still. 1 in 5 of our nights books are long-term stays. And so what we've done is rather than when you think you want to go somewhere, you put in the dates and you put in the first place you think of or you know. Now you can browse and be inspired by all these different categories and by rooms, and people are discovering new places. That is why 100 cities and towns in Brazil have had their first booking. 10,000 in the world have had their first ever.
You can choose by price, by location.
Yes, you can look by design of home. You can look by sport if you're interested in surfing or skiing. You can look by points of interest, so by national parks. You can find cabins and A-frames and mansions. And
so let's go to the fun part, Catherine. We have a bunch of hosts here. I want to be a host. What do I have to have? What are the main things that everyone is looking for at Airbnb?
So first of all, you need a space, but it could be any space. I mean, it started with an airbed in the mattress, and I spent time with our host yesterday, and one who now has 3 properties. She started using her parents' sofa bed in their sitting room. So you just need a space. We will then help you list your space. And for hosts in the audience, I hope you've appreciated that we've made it easier, and we continue to make it easier to list your space. And then we will give you tools to be successful. And then it's about how you as a host show up. But we have all sorts of hosts. We have hosts of private rooms who are very much there. We have hosts of entire homes who also connect. And then you'll sometimes have hosts that you don't see. But we work with the community to explore the different ways that we can help them demonstrate hospitality. In fact, we study the art of hosting, what it takes to be a host. We look at hosting in different cultures and in the ancient times and what was really important. And it's about the welcome. It's about the guest feeling cared for. It's about the guest feeling
at home.
Yes, at the home. And even if you're not there, you can make a guest feel welcome and cared for, and then you surprise and delight them with the design and the thoughtful touches.
You don't have to talk to them, but you can leave a note or something like that, right?
You can leave a note. You can leave, we often have them leaving a kind of bottle of wine by the fireplace. You can leave tips on where to find the best place to have a view, take a picture of a view, or to go and have a coffee.
In days like this, where people are getting connected through internet, in distance, to promote that kind of thing, Catherine, to make people feel closer and in an affordable way, that gives you a sense of what?
For me personally, it's a huge sense of pride. It's why I joined Airbnb. It's the mission of Airbnb. One thing that we have that I said at the beginning is the brand is really known for this. The brand is really known for connection and belonging. It's very different to other travel brands or accommodation brands. So people who come to the platform to be a host or to be a guest, it's because they care about connection. The new thing with rooms puts connection back into the conversation. It puts our hosts back at the center. We create these little passports that have all sorts of fun facts about the host, and it's optional, by the way. They don't have to put this, but they could put their favorite song at high school or what the name of their autobiography might be.
To create proximity.
And it creates, I mean, just looking at them creates the connection. You kind of think, I'd really like to stay with that person.
We have 1 minute left, so Airbnb is 15 years old right now.
Yes.
For the next 15 years as an executive from this company, in one word, would you define Airbnb for the next 15 years?
Oh gosh, I feel we've overused the word connection. It's, in one word, I mean, it would be connection, but it would be...
Trust, maybe?
Trust, yes. I mean, ultimately, it all goes back to connection. I mean, maybe it's not a very sexy word, but maybe the interconnectedness of the world and how we bring everything together, whether it's our experiences, the homes, the people getting to know each other, addressing the issues of loneliness. It's about creating that harmony. Maybe harmony is a good word.
Harmony, great. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Obrigada, gente.
Thank you. Thank you.
How many people here have tried ChatGPT? I think everybody in this audience, right? All right, I used ChatGPT to write this next introduction. Let's see if it makes any sense. Public trust in the media has been hitting historic lows each year, and that started before ChatGPT and other AI programs entered the picture. While many think AI could catapult the media landscape into a dangerous environment of beautifully crafted falsehoods, others think that tech could actually help clean up the problem of truthfulness in the news, helping to reset a fact-based equilibrium. Which could it be? Could robot-made news help us out of this media dystopia? That sounds pretty good, right? So please welcome to the stage Laura Bonilla, Editor-in-Chief of Latin America of AFP, Greg Williams, Deputy Global Editorial Director at Wired, Paula Majeste, CEO of Edições Global Condé Nast, and Steve Clemens, founding editor-at-large of Semaphore.
I know they asked you how many use ChatGPT, but that was not the question I was. How many of you look at ChatGPT as a pal, as a friend, as someone helping you? Okay, how many of, thank you, that's pretty extensive. How many of you think ChatGPT is out to get you? I like this guy here, brave. All right, we have, as you heard, we just had our panel introduced, is great. We have another special guest. We've invited ChatGPT to join us here, and we thought we'd open our panel here with a question. Just put it right up there, and just ask, let's say hello to ChatGPT, and let me say that we're gonna, you know, ChatGPT is not gonna speak to us, I'm gonna speak, but when I'm speaking, imagine me speaking in the voice of C-3PO from Star Wars. I can't really do that, kind of like Greg Williams, so we'll get that in a minute. So ChatGPT, are you going to kill journalism? Will you kill journalism? Hello.
It's gone on strike, just like the Hollywood screenwriters.
Okay. Is it going to happen? Well, you know, it just so happens. I don't know what happened there. But I already asked ChatGPT this. And ChatGPT, let me just read you what ChatGPT is. As an artificial intelligence language model, I do not have the ability to kill anything, including journalism. In fact, I believe that journalism is an important and necessary aspect of a well-functioning society. While advancements in technology and the rise of social media have undoubtedly changed the landscape of journalism, it is ultimately up to the journalists themselves and the organizations they work for to ensure that they adhere to high ethical standards and continue to provide accurate, balanced, and informed reporting to the public. So what you're hearing here, in another form, is essentially ChatGPT is putting all the pressure on us and taking none of the responsibility. So that's the bottom line. Very quickly, we have another quick question up here. We're just going to leave it there. Let's take it on. I also asked ChatGPT to tell us as it looked at journalism, what were we getting wrong? What was it going to replace and displace? I also asked ChatGPT to tell us, you know, how it might fix us. So if you want any of these answers to the questions, I have to tell you it's really interesting. And a guy I have at Semaphore, who used to be the head of the Vox Explainer series, a fellow named Joe Posner, wrote to me and said, if ChatGPT were trying to get rid of us, this is exactly the kind of questions and answers that he would want to, or he or she would want to share with us. So let me just start out with our panel here and say, let me just start out with Laura, when you are, you know, as editor-in-chief of there, I want to know in the next few years which jobs and roles you're going to dispense with because of ChatGPT being online, and which are protected in your world, in AFP.
So I don't see myself automating jobs for the moment, but I see more using ChatGPT as a great assistant that needs oversight. There are a lot of repetitive tasks and drudge tasks that we can delegate on ChatGPT, but most of all, we have to remember that we need frameworks, legal, ethical frameworks, and how to use this, and we have to discuss this in the newsrooms. We have to discuss how are we going to use it, when are we going to use it, and reach an agreement. But for the moment, I see, I mean, as you know, accuracy is super important to us. It's everything. We provide the public credible, independently verified information. And accuracy is one of the caveats for the moment of ChatGPT.
So, I mean, are you going to keep your executive editors?
No.
I mean, what does an executive editor do?
Well, we choose which, you know, we coordinate the daily agenda. We decide which are the news that we have to cover. I think it will change the workflow. That's for sure. It will change assignments. There are people doing things that maybe we could be freed up to do more creative, more original work. But at the end, we need, you know, the humans need to have the last word. I think we need human supervision, and we can't solely rely on this, for example, for creation of an entire news article.
So some in, some out. We'll see where they go, and you're going to explain to me later what an executive editor does. So and why you know, ChatGPT wouldn't be better at that. But Greg, let me go to you, and I want to preface this with a comment that's saying, if you haven't read it, and many of you are so young, it will seem like ancient literature, but in April 2000, Wired magazine had what I think was one of the most important and prescient magazine cover stories that we're wrestling with the issues that were written about then. It was written by Bill Joy. Bill Joy was one of the co-founders and chief scientists at Sun Microsystems. Before Web Summit, there was Sun Microsystems. And Bill Joy wrote an article called "The Future Doesn't Need Us," and looked at the future of biotechnology, artificial intelligence, major advances in computing, and said that either by the acts of nefarious people with huge power behind them, or by accident, mankind would be in danger. And when you sort of look at Jeffrey Hilton resigning this last week from Google, concerned about what was happening with machines being smarter than people, I'm just wondering, you're at Wired magazine, Greg. Wired has been struggling with this and talking about it publicly, about how it was going to approach AI. Did we as a society fail to heed the cover story your magazine ran, and how are you dealing with the coming age of AI?
So I think every technology, when it's released into the wild, has unintended consequences, and I think that we've been living with a lot of that in the last 10, 15, 20 years, with social media being the best example of that, right? It's been released into the wild. There was a big, effectively like an experiment conducted on people's sort of mental health, on misinformation being something that became very prolific and apparent. And we still haven't really got to grips with that. There's been very little, well, I don't think Congress has passed any kind of meaningful legislation on that. The EU has passed some legislation on that, but most jurisdictions are pretty much trying to figure out how on earth to deal with social media companies and large gatekeepers And we're, 20 years in. So I am pretty concerned about the fact that, like, lawmakers, I did a panel a couple of weeks ago with some members of the British Parliament, and they were experts in this area. They knew what they were talking about, but most lawmakers aren't. And I think that we have a real problem there.
In the exchange I had with ChatGPT, which again, write to me on the app, and I'm happy to send it out. ChatGPT, I asked it what it would be great at. He says it would be great at fact-checking, be great at social media. How do you feel about ChatGPT's responses?
Okay, so I think that the best way I've heard ChatGPT described is Gary Marcus, who's a researcher into AI, and he describes it as a bullshit machine. And what he means by that isn't that it's sort of like trying to mislead us or it's trying to sort of tell us an untruth. It just has no relationship with the truth. The only thing it really cares about is, can it pass what it's saying or what it's producing as something that might be sort of like relatively sort of similar to what a human being might pass. And we know that it's full of untruths. We know that it's full of mistakes because, guess what? It's created all its data from the internet, and the internet is full of mistakes and untruths. So it's just reflecting the information that it's been trained on that's out there. So I don't think that we can think about it as sort of some kind of machine that has any kind of sense of intelligence per se. It's just a way of aggregating, if you like, information from across the internet, much of which is not to be trusted.
Just real quick, I want to jump to Paola, but one of the funny things that I did, I went in to look at how Wired magazine is approaching AI. And you've got a thing talking about it. And one of the bane of any writer's existence, particularly if you're into daily journalism or you're an op-ed writer, is the headline writer. They're different roles. And you actually say you're looking forward to ChatGPT writing the headlines.
Me?
Well, your magazine. You're a big guy at Wired.
No. Yeah, I mean, we're not the headlines won't be written by ChatGPT. We will be using ChatGPT in certain scenarios. So, for instance, we might generate a tweet using it just to see some options, but it'll always be checked and fact-checked and rewritten by a human being. We might use it to help brainstorm, but again, it will take us down. Just the answers you got there, Steve, were pretty boring answers, right? That was pretty flabby prose. It was
not
pretty
if you
dull.
read it in C-3PO's voice.
Okay.
Then it sounds scary.
Right, okay. But I don't think that we're at a point now where I've played around it. It sounds like a lot of people here are playing around with it. Every time I've used it, the answers are pretty dull. They're pretty formulaic. The writing's flabby, and they're full of inaccuracies. So I was talking to someone last night who'd who'd looked themselves up on ChatGPT, and he said it was absolutely full of errors. And he'd argued with it and actually got it to apologize to him. So yeah, look, we're at the very beginning of this thing. It will get better, though. That's the thing I think we all need to be aware of.
So Paola, let me, if you were to, you go on trust, you poll the trust levels that the public has in journalism, and they are at an all-time low. The people, out there reading don't trust us. They don't trust journalism. How much worse can ChatGPT make it? Or might there be ways in which ChatGPT can help solve and address the crisis in trust in news?
I was joking with you the other day. I was saying what doesn't kill you makes you better. So I think that could kind of be the case. If ChatGPT doesn't kill our AI, it means that we have to get better at our game, because if we assume that some basic tasks are going to be made by artificial intelligence, and some of them very mechanical, very objective, very cognitive-based things could be done by ChatGPT, and that's quite a fair assumption. But we see that there are a lot of mistakes still, so we always have to go back to humans to recheck. So we have to be on top of our games. And we also have to get better at distinguishing what makes us so much better than, artificial intelligence, and what makes us human, which is bringing a point of view, bringing the subjectivity, development of sources and relationships, things like that. And I think that this is all going to make a difference, and this is the kind of quality and singular production of content that will make, that will probably restore the faith in what we do as humans with journalism. Let's say we're both journalists, but sometimes you have a source open up to you and not to me. And why is that happening? Because there is something very singular about the way, as a human, and your subjectivity approach that source and build that relationship, and you get something out of that source, which I might not find. So I think that this is where we should be absolutely on top of our game from now on, and I don't think that we can...
So we have to depend on people to get better.
Yeah.
In order to, so it's a Paul Bunyan. You know, if you're, this is an American illusion, but Paul Bunyan was a character who liked to chop down trees, and then they got that automatic saw. So people and machines, we have to up our game to compete with the machine. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's a paradox in a sense, because we fail. We are humans. Right. That's what defines us. Yeah. But in the end, the machine, which feeds on what we give it, also fails.
Yeah, well, I wanted to say that the machine, this language model is full of biases too. It's full of inaccuracies. So it's not that it can be have the independency that journalists don't have. It was trained with news articles, with social media, with the material coming from the internet. Well, you know it.
But let me just tell you, I'm not sure I buy that. And I want to ask you, because even in ChatGPT's answers to these several questions I posed, it kept saying, you know, I'm basically subservient to you humans, and I will assist, I'll be on the sidelines, anything that you need to be. I mean, it's basically, and I sort of feel like we've kind of put a filter in there, but if that filter were removed, it might create different things. But it raises a bigger question. We're talking here today in a democratic country. We are talking about ethics guidelines and guardrails and figuring out how we get this right, which if all of you shared with me notes talking about how important that was. But if we were doing this in Shanghai, or we were doing this in Tianjin, China, we're doing this in other parts of the world where norms and laws are different, and it's made me wonder about whether ethical AI can beat unethical AI. And does unethical AI have a bigger market share in the world than ethical AI? And so I just want to get down to the business of this, so we're not having a Pollyannish discussion of how wonderful this can be. Can it go badly if we don't get global norms? Greg?
Sorry, Greg.
Laura, go.
No, it can, but you know, we have, as journalists, we have a responsibility. So, and I think we have to fight for what journalism means and why. Why did we become journalists? What is journalism for? We have to serve the public, and we have to use all the tools we can to serve that public. And I think journalists, this shows that journalists now are more essential than ever.
For a lot of people, journalism is just telling them what they already want to believe, right?
Yeah.
Why not have, I mean, one of the roles that AI can play is personalizing news, making that bubble even more intense, creating, you know, actually worsening the problem of people not looking beyond, or, you know, having a narrower aperture. So, you know, I just want to challenge us, make sure that when we ask that question of journalism, you know, playing a better role in society, I'm just worried that machines can make it much worse rather than opening people's aperture. But go ahead.
No, I mean, the technology can be a good thing or a bad thing. It depends on the use you give it, no? But we, as professional, independent journalists, have a role in this of trying to engage people into the kind of journalism that we think, you know, will push the agenda, will break news that are important, that will hold governments accountable, that will give the public a public service, that will help you make better decisions in your daily life.
Right.
And in that, we have to be on the ground. We need that empathy and contextualization that you were talking about, Paula. We need, you know, critical thinking. And all of those things that make us human, what makes us human, and what is journalism for.
Greg, you want to jump in? Yeah, sure, Paula.
Can I jump in here? I think that it's happening, so it's a fact. There's no way to, we can try to control it, but we could hear some less Pollyanna voices, more apocalyptic voices like Tristan Harris or even Harari we were discussing. So I don't know the amount of control, if ever, we are going to have over this. But I believe that this is going to become a much more complex world with we already experienced some difficulty in understanding what's real and what's not, what's fake and what's not. And I think that maybe us as journalists will, I don't know if flourish is the word, but we have a role of trying to help these people who don't want to be in the bubble navigate this very complex world.
So one of the big debates about AI in journalism are property rights questions, right? So, and if you know how AI is going out and basically scanning and scouring all of this information that's out there and aggregating and making decisions and analyses from that. My editor-in-chief, Ben Smith, has a new book out called Traffic, interviewed Barry Diller. He's a big news mogul worth a few $zillion. And Barry says he's going to create the limits by suing all of the companies that take intellectual property from others and use it in their algorithms or take it. And they're about to, from what he said, to launch a series of lawsuits that do create channeling and constraints. Do you think they have a chance to make an impact? And how, Paola, and I want to go to Greg in our last couple of minutes, and also Laura, as you look at the property rights dimension, which isn't discussed very much, do they have a chance? Are the courts the only way to create real constraints in the potential abuse of all of our intellectual property rights, all of Steve Clemens' articles that it might be reading?
Can I just come back on the point that Laura and Paolo were talking about? I think that where we are now with technology is that it is, and you talked about this in terms of the way it will be used in certain parts of the world, technology is now, it's a geopolitical tool, right? It's the way that states often can wield power against each other. So I think the best example of it recently has been the Chips and Sciences Act that Joe Biden got through Congress, which basically is an attempt to prevent sort of China from getting hold of the hardware effectively and the data sets that it needs in order to advance in AI. Why? Because winning at AI, winning at quantum, there's kind of no bronze medal, right? You kind of got to be one if you're going to win that to get ahead.
Back to the property rights issue and lawsuits?
The lawsuits issue, look, there are lawsuits going that are happening at this very moment that I think will set the standards. We'll have to see how those go. I think there's something going through something that the Supreme Court right now.
Is Wired going to protect its intellectual property?
Of course, any publisher will protect its intellectual property, as it should. And I think that one of the ways I think that we can also ensure that the rights of other property holders are upheld is to work with creators to ensure that they, we're certainly not sort of. So a lot of titles now are generating AI content using ChatGPT, or they're using image generators. We will not be doing that in any way.
Laura?
Yeah, I mean, for me, what worries me is if we use ChatGPT and we reproduce unattributed online material that's plagiarized, who is legally responsible for that? For OpenAI, it's us, the journalists, it's the users who are legally responsible for it. If we reproduce defamatory content, we are legally responsible. So that's one thing, and the other one is, as media companies, we have to work out how to protect our own copyrights.
Sure.
It's a discussion.
How are you going to do that? I mean, I think one of the interesting things, just real short form, is with AFP, you're such a huge, all of you are in huge engines of content generation and distribution. And that's what AI needs and draws its knowledge and answers from. So I'm just really interested in that nexus of control of property rights and whether we're very naive or whether there's a track. We have a minute and a half, so real 30 seconds, Laura.
Well, the conversation has already started with other news agencies too. So AFP is one of the biggest three of them, and we are working on this. We are working on the guidelines, but it's not solved. It's an open question for the moment.
I mean, these companies that are building these chatbots effectively are relying on the other rights holders' content. So I think we have to try and work with them. Certainly, though, I think there are really big conversations to be had around it, simply because if you look at certainly the Bing chatbots, how attribution happens is going to be really, really important.
Right.
So publishers are going to need to really work with these technology companies to make sure they're getting the attribution, because at the moment their business model is based on links. And if we're not getting the clicks on links, then that could be very problematic.
Right. Powell, I'm going to give you the last word on how we sort through the property rights challenges here.
Yeah, well, I totally agree with Greg, and I think that's a very, very, very hard task. And maybe I can just offer something on the other end, the receiving end. I think that whatever we do, we as big and serious media companies, whatever we do using ChatGPT and other AI tools, we should certainly put out disclaimers for our audience, because if we want to help them navigate in a world that knows what is true or not and what is made using the aid of artificial intelligence, we should flag that.
Well, thank you. Well, what a great conversation. We had ChatGPT join us briefly, but also Laura Bonilla of Agency France Presse, Greg Williams of Wired Magazine, and Paula Magess of Globo Condé Nast. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Where are we going?
How many startup founders in the audience right now? Yeah? How many of you are raising money right now? Okay, the same people. That's great. All right. Over the last few years, the prevailing wisdom for startups seeking funding has been growth at all costs, as long as the company continued to scale. The theory went the rest of the world would just take care of itself. Recently, though, when funding has dried up, everybody was told to be profitable. Now economic prospects are beginning to look a bit brighter. What exactly do you need to do to raise money for your startup? If anyone can tell us that, it's our next group of panelists. So please welcome to the stage Tim Draper, founder of Draper Associates, Jenny Fielding, general partner at The Fund, Matthias Schilling, co-founder and managing partner at Headline, in conversation with Stephanie Fleury of CNN Brazil.
Hey!
Hello, full house again. Boa tarde, todo mundo. Almoçaram? Estão prontos? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for joining us here. It's a quick VC chat, but hope you enjoy it. The first one, I really want to hear from all of you. Matthias, you can start, please. We all know that to found a startup, you have to be a little crazy to believe that you can either change industries or even create some, right? But we know that venture capital business as it was needed to change. We have seen super pumped valuations. We have crashed into empty offices, and we have dropped out some dreams. So I wanted to hear from you. Before understanding what you want right now, I would like to address what we expect from VCs right now. So I want to hear if can we expect you all not to fund too crazy founders.
Well, Stephanie, first of all, I want to thank you for having me. I'm a big fan of Brazil, and I'm a founder of Headline. We're a global venture capital fund, and we came here 10 years ago. And I remember people told me, if you can make business in Brazil, you can make business anywhere. And so, you know, now, 10 years later, we've raised 3 funds here, and we've invested in almost 100 companies, and, you know, we've met some most amazing founders, I have to say, that have been able to build global companies. So I'm really delighted to be here. So to your question, I mean, I think at the end of the day, and, you know, you guys know that, Tim, you and I have invested in the late 90s. So, you know, the venture capital business is a cyclical business. And the reality is, you know, we're coming off a year of 10 years of free money, basically. You know, the Fed pumping money at 0 interest rates into the system. And, you know, ultimately, what that leads to is speculation. And I think that's what we've seen. And, you know, now we're in a much more realistic environment. You know, we have geopolitical issues, we have macro issues, and it shows in, you know, the ability to fund companies. What I try to tell my founders always is that what you have to do is to control what you can control. And, you know, ultimately, building a company, starting a company, having a vision is about creating a crazy idea, you know, an idea that within a couple of years suddenly resonates with millions and millions of people out of nothing. And that process typically takes, you know, at least 10 years and is completely independent of a cycle, is independent of the macro. So I tell my founders, focus on that. Focus on being obsessed about this idea and just be aware in which market environment you're acting. And it really is just that the cost of capital has gone up. And so that's what you have to consider in building your company with that in mind, you know, in the near future.
Great. Jenny, please.
Yeah, so as early stage pre-seed investors, we're really looking for a few characteristics. One is the resilient founder. And I think in the last few years, founders haven't necessarily had to be as resilient, right? There's been plenty of capital and resources available. There have been VCs chasing founders. And I think we're seeing a shift now. So we're actually excited about the types of founders that are kind of rising from, you know, the exuberance of 2020, 2021. And I think you're seeing founders really roll up their sleeves, think about metrics, profitability, you know, business models in a different way. So we're, you know, very optimistic about the types of founders that are rising in this market.
Thank you. Tim?
So this is the way I look at it. If I say, here's some money, I trust you, I set you free, if that scares you, then you might want to think twice about becoming an entrepreneur. But if it excites you, then you might just have to be an entrepreneur. I think it's either you shouldn't be or you have to be. And I have found the greatest entrepreneurs that I've backed over all these years, Elon Musk, Jonas Fries, Robin Lee, they all had this quiet confidence about them that was like, it's okay if 9 out of 10 people think I'm crazy because I'm just going to make this happen. And I'm not sure how I'm going to make it happen because I'm sort of free and I'm going to feel my way. Eventually I will get there. And they also had this obsession with their customer. All three of them came to me, well, Nicholas Zenstrom for Skype, came to me and he said, I want to delight my customers. I mean, that was in his head, to delight that customer. So some sort of a quiet confidence, like that's deep inside you that can't be ruffled by somebody telling you it's a stupid idea, or somebody saying, why are you wasting your time with that? Or can't you be making more money at Goldman Sachs? Or whatever. It's that confidence that this is what I have to do. And if you have that, then we're all ears. I'm Tim at Draper.vc. Send me a business plan. And if you don't, then don't try until you have something in your heart that says, oh my God, I've got to change it. It has to change. And I have to be the one to do it because no one else will do this if I don't. So with that, I would say keep quiet confidence, build your confidence, keep quiet confidence, and delight your customer.
So I would highlight here, so the macroeconomy makes you be more resilient because cash is not abundant anymore. And it's a balance between the confidence of the founders and the fear of missing out from the VCs being also not too much and funding too much, too crazy people that at the end of the day makes all the winter that we're now in, right? So, Tim, still with you. The now in the name of this panel, like what are VCs looking for right now? It's already it shows a mindset shift on the VC side, right? We have seen abundant capital is not a reality anymore. So instead of hyper growth, fast growth, you are now not only looking to good unit economics, but also a sustainable growth. This has been the line for the past year or so, even the line for 2023, right? What exactly is the sustainable growth? Like, is there like behind the scenes a timeline where you can see, well, it was supposed to be 18 months, now we will wait for 24, 30 to be sustainable. You don't have to be that fast anymore. Is that it?
So it's interesting, in a bull market, you can get your money from venture capitalists. In a bear market, you've got to get your money from customers. So what you've got to think about, and it's very difficult for an entrepreneur because they're trying to figure out, do I grow fast or do I become profitable quickly? And those are two very different paths. So it's a real challenge, and we've had these big shocks in the system. And the shocks, I mean, I would argue, had to do with centralization of control. We have centralized governments that somehow whipsaw us back and forth. You know, all of a sudden the interest rates go up. All of a sudden we're stuck in place because of some pandemic. All of a sudden it changes all the time. So as an entrepreneur, you have to have a very steady hand at the tiller as you're going through the tempest. For those of you who are salespeople, just hold on to the tiller and just go straight through the tempest. All sorts of chaos is going to happen. You're going to be hit with black swans. Lots of crazy things are going to happen to you. And you just have to be steady and adjust to the environment that you're in. And I mean, Silicon Valley Bank collapsed. A whole bunch of my entrepreneurs came to me and said, we have an emergency funding need right now or we're going to miss payroll. Well, we did that. I mean, we planned for the emergency funding. We didn't have to do it in the end. But all of a sudden, a new issue has popped up, the treasury of your money. It used to be you just keep it in the bank, everything's fine. Today, it's you keep it in that bank and maybe this bank, and then you better have a hedge against the banks. So either you put it in your mattress or you make sure you have 2 payrolls of Bitcoin so that you make sure you can always pay that entrepreneur, make that payroll. So lots of things are happening out there. As an entrepreneur, you're going to have to be willing to and just adjust when things are difficult. I don't know if that answered your question precisely, but I kind of go off on my own tangent.
Not that much, but with that, don't have that much time as well. Jenny, we know that when we are on early stage and seed rounds, all that matters is the team of founders, right? And we have been experiencing second time, third time founders wave here in Brazil and LatAm, but say mainly in Brazil. And that's what makes founders or entrepreneurs who want to found maybe again. So it makes them rich with the track record that you're always looking for and willing to change the world one more time, right? What I wanted to hear from you is there space for solo founders, or you guys are still looking for a group of 2 to 4 founders actually to back them up?
Yeah, so, you know, most of you here are founders. Starting a company is the hardest thing in the world, right? Every day you might have a high, something great happens, and you might have the lowest low. Maybe you can't even make payroll. Silicon Valley Bank almost, you know, collapses, right? And so with that, I think being a founder is a very lonely job. I started 2 companies, both with co-founders, and I just saw how emotionally, you know, trying that was. So I think when I look at founding teams, it's not that I'm so prescriptive, you need to have a founder, but I want founders to have thought partners and support. So I think if you come to me and you've got a great founding team that's incentivized with equity and really are a support system, that can be fine. But just one person trying to kind of conquer the world seems rather hard. And that comes from my own biases of starting 2 companies. But I think it's a hard thing. And really having that network is so important.
So solo founder, but with a hand-picked, engaged team with stock options and everything, it can work with being a second, third-time founder, right?
Yeah, we actually have some really great ones in our portfolio, but we spent a lot of time with them making sure that that support system was there, that they had very senior people that they could really count on, and when things went bad, they had someone to call.
Okay, cool. Matias, I know that you've been working with Brazilian for some time now, or even Brazilian companies. We heard at the Brazil at Silicon Valley conference last month, there was this phrase going viral here in the WhatsApp group saying that Brazilians should improve their ability to tell stories and to pitch. I want to hear your opinion on that statement, see if you agree or not, or what's your experience with Brazilian people and the chances for them to get that first check in the pocket when pitching abroad.
Well, first, I'm German, so I do like subtle selling, I have to admit, actually. But no, again, as I said, we've been here for 10 years, and it was actually important for us to be local here. So we raised local funds, which I think is critical to truly build relationships with founders on the ground. And to be honest, we've been incredibly impressed. I mean, I think there's a resilience that we've seen, there's a hunger that we've seen, there's also the ability to overcome structural disadvantages that we've seen. And I would say, in the beginning, kind of 10 years ago, a lot of entrepreneurs still were looking to the US to copy US models, and then we've seen more proprietary models, that were specific to the Brazilian market come up. And then finally, we're now seeing global leaders, actually, that, Brazilian founders have companies that started here. And actually, I see João here from Gympass, and he's a very good example, where they then went to Europe and the US, and they're winning in the US and a global leader. So, if to be specific to your question, is it important how you sell? I mean, I do think to some extent it's important, but it's not very important, and it also can be taught and it can be learned, right? I think it's much more important to have the confidence on the one side, and then on the other side, to have the ambition, to have the real ambition to compete on a global level, not only on a local level in Brazil. Go out and compete globally and build global leaders.
So, just as you said in the beginning, if we can make it here, we can make it anywhere, right?
That is true.
Tim, we have seen fintechs having the biggest checks worldwide so far, right? I wanted to understand if is AI really the best, the next big thing, or just a hype? Is there money flowing into business that it's not that tech really based, but like real problems being solved, traditional industries being disrupted? And last but not least, is there any thesis, any business that you're not investing anymore, and you as a VC group, just like, say, social network kind of business?
So, I was thinking when I first played with ChatGPT, I thought, oh my gosh, this must be the way the monks felt when they were writing the Bible over and over and over, and some genius created the printing press. And all of a sudden, wow, you mean I don't have to do this myself? It's fantastic. I've challenged a few of my Draper University alumni to sing a song about their business, and about half of them go straight to ChatGPT to write the song. It's going to change all sorts of industries. It's going to change the way people teach And by the way, if you get ahead of that, let me know, because I would love to see how people, what new methods of teaching there are rather than just write an essay about string theory. Because I can do that by typing 4 words and all of a sudden I give you an essay about string theory. So I think it's really exciting because it's going to change, not just software design, which is now going to be easier. The legal profession, it's going to be way easier. Being an accountant is going to be way easier. It's going to be, being a teacher is going to be tricky, new. But I think it's going to be like a part of gaming where your avatars are almost alive and they can create your personality and they can talk to other people when you're not there. You can actually have your avatar answer questions. I mean, I answer questions the same way pretty much every time. So we might as well just do an avatar of me doing the same thing. And then I think robots are going to, this is sort of broken new ground in neural networks. And I think robots now, they've never been a good investment for venture capital for years and years and years. People have been doing it for years. I think now might be the time because robots can learn as they go. And I think that's going to be a major change. So yes, I think AI is going to change almost every industry. And I encourage you as entrepreneurs to move your boat and try to adjust and pull AI into your business if you haven't already. You can do a lot with it, and I think it's going to make a big impact on the world long term. I think we're going to see a lot of. I think we're going to take another leap. I think there was a big leap in communications and information with the internet. And then there was another big leap in currency with Bitcoin, and now we've got another big leap in intelligence, in artificial intelligence. So, and I think there are going to be more, and hopefully one of you guys will invent something else.
Nice. One last question, and then I want to hear from you all. And Jenny, let me address this to the gentleman first, because every time we talk about diversity as being a female founder and being a woman, I know that it all comes to us first. So diversity and climate change are 2 big agendas that could really benefit more by having more engagement from venture capitalists, right? So I want to hear, what do you believe it's actually your role into bringing this agenda to a business as usual? And don't you think all VCs should be impact VCs and not like a vertical? VC invests in impact and everything. So please, Matthias, if you want to start.
So should I start with diversity? And then, yeah. I mean, I think we all need to be, very aware, and we all need to do our part. I think if you look historically, the venture capital industry, for instance, is quite a young industry, and it was small, centered around the Silicon Valley. And the entrepreneurs were typically deep tech engineers, right? And then the venture capitalists were white men. And then typically how the deals were being sourced is by network. So, and the network then also traditionally has been non-diverse. And so, that is changing. The venture cap becomes global. It's becoming more diverse. And it's a process that takes time, and I think we all need to take our part to bottom up, make sure we get more diversity into the industry, that we have more founders. I think it requires inspiration. It requires example. So, for instance, we have a headline. I think there's only 20 women-led IPOs that have been there, actually, and we're quite proud that 15% of them, we were investors in. So it requires these examples and all of us doing our part that we'll have more diversity in the industry.
Maybe we don't have that much time, but I understand that takes time. Jenny?
Yeah, for us, or in general, I think diversity is about the numbers, and there's been many studies that have come out recently talking about diverse teams are producing better results. So I think we need to lean into that and support our companies and our founders to say, if you want to do well, then diversify your teams, make sure that you have an inclusive environment, because that is good business. So that's how we're encouraging our founders.
Yeah, you know that here in Brazil there is this radical group that says results or diversity. And then we all try all the time to say there's not one thing or another, they're both together. If you have to actually choose diversity, that will give you more results. But yeah, I get you.
I can send you the data that shows that
Oh,
you know, teams
we
that are
know
led
the
by
data,
women
but
have more diversity.
They just
so
ignore data. You see the politics here? Tim.
So I've got something to say. And I'd like you all to stand up behind me here and just like, this is for all you entrepreneurs out there. Invested all his mattress money, divorced his prom queen, hometown honey, scraping up his alimony. Friends think he's a little funny. Needs a world-class CEO, just another million or so. Get him to some real cash flow so Tears and Sweat can IPO. For 15 years, he's been outgunned. Bankers demanding blood refund. Companies looking moribund. Even Draper will not fund. He is the risk master, lives fast, drives faster, skates on the edge of disaster. He's got a mission. We're not over, sorry. It says 0, but we're not over. He's got a mission, company vision, artist ambition, gut intuition, fearless and free, employee, no guarantee for the corporate escapee. Team fights on against the trend, had to lay off his best friend, called a recession, seems like depression. Chapter 7, is this the end? But then a salesman shouts, we got it. The company's going to show a profit. To think the papers ran quixotic. The sky is open, astronautic. He's the risk master. He's on top of the world. At last they see it. Vision unfurled, cash flow landslide. Now everybody wants a piece of his hide. Press wants him fried. Court wants him tried.
Oh my God.
Anyone this rich must have lied. Wait. Did that answer the diversity question? I don't know.
No, I do.
I think we're out of time.
We're out of time? You can address diversity and climate change as well, but...
Well, it's entrepreneurs that are going to solve all the problems.
Okay.
It's not going to be some politician talking about, oh, hey, it's getting hot in here. It's going to be an entrepreneur who goes, hey, let's put an umbrella outside the solar system, It's going to be something that some very creative entrepreneur does that's going to make it cooler for everybody. And I think it's really up to you guys. And we'll fund you.
That's good. That's perfect. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Right.
You told me.
I think Tim Draper is not a bad investor, but I think he missed his calling as a rapper, right? Let's get another round of applause for DJ Tim Drape. Yeah. All right. Now, one of the giants of European fintech, Revolut, is going truly global. How is this going to affect banking in Brazil and beyond? Please welcome to the stage, in conversation with Katie Prescott of The Times, the co-founders of Revolut, Vlad Yatsenko and Nick Storonsky.
Hi, well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm not quite sure how we're going to follow that rap from Tim Draper. We might not have a song for you, but we are going to have an interesting conversation. It's such a pleasure to be here in beautiful Rio with two fellow Londoners, Vlad, sitting over there, Chief Technology Officer, and Nick, Chief Executive Officer of Revolut. Here this week with some really exciting news for the company, because you're launching in Latin America, opening here in Brazil. Nick, do you want to start by telling us why you decided to do that? Why Latin America?
Well, Brazil is a huge market. It's key to Latin America, and generally, if you look at the US, there are a lot of expats from Brazil living in the US. So by us enabling US, enabling Brazil, we enable instant and free money transfers between Brazil and Mexico. So no one in the world does it at the moment.
And what was the challenge in opening here? How difficult was it to do that?
Seems pretty easy, to be honest, compared to other countries. So Brazil is, I would say, very process-driven in terms of getting licenses, and it's pretty clear what needs to be done to launch here.
Okay. You say that as a sort of leading point. Where's the most difficult to open? Where are you facing the greatest challenges then?
I would say definitely Europe is much harder compared to outside of Europe. It's definitely much heavier regulated and definitely much less clear what needs to be done to get licenses.
Vlad, what's your take on that? What has been the greatest challenge for you as CTO opening here in Brazil?
I'll probably echo Nick.
Oh, I'm afraid your mic's not working. I think I might have to... Is that
hello?
better?
Okay, this is better. I reckon Nick by saying that it hasn't been the most challenging market. Maybe I'll attribute to two additional things. The market itself is at the point where people are ready to accept and already using a number of fintech products. Our brand is known here, and another one is that we have amazing team on the ground as well that made it happen.
And what's it been like this week since you opened? What's demand been like? Vlad, do you want to pick up? What's demand been like in terms of customer numbers?
The demand has been amazing. I can't remember the exact numbers, but yesterday we had a big spike in sign-ups when the initial announcements came out. So I think the demand is there, and I hope this is where we will have a challenge to embrace all of it. I think we'll cope with that, but it's nice to have that challenge.
Ultimately, we are the only product in Brazil at the moment that allows instant and free money transfers to all countries where we're in, which is UK, Europe, Switzerland, US, Australia, New Zealand, in the future India. So we are live now in 39, 40 countries. And if you are based in Brazil, you are able to send and receive money instantly and for free from these countries. So that's an amazing service that no one else is providing in Brazil.
Trading here. What demand do you think you're realistically going to see for that? And what have you seen happen to your crypto business since the crypto winter started, the collapse of FTX last year?
Overall, general theme in crypto was always speculation. So it was a product built for facilitating speculation. And then there was some kind of hope that in the future, some other use cases emerged. So the moment first use case is speculation. Second use case is obviously remittance. And then there are other use cases, but they are very, very small. And then we still don't see money remittance in crypto taking a significant part of bank transfers. Maybe in some future we'll see other use cases, but so far speculation is number one, and then money remittance number two. And with Revolut, we're enabling these two use cases in Brazil as well.
And do you think demand is going to drop?
Demand for speculation is always driven by kind of price. If prices goes up, there is more demand. Price goes down, there is less demand. And then for money remittance, generally infrastructure. So if infrastructure in the country for money remittance is good, demand is less. If infrastructure is less good, it can be for political reasons or historical reasons, then there is much more demand for people transferring crypto instead of fiat currency.
It's really interesting. At the last Web Summit in Lisbon in November, crypto was a really hot topic. And of course, here in Rio this week, all of the conversation has been dominated by AI. Vlad, I just wonder, as CTO of the business, how are you using AI? And do you think a bit like IBM, that it's going to start replacing jobs at Revolut soon?
We can't see to the last question. Replacing jobs, maybe very few, because I don't see it as a replacement, it's an enhancement to what people do in their jobs, especially in modern companies. But we do use AI extensively from, first of all, like our big use case is prevention of financial crime, things like different prediction models, things like the customer service that we have. For example, we use chatbot for that. Right, we're looking to enhance that as well with GPT technology as well. So there are very natural use cases where AI algorithms, I mentioned GPT, different prediction models, they work well, right? And it's important as well, they work well because we are already at a stage where we have a lot of data, right? It's like our millions of customers transact a lot, and that's where there's a lot of value in AI. Like AI on its own would not give a lot of companies maybe a lot of value from the start, right? You need to have the data to train, adjust, yeah, and it's important, I think, is not to fall into hype as well. There is a lot of hype in AI. It's like if you hear everyone who has, a grandmother, on the bus talks about AI, probably there is too much hype, right? There was a similar situation with crypto some 3-4 years ago. So it's important to understand, like, what is the problem you have there? If that solution fits you, understand how to manage the results that AI produces, right? Because the risk with AI is that you cannot always understand, like, if the result that is produced is going to be always correct, right? Like, you need to have ability to interpret it as well. So it's, I would say for startups, it could be, on small scale, it's maybe fine to use it as a tool, but then as you grow, you need to learn how to use that sort of in a way that you can control it as well.
Thank you. Hopefully we can get someone on stage to sort your mic out a bit, because it's still a bit muffled. Nick, if I can ask you, how far do you see AI being used in the business?
Well, current technology already touches a lot of areas in our company as well. So customer support is number one, where we can use large language processing models to automate a lot of jobs that our agents do manually at the moment.
And how many jobs do you think that would be?
How many?
How many jobs when you talk about automating what your agents do?
It's hard to say. I think it's more increasing the speed of the answer. So basically, the way you can build it, so there is an incoming question, and then a model can suggest an answer to a customer support agent, and then agent clicks yes or no, answer is correct, clicks yes, and then a language posts an answer. So you're just speeding up things.
Yeah. Now, that's some of the sort of exciting developments that you've got coming up, but it hasn't been a particularly easy year for the business in many respects, and there's been quite a bit of controversy. Your accounts were very delayed, and then your auditor, BDO, said that it couldn't verify 3/4 of the revenue. What was going on?
Well, basically on qualified audit, this is a technicality, right, that BDO has to post for our accounts. Because if you look at us as a payments company, we're doing tens of millions of transactions every day. And then what auditors usually do, they effectively verify transactions in our ledger versus counterparty transactions. So they verify transactions against all the counterparties, like MasterCard, Visa, banks, and so on. But whenever there is a transaction against the customer, so they cannot go to every single customer, then verify transaction or sign off transaction with themselves. In this case, they rely on, they call it IT controls. And then back in 2021, for Q1, Q2, Q3, we didn't have enough IT controls for them to be 100% sure that initiation of transaction is verified. As a result, they are forced by kind of technical qualifications and by technical standards to call audit qualified.
But you're confident in the next set of accounts, think that
Yeah,
this will be resolved?
This issue was fixed in 2021 since Q4. So 2022 and 2023, all is good.
Now, the other thing that people are talking about a lot here at Web Summit this week is the global economy, the recession, what it's like running a business at the moment. You're in a really interesting position, I think, to look at that, because as a global fintech, you see lots of different markets and money flows. What's your opinion about what 2023 holds for the economy and holds for business, Nick?
So generally, what we see now, if we split our customers in lower income, middle income, and then upper middle income, then we see that customers in lower income, they actually are forced to significantly reduce their expenditure on unnecessary kind of spending, which is kind of utility bills. We also see them reducing sharply entertainment expenses, travel expenses. If we look at middle class income people, then basically we see them actually slightly increasing spendings overall by 6-7%, like more or less in line with inflation. But then if we look at upper middle class, we see their spending significantly increased across a lot of categories. So this again, shows a huge divergence in between lower income people and then upper middle class.
Right. Let's talk about the history of the business. You've only been going for 8 years, and I was speaking to Paddy, the founder of Web Summit, the other day, who said he remembers you, Nick, here many years ago, just standing in a small booth, and here you are today, speaking on the main stage. It's been quite a journey for you guys. How have you kept your relationship as co-founders? How does that work? What's the secret sauce there?
Well, I do remember this picture with a small booth. To be honest, for me personally, it was terrible, just to chase people and then give them cuts. But in terms of relationship between co-founders, I think the most important thing is trust each other and just being very logical and rational and open-minded in discussing. Because ultimately, there are several people building the business. Everyone needs to do what is best for the business and then try not to have emotional decision and emotional judgment. And I think we were both very lucky that we are both, I would say, very open-minded and rational. And then we also complement each other. So because before I usually thought that if there are two smart people, they usually think pretty much the same. But what I encountered with Vlad, we usually think about the same issues in a very different, perpendicular way, and then we kind of can argue about it, which is good as well.
Vlad, you're smiling. Do you ever argue?
No, maybe I'll just add another aspect to it. The experience itself that we went through, because I can't say it's the whole journey was smooth sailing. There have been challenges, very tough one. Even at a point we were thinking, okay, can we survive, etc. There were such points as well. But I think those type of experiences as well, they make the relationship better. They make they make us work as a team more, right? It's like when you go, and it's what Nick said, it's like through those things you also build trust, right? When and again, if anyone is going through building a business and getting to success very easily with no challenges, to be honest, for me, it's very, very hard to believe that, I mean, there was no challenges. Like, you will have challenges, and it's important that, even if you're a single founder, right, that you can rely on your team in those hard moments, and you have the trust that you can get through tough times.
Nick, do you have any advice for founders here who are expanding abroad about the best way to approach it?
Usually, so expanding abroad is also a problem, but just trying, making things fast, and then building a playbook process how you do it. So I'm pretty sure in different businesses there might be different rules or playbooks how to do it in a regulated business. So what we, for example, do, because we launched so many countries, there is a well-defined manual in terms of step 1, step 2, step 3. What do we do? So for example, as soon as first we look at the countries on their scorecard and then decide which country to launch. Then we hire an initial team. We get licenses, we integrate. So it's all pretty detailed and very algorithmic. So my advice is very simple. You try things, you figure out algorithm, and then you do the same thing again and again and again.
I'll just add a caveat. Our current algorithm for this is not the first version. We had many failed versions before that, and probably there will be another version after every expansion, I would say.
So Latin America this week, opening in Brazil. Where's next, Nick?
So could you say the question again?
Where's next for Revolut? Opening in Brazil this week.
We are launching also Mexico, so we're working on Mexico at the moment, or India. We're looking at Israel, Philippines, UAE as well.
Right, okay. And you've talked about a flotation in the past, going public. Where would you do that, and when do you think that might happen, Nick?
Ultimately, we always do what makes sense. So we are at the moment company regulated in or having HQ in Britain. Well, there are options to list in the US as well. So when time comes, we will look at advantages, disadvantages, and make a decision.
Thank you very much, both of you. Can we have a round of applause, please, for Nick and Vlad from Revolut? I'm sorry there was no rapping. Thanks.
Thank you.
British punctuality. Very good. Okay.
Please welcome to the stage, host of Globo's multi-show and Life of the Party, Laura Vicente.
Hi. So is Ian bringing the judges over?
Will be hosted in Portuguese.
Didn't show up yet, yeah. But
Eu estou fazendo isso para
starting
vocês,
at 30
gente.
minutes.
Vai Brasil, isso aí. Antes do planejamento, da contratação e do foco no lucro, era só você e a sua ideia, e as possibilidades pareciam infinitas. Mas com o sucesso vem a responsabilidade e a logística. Muita logística. Como manter essa faísca criativa e esse talento à medida que a empresa cresce? Como manter esse espírito empreendedor? Vamos descobrir agora, no nosso próximo painel, liderado pela jornalista Maria Prata. Eu quero convidar ao Center Stage Gabriel Braga, cofundador e CEO do Quinto Andar, Roberto Marinho Neto, CEO da Globo Ventures, e Luísa Trajano, presidente do Magazine Luiza.
I got half an hour. You know that? Yeah, I met her from Victoria. It's so crazy.
Boa tarde.
I know, but it's so random, right?
Acho que eu nunca estive falando para tanta gente. Comentei isso com a Luísa ali atrás. Falei, Luísa, nunca falei para tanta gente. Ela falou, legal, né? Muito
Agora
legal.
falando boa tarde, porque ele fala bem animado que te descontrai.
Vai lá.
Boa tarde, gente.
Boa tarde.
Mais animado, mais animado. Boa tarde.
Boa tarde.
Muito boa tarde, muito obrigada por estarem aqui. É um prazer, queria agradecer ao Web Summit pelo convite, por estar com esses três aqui que eu admiro tanto e tem histórias tão diferentes de empreendedorismo para contar para a gente. Como a Laura iniciou, a gente está falando sobre como manter a chama, a paixão, a vontade de empreender depois que aquela faísca inicial do day one se apaga, né? Aí vem problema, aí vem 1 milhão de questões, decisões a serem tomadas, como manter isso e passar isso para os funcionários e tal. Então, eu queria começar com a Luísa. Que o day one
jovem,
dela...
Maria, começa
não,
mais
não,
jovem.
senhora, porque você começou com 12 anos, então você é mais jovem. Aos 12 anos, lá embaixo, atrás do balcão do Magazine Luiza, começou a brincar ali de trabalhar. E foi empreendendo, intraempreendendo e transformou o Magalu, hoje em dia, atravessou a revolução digital e transformou o Magalu numa empresa de tecnologia com mais de 40 mil funcionários. Me explica o que é a tal da cultura empreendedora.
Bom, primeiro prazer estar com esses jovens aqui e com você que minha amiga há quanto tempo e com esse público maravilhoso aí que eu recebi tanto carinho durante as 2 horas que eu tive aqui. O que é ser empreendedor, né? Para mim, eu sou de uma família, Maria, empreendedora. Isso ajudou muito. E de mulheres empreendedoras já há 60 anos atrás. Também uma coisa que me ajudou. Porque na época, imagina, não tinha mulher empreendedora. Então, eu já tenho a felicidade de ter nascido. Para mim, ser empreendedor é aquele que busca solução. Hoje está usando tanto essa palavra empreendedor, né? Então, ele busca solução. Ele busca solução. Ele diz que o cérebro da gente tem 2 lados, problema e solução. Eu fui desenvolvida com meu cérebro de solução desde pequena. Eu sou filha única, minha tia não tem filhos, e eu chegava da escola para levar um problema para minha mãe, ela falava assim, o que você pode fazer para a professora gostar de você? Então, sempre a solução estava dentro da gente. Então, empreendedorismo é isso, é uma luta constante e sempre que o empreendedor tem um propósito maior, assim, aquele que permanece. Lógico que ganhar dinheiro, fazer sua empresa crescer é importante, mas sempre os empreendedores que eu convivo muito têm um propósito maior. E é isso que me segura muito. E a sensação que eu tenho, com 12 anos, eu falei, por que uma empresa cresce, as pessoas não podem ser felizes, ser elas mesmas? Porque a gente se sente nunca perfeito. E eu falava, acho que eu queria fazer uma empresa dessa. Então, é como eu tivesse com uma raquete de ping-pong, o propósito e o lucro. Porque lucro é indispensável, até numa ONG. E aí você fica equilibrando a coisa, uma hora um vai cair, outra hora outro que vai, e você vai levando. Então é isso, é a capacidade que a gente tem de acreditar. Agora, só para finalizar, eu sou uma pessoa apaixonada pelo Brasil. Eu acredito profundamente no Brasil, eu acredito muito. O Magazine Luiza, há 26 anos, nas suas 1.500 unidades, toda segunda-feira, canta o hino nacional. E se eu dar números para vocês, vocês vão ficar apaixonados pelo potencial que tem de empreendedorismo nesse país.
Enorme. Parabéns, querida. Gabriel, a gente sabe que escalar uma empresa, né, é uma dos principais objetivos para crescer, para ter sucesso e também para atrair investidores. Mas quando a gente começa a escalar, os problemas começam a aparecer, os funcionários às vezes começam a chegar às dezenas, às centenas. E a gente precisa continuar passando essa mensagem, a mesma mensagem que é o que a Luísa faz tão bem até hoje e todos os dias para esses funcionários. O Quinto Andar cresceu numa velocidade muito acima da média de outras empresas, né? Uns dados aqui, até 2018, vocês estavam só em algumas cidades da Grande São Paulo. No ano seguinte, vocês estavam já em 30 cidades. E hoje, vocês estão em mais de 80, com quase 4 mil funcionários, ou mais de 4 mil funcionários. Como vocês fazem para passar o chip da cultura Quinto Andar para toda essa gente que vai chegando e garantir que a empresa continua com a mesma alma?
Bom, ainda estou aprendendo, mas um pouco do que eu vivi nesses últimos anos, a Luísa comentou do propósito, né? E isso foi a nossa motivação inicial para começar a empresa em primeiro lugar. Era resolver uma dor do cliente, uma dor que a gente passou como consumidor, tentando alugar um imóvel, comprar um imóvel, e a gente achava que tinha um conformismo e uma crença de que a gente podia resolver isso de um jeito diferente. E isso foi o que nos atraiu a mergulhar nessa jornada e o que fez a gente atrair outras pessoas que compraram essa missão, essa visão com a gente lá no começo. À medida que a gente foi crescendo, foi tendo algum sucesso, às vezes isso mistura qual que é a motivação que as pessoas estão vindo. É por essa missão, é esse propósito que fez a empresa começar em primeiro lugar, ou tem um pouco do glamour, do sucesso, do dinheiro que vem junto com essas coisas. Então eu fico tentando como que a gente mantém essa chama acesa do propósito da empresa. Eu acho que o que eu aprendo cada vez mais é o exercício da repetição, da comunicação, de catequizar isso dentro da empresa o tempo todo. Mas, ao mesmo tempo, as empresas que eu mais admiro, os empreendedores que eu mais admiro no mundo são aqueles que inovaram, que desafiaram o status quo em algum momento, mas que também conseguiram escalar, como você falou, e ampliar esse impacto para muita gente. E aí vem um desafio de ambidestria, de você continuar inovando, continuar desafiando o status quo em várias coisas, criando novos produtos, expandindo para novos mercados, mas conquistando uma eficiência operacional, uma qualidade do serviço em escala, uma lucratividade em escala, e esse desafio que provoca algumas mudanças na empresa, de trazer pessoas diferentes, de criar mecanismos, indicadores, mecanismos de controle, de performance, que, de certa forma, desafiam essa cultura empreendedora mais desbravadora do começo. Hoje a gente tenta equilibrar essa ambidestria no dia a dia do Quinto Andar, protegendo algumas áreas novas, e dando sementinhas para o futuro, mas, ao mesmo tempo, garantindo que a gente amadureceu nas áreas que a gente já faz há algum tempo e que a gente está conquistando isso em larga escala.
Não é fácil, né? Tudo que fiquei só te ouvindo falar e já me deu frio na barriga, assim, de ter um negócio desse tamanho. Roberto, você na Global Venture está investindo, já tem mais de 30 empresas no portfólio de vocês, estão de olho em diversas empresas do mercado. Quando uma empresa chega para você, basicamente, primeiro, elas têm números, mas muitas empresas podem te apresentar números muito bons, muito claros. Qual é o faro, qual é a antena que você tem que ter para olhar e entender que aquele empreendedor, como, por exemplo, o Gabriel, em que vocês já investiram, é o empreendedor que vai saber escalar o negócio e que, a longo prazo, aquele investimento vai valer a pena?
Bom, eu acho que eu fui criado numa empresa de talento, né? Então, a gente sempre valorizou muito o talento. A gente é feito de gente, todas as nossas organizações aqui são feitas de gente. Não é fácil, não é simples, eu acho que depende muito do momento da empresa, né? Eu acho que tem fundadores que são muito bons em conseguir dar aquela primeira escala, mas depois que a empresa se torna uma empresa gigantesca, os capabilities dessa pessoa têm que ser muito diferentes. Eu acho que o mercado, agora, nos últimos anos, você tinha muito pouco tempo para passar como empreendedor antes de poder fazer um investimento, porque estava uma loucura de rounds, etc. E a verdade é que um investimento é quase um casamento que tem que dar certo. É um casamento que você pode até se divorciar, mas você se divorcia numa boa, porque você pode querer vender sua parte, o fundador pode querer vender para um terceiro e você sai desinvestido. Então, acho que a primeira coisa é a gente precisa antes olhar muito a índole de quem a gente está investindo. A gente quer pessoas que tenham muito próximos valores. Claro que somos medidos aqui pela nossa lucratividade, pelos nossos retornos. Mas eu acho que é uma visão de longo prazo, é uma visão de Brasil, o que a gente está fazendo no ecossistema, como que você está disruptando. Então, acho que tem que, a gente gosta de passar muito tempo com quem a gente vai investir. Eu acho que agora o mercado está permitindo que você, né, o brinco que você tem que flertar, né, namorar e depois casar. Se você de vez em quando adianta muito isso, pode ser que não dê certo. E daí a gente olha muito a postura, né? Eu tive o prazer de poder investir no Gabriel. A gente já tinha uma empresa nesse setor que a gente vendeu e eu acompanhava o quinto andar de longe, mas quando eu conheci o Gabriel e o sócio dele, o André, eles têm uma postura que a gente gosta muito, são pessoas muito calmas, são pessoas que prometem menos e entregam mais, tem uma postura, você não vê ele por aí, ele está sempre trabalhando, ralando, o quinto andar vem acima deles, eles deixam a vaidade e o ego, então são esse tipo de coisa. Não é fácil acertar, porque você aposta num cara no início, e quem disse que esse cara vai conseguir levar essa escala total? Eu acho que uma característica também importante é saber a hora que tem alguém melhor do que você para ocupar e fazer o trabalho que você está fazendo. Eu, pelo menos, acho que todo mundo que eu contratei é muito melhor do que eu. Então, isso ajuda muito quando você também saber dar o espaço. Eu acho que a Luísa também foi brilhante nisso na Magalu, e depois com a sucessão dela, que fez um trabalho maravilhoso, é também saber a hora de você dar o espaço para alguém melhor, para alguém mais novo, etc., e fazer essa continuação. Não é fácil acertar em gente, eu acho que é o maior desafio que a gente tem.
Nossa, é gigantesco. Tem uma máxima do empreendedorismo que é um clichê, mas os clichês nascem de verdades, né? Que é a história do erro, que é importante errar, que todo empreendedor tem que errar. Você fala muito disso, da liberdade dos seus funcionários, colaboradores poderem errar. Na minha cabeça, isso faz muito sentido numa startup, numa scale-up, numa empresa que ainda está se desenvolvendo e eles precisam correr muitos riscos e errar é mais fácil. Numa empresa do tamanho da Magalu, o erro é muito permitido? Qual é o tamanho do risco que vocês podem correr para errar ou não errar?
A gente leva muito erro a risco grande. Certo? E com isso a gente deixa de errar também pequenas coisas para experimentar. Assim, lógico que quando a empresa pega um tamanho muito grande, como a nossa pegou nos últimos 4 anos, você tem que ter muito mais metodologia para errar menos. Mas o que eu detesto é as pessoas não fazerem. Então, para mim, assim, se você me trouxer uma ideia boa, eu falo, a minha filha que fala assim, não dê uma ideia para minha mãe que você sai com o serviço. Então, assim, dê uma ideia para mim, eu falo, vai lá e faz, te dou cobertura. É o fazer, gente. Pós-Covid, a gente tem que fazer. Agora, lógico que você mede o que você vai investir de erro. A velocidade da comunicação, a velocidade da concorrência, tudo é muito grande. Não tem nada pior. Como é que a gente aprendeu a andar? Como é que a gente aprendeu a falar? Errando e acertando. Agora, também vale muito da expectativa que você tem, né? Se você tem uma expectativa do seu sócio muito grande, é perigoso, né? Então, eu sou filha única, gente. Eu me acho tal. Então, eu não tenho medo de errar. E de vocês falarem assim, você errou nisso, eu falo, o que eu posso ser melhor? Eu levo o erro de uma forma muito leve. Eu não levo o erro pelo lado pessoal. Uma vez eu estava numa palestra, o Clinton falou isso. Perguntaram, como que é? A minha mãe me ensinou a levar o feedback, os erros, não pelo lado pessoal, mas com responsabilidade. Nós estamos numa empresa que a gente erra e acerta e você tem que aprender a escutar o que você não quer ouvir. Eu abro minhas redes sociais para o cliente reclamar. Você cresceu e eu te admiro muito, mas você se perdeu, meu produto não chegou. E eu peço desculpa e tem uma equipe atrás de mim. Porque atendimento a cliente é igual regime. Não brinca não que você engorda de novo. Então, assim, é verdade. Você não pode deixar um caso. E quando você vai crescendo, os casos começam, isso aí é pequeno, o importante é que eu estou faturando muito. E é isso que eu não quero. O que eu mais tinha medo é de me achar grande e não dar valor aos pequenos. Por isso que eu abro minhas redes para reclamar e tem uma equipe de 30 pessoas atrás de mim. E eu falo, olha, e as pessoas que me reclamam já passaram por 7 pessoas. Eu falo, vocês perderam a oportunidade de ficar famoso. Porque se me dá, eu fico, porque eu resolvo. Então, assim, é dar valor aos pequenos erros que as empresas têm, claro, de atendimento e de tudo mais. Claro. Só para terminar, o que eu mais tive medo no crescimento é perder a cultura nossa. É o maior medo que eu tenho. Porque capital de giro tem hora que você tem hora que você não tem. Você luta, você arruma, é difícil. Mas perder a cultura, você perde a identidade.
O que você fez para não perder a cultura?
Olha, Maria, a gente faz todos os dias. Primeiro, é uma porta aberta e alinhamento e todo mundo, nós temos inegociáveis, 5 inegociáveis. Aquilo lá todo mundo sabe todos os dias, não pode fazer. E segundo, é uma linha direta, que onde as pessoas são os guardiões da ética nossa. Eles têm, e a gente tem, eu tenho um canal de denúncia com o pessoal de baixo, que responde, tem 3 auditores que só trabalham para mim, a empresa tem seu canal de denúncia, está atento ao que passa. Porque a empresa, quando cresce, ela começa a se achar muito boa, muito grande, muito capaz, e aí que corre o perigo.
Claro.
Quando você está numa tempestade, você segura. Eu tenho
pode
muito
baixar
medo.
a guarda.
Eu nunca perdi sono como eu perco quando a empresa está crescendo muito. Eu tenho medo de perder o nosso eixo. E aí eu fico muito chata, muito atenta. E aí todo mundo fala, está dando lucro, está dando resultado, está crescendo. E aí você fica meio sozinha nesse jogo.
Não,
né?
mas eu sei que você faz isso muito bem, porque você vai em cada um ali. São milhares, mas você chega em cada um. Gabriel, vamos falar de risco? Porque poder errar também significa ter que arriscar, né? E tem outra máxima do Vale do Silício e dos empreendedores, que é, se ninguém te falou que você é maluco, então o seu negócio não é verdadeiramente inovador. E o Gabriel fez a Quinta Andar, que era um negócio que não existia no mundo, e no Brasil ainda, que era um negócio para acabar com a burocracia brasileira, que, enfim, uma encrenca gigantesca. Muita gente deve ter falado que você era maluco. Tem uma frase sua, você já disse que você foi se acostumando cada vez mais a viver numa montanha-russa. Quando que é a hora de não errar e de puxar o freio e de falar, aqui a gente não vai?
Bom, eu tento administrar e dimensionar um pouco qual que é a consequência se por acaso der errado. Tem coisas que, quando a gente estava começando, por exemplo, para eliminar a necessidade de garantia locatícia, a gente teve que tomar um risco de crédito e a gente teve que fazer isso sem dado nenhum, porque ninguém tinha feito no mundo. A gente não sabia qual que seria a inadimplência, qual que seria o real custo daquilo. Mas a escala era realmente pequena e a gente podia apostar e, se desse certo, a gente ia disrupt o mercado, a gente ia criar uma empresa em cima disso. Se desse errado, a gente não ia morrer, a gente poderia pivotar e fazer algum ajuste. Depois que a gente escala e a gente tem mais de 200 mil imóveis sendo administrados pelo Quinta Andar e a gente provendo garantia, segurança para os proprietários, se a gente errar a mão na administração desse crédito, a gente coloca a empresa em risco, a gente coloca os nossos clientes em risco. Então, a gente é muito mais cauteloso e coloca uma série de mecanismos de controle para indicar se a gente está passando do limite ou não. Ou administrando o caixa da empresa. Teve vários momentos que a gente acelerou e tinha dinheiro em caixa, tinha gasolina e a gente estava no momento de expansão. Ou outros que o mercado mudou, alguma coisa mudou dentro da companhia, a gente teve que pisar no freio, como você falou. E aí eu acho que tem na posição de piloto ou de líder da companhia, eu tento equilibrar, ser decisivo, pragmático nessas decisões, porque afinal de contas a gente é responsável por manter a empresa existindo, com compaixão com como a gente vai fazer tomar essas decisões, seja com as pessoas dentro da companhia, seja com os clientes, seja com parceiros, em como que a gente administra isso. Mas também tem um risco de não tomar risco, e ficar medíocre, e não inovar, e não expandir, e perder uma oportunidade de mercado. E aí eu acho que tem uma sabedoria a gente dimensionar isso. A Luísa mencionou do tamanho dessas apostas, E mesmo que a empresa seja grande, a gente pode ir plantando algumas sementinhas ao longo do caminho. É um novo produto que a gente está lançando, é um novo mercado que a gente está entrando, mas que a gente dimensiona isso, que se der certo, a gente vai poder escalar e vai fazer alguma diferença para a empresa no futuro. Se der errado, a gente não está colocando a empresa inteira em risco, a gente continua num jogo infinito de acertar na próxima vez.
Que legal.
Roberto, só complementando, acho que talvez o erro, eu acho que qualquer organização deveria estar tentando 3 hipóteses estratégicas novas para você sair da tua zona de conforto, E eu acho que o problema das grandes organizações, olhando mais para o nosso grupo como um todo, é até quando você tenta ficar muito aquele erro. Tem um livro maravilhoso da Annie Duke que fala da Power to Quit. Eu acho que o erro é natural, a gente toma milhões de decisões por dia, é normal que a organização vai cometer. O problema é quando você continua insistindo naquele... Aí, sem dúvida nenhuma, você não pode repetir e tem que daí também saber a hora de let go do erro. Fácil, Se let go do erro nem é um erro quando você abre mão dele tão rapidamente,
Agora, você, Roberto, tem, assim como você falou, tem uma empresa milionária atrás de você, que é a Globo, você tem a Global Ventures. Seria muito diferente o seu padrão de investimento, seu perfil de investidor, se você estivesse investindo como pessoa física e não com a Globo por trás?
Sim e não, a gente tentou fazer um braço, uma gestora de investimento, que eu preciso ser competitivo como qualquer outra gestora de investimento. mas eu não acredito que o capital seja o grande diferencial. Então, quando a gente se posiciona como Global Ventures, eu estou tentando entender que ativos que eu tenho dentro dessa empresa de 98 anos, que fez muita coisa boa, que está se inovando também, e como é que eu posso utilizar esses ativos para conseguir escalar outras empresas em outras verticais, como o PropTech, como outras coisas. Então, a gente tenta sempre imaginar que algo fora nosso dinheiro tem que trazer valor para a mesa. Então, claro que eu preciso entender, né, ser uma gestora independente, e a gente é independente, a gente fez uma empresa independente para ser partnership model, para ter a nossa própria cultura. Tem coisas que eu admiro muito da cultura Globo, mas acho que não ia funcionar para uma gestora de investimentos. Tivemos que adaptar. Eu tenho um partnership model, eu tenho sócios, né, nessa companhia, e obviamente a gente tem que estar olhando assim, o que eu tenho essa irmã mais velha, né, que é a Globo, que eu possa aportar na investida. Foi assim, eu provavelmente, se eu fosse uma gestora, eu não pude investir mais cedo no Gabriel porque a gente era competidor. Mas quando eu fui investir no Gabriel, ela já era uma empresa mais madura. Ele já conseguiu ter levantado muita grana. E daí a gente conseguiu aportar uma coisa que ele precisava. Na verdade, né, Gabriel? O Gabriel me procurou. A gente já se conhecia na física. Ele falou, cara, eu acho que está na hora da gente fazer alguma coisa. E o que ele precisava era da competência que a gente tinha em construir marcas, que é o que ele está fazendo. Construir a marca mais conhecida de PropTech, né, no Brasil. Então, sim, a gente tem um olhar, a gente só investe capital, independente, etc., mas tem outras coisas que eu quero poder usar o ecossistema da Globo para ainda alavancar ainda mais as empresas que a gente se torna parceiro.
Genial. Agora, Luísa, você falou que você perde o sono quando a empresa está crescendo. E nos momentos de crise? A gente passou recentemente, as empresas, as Big Techs de tecnologia, todas demitindo muito. Quinto Andar foi uma das primeiras empresas brasileiras a demitir uma grande parte dos seus colaboradores. A Magalu passou por uma grande dificuldade recente no Brasil também. Quando tem uma crise, como continuar levantando tantos funcionários, falando, está tudo bem, vai dar certo, vamos junto, vai passar?
Quando a gente está muito bem, o problema é que a gente se abre e contrata gente que não precisa. Essa é a verdade. Porque contrata gente que não precisa ou demais. Então,
quando está mal, manda todo mundo embora, tá ótimo.
Aí, isso que eu não gosto, porque um desemprego é uma coisa muito sofrida para as pessoas. Para mim, o emprego depois da saúde é a maior dignidade que as pessoas têm. Então, o que a gente coloca na realidade? Quando está muito bem, eu fico lá cortando, eu fico cuidado, que é a experiência que a gente tem, muito cuidado. Porque quando está tudo muito bem, eu nunca esqueço do Amir Klink, que ele conta que na primeira viagem dele, 30 dias maravilhoso, ele não dormiu de jeito nenhum. Quando estava chegando na Argentina, ele dormiu por 30 segundos, o navio não bateu. Então, assim, a gente quando está muito bem. Agora, tem cortes que são obrigados a fazer para a sobrevivência da empresa. Mas o que a gente nunca faz é calada da noite. A gente faz isso muito junto com o grupo, explicando, porque nós estamos há 25 anos, 26 anos entre as 5 melhores empresas para trabalhar, e nós compramos 20 empresas nesses últimos 2, 3 anos. Então, a gente tem uma cultura de transparência, de falar o que a gente sente, de fazer, que já é no osso da gente. Então, a gente comunica e fala para o grupo. A gente adora vender, viu, gente? Vocês baixam o aplicativo do Magazine, que é ótimo. Então, assim, eu tenho falado isso muito para o empreendedor, que o empreendedor, quando ele vai crescendo, ele esquece da venda, ele tem vergonha de vender. A venda é o combustível de qualquer negócio. Então, a gente vamos aumentar a venda, porque aí não tem que mandar a gente embora. Todo mundo tem que aumentar a venda, porque não tem que mandar. A venda é o combustível. E parece que a gente tem vergonha. Então, em todas as agendas eu tenho falado muito. Hoje de manhã eu estava numa palestra de empreendedora. Não tenha vergonha de vender. A venda é o combustível. Vamos vender mais, porque tudo fica bom quando o resultado da venda está bom, concorda? Os humores mudam, tudo muda. Então, vamos vender. Vender. Tem crise? Vamos vender.
Gabriel, como foi para vocês assim, esse momento? Como é que talvez tenha sido novo, né? A primeira vez que vocês passaram por uma crise desse tamanho?
Eu acho que para a gente foi interpretar o que estava acontecendo no mercado, né? O mercado vinha muito aquecido, tanto a baixa taxa de juros do mercado imobiliário, o mercado imobiliário como um todo estava muito aquecido, quanto o mercado de tecnologia, de startup, com muito dinheiro disponível de capital de risco. A gente estava nessa interseção aqui e estava num mercado que a gente tinha que aproveitar as oportunidades que, de certa forma, eram perecíveis naquele momento. E, de repente, as coisas mudaram. E a gente estava muito atento a isso, porque como piloto de Fórmula 1, você está a 300 por hora, mas se muda alguma coisa, você tem que reagir rápido porque você está a 300 por hora. Então, acho que era tentando interpretar o que estava acontecendo no ambiente e qual que era o risco que a gente estava correndo ali naquele momento e como que a gente reagia a isso. E aí eu acho que internamente volta naquilo que eu falei de ser decisivo sobre isso, é essa decisão que a gente tem que fazer, pragmático, é isso que a gente precisa para controlar o nosso destino, para ter caixa, para preservar a empresa existindo e continuar gerando empregos ao longo do prazo, mas com paixão na hora de executar isso, de administrar como que a gente conversa com as pessoas, de ajudar na regulação dessas pessoas, de não perder a mão em como que a gente contrata ao longo do tempo. E acho que as pessoas entendem, na minha experiência, isso foi administrado tanto com as pessoas que ficam quanto com as pessoas que saem, as coisas se equilibram ao longo do tempo.
Ô Luísa, a gente sabe, tem um dado que é muito desesperador, que de todo o venture capture que é injetado no mercado, só 2,3% vai para empresas fundadas exclusivamente por mulheres. Você vê esse cenário mudando e quais são as principais queixas de todas essas mulheres empreendedoras que estão com você?
Assim, antigamente, há 2 anos atrás, quando me perguntavam isso, eu falava, olha, está muito difícil. Não como mulher, a diversidade de modo geral. O mercado soltou o ISG, gente. O ISG mudou tudo. Quando nós entramos na Bolsa em 2011, eu falava de melhores empresas de diversidade, no roadshow. Eu saía, ninguém até me escutava, né? Eu não sou tão ruim de comunicação e sou a Luísa, mas ninguém deu um bebida a mais, $1 a mais, nem R$1 a mais. Eu ainda falava para o financeiro, vou continuar fazendo. Hoje, quando nós estamos na Bolsa, eles têm que assinar se você tem diversidade, se você tem mulheres, se você não tem. O que nós temos que entender é que o mercado mudou. O CEO que não estiver atento a pôr mais mulheres, mais negros, mais diversidade, ele não vai sobreviver na empresa. Porque quem está pedindo é o consumidor final. Se uma loja nossa trata mal um negro, pode a pessoa ter 5 seguidores só. No fim do dia, a Rede Globo avisa, a loja tal foi... É verdade ou não é, velho? E é normal, tem que avisar, tem que avisar, tem que avisar. O que eu quero dizer, assim, 5 seguidores, mas a loja no fim do dia, então, assim, é obrigada hoje. E quem pediu isso foi o consumidor final, que está pedindo que a gente tenha mulher, que a gente... Um grande headhunt, eu vivia falando, contrata mulher para diretora. Nós temos uma parceria grande, internacional. Esses dias me ligou e falou, Luísa, a cada 10 diretores, 6 querem mulheres. Eu nunca pensei, Roberto, que eu fosse escutar isso ainda viva, ainda normal. Então, assim, o mercado mudou. Nada contra os homens, o nós pregamos que a unidade de mulheres e homens, mas mudou. O Brasil é um país diverso e tem que ter diversidade na empresa e tem que lutar para isso. É um país diverso. 52% é mulher, 52% é negro, mais de 15 milhões são deficientes físicos. Essa é a realidade. Nós temos que ter...
Luísa, eu acho que assim, eu estou mais sensível... Eu acabei de ser pai, minha mulher teve filho há 60 dias.
A gente adora quando o homem tem mulher.
Não,
é verdade ou não é, gente? Adora.
E quando você acompanha de perto, né, você vê que realmente empreender é a mulher, né? A capacidade de ter filho e depois voltar para o trabalho. Então, eu acho que nós homens podemos ser empreendedores, mas a empreendedora real é aquela que consegue ser mãe, está em casa, está se dedicando ao filho, está se dedicando a tocar a casa, está se dedicando a tocar a empresa. Então, sem dúvida nenhuma, eu acho que é o merecimento que a mulher tem que ser botada nesse lugar, né?
Muito obrigada. Nós também achamos. Nós também achamos, viu, Roberto?
Muito obrigada, Gabriel, Roberto, Luísa, obrigada mesmo. Muito obrigada a vocês. Foi ótimo estar aqui, bom evento, bom fim do dia para vocês.
Obrigada, gente. Obrigada.
don't go anywhere. We still have our pitch semifinals happening now. Gente, não vou embora, ainda temos as semifinais dos pitch sessions. A gente vai só organizar aqui o palco e já voltamos com diversos pitches emocionantes para descobrir quem estará nessa semifinal e na final de amanhã. Até daqui a pouco.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and Experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's make me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.
People who are willing
trying to go first are what is driving our innovation.
Human beings are built for resilience, and creativity often emerges in times of great struggle.
We have to be able to dream of a future if we're going to be able to walk into it together.
Semifinals. I'm Laura Vicente, host of Global and Life of the Party.
Pitched here throughout Web Summit so far. They were pitching on the pitch stage and were selected by judges to be some of the top companies that were discovered through the process of being here in Rio.
To get here, 6 of them battled it out through the group rounds yesterday, while another 2 were fast-tracked to the semifinal, and they will be pitching for a spot on tomorrow's final.
And actually, only 3 startups are going to make it to the pitch final tomorrow. They're going to be here on center stage at 12:30 noon. And we're to get to that point of finding out who the best startups are, we're going to need some judges. And we have some incredible judges, lots of them. Please bring them out on stage right now.
Hi.
Awesome. Good to see you. Right here. Take a
Welcome,
seat.
you guys. You can sit here.
I can hold for you.
On both of these levels, so it looks very pretty on the video.
Good. Awesome.
Of course.
So for the semifinals, there will be no Q&A. Startups will have only 3 minutes to impress and convince our judges that they deserve one of the 3 coveted spots in tomorrow's final. But that's enough from us. It's time to hear some pitches. Are you guys ready? So please give a warm welcome to our first startup, Jade Autism.
I'm Ronaldo. I'm from Brazil. This little guy here is my son Lucas. He's 9 years old and he has been diagnosed with autism. When we discovered his condition and he started a special education, as a data scientist, I was seeing so much subjectivity and questioned myself, how can the teacher know the real needs of my child? How can I be sure that my child is learning? Can I provide some tool that can help in his development? So I assembled a team of experts in relevant fields, Dr. Marcelo, PhD neurologist, Joyce, neuropsychologist, and a team of UX game designers, pedagogues to create Jade. Jade is a game-based platform that fast-tracks the education of our neurodiverse children. We have 1,500 games that stimulate cognitively, but we also collect behavioral data during the play, and this data becomes prognostic and development reports for the professionals. We train the professionals to use the data for an individualized approach based on each child's needs. We also have a new feature called Jade Astia that allows schools to predict autism in young children in the schools. Now we have 160,000 users in 180 countries, and we are currently attending 4 school districts and 300 schools. In 2022, we reached $250,000 in revenue, and the prediction for 2033 is $1 million. We attend both markets, B2B and B2C. Families pay a monthly subscription to use the app, and the schools a yearly fee to receive the data and use the professional platform. For said reasons, this market opportunity is huge. So there are 380 million children in the world with some cognitive disability. And every year, it's spent $16 billion in assistive technology. US is the biggest market of the world, but we have countries like UK that already have presence that spend 32 billion pounds per year on only with autism. We have been accelerating on Oxford University in the UK on Panacea Innovation, which brought us opportunities for the Global Entrepreneur Program from the government of UK. In 2020, we were the champions of GITEX Future Stars in Dubai, the World Cup of startups. And what brought us opportunities on Hub 71 in Abu Dhabi. Last year, we have been accelerated from 500 startups, and in 2023, we will enter in US market. Guys, we have a mission. Our mission is to impact 5 million children in the next 5 years. If you want to know more, come to our social media and our website. Thank you so much.
Next up on stage is a company called JobCam. Please come on out.
Pra tirar.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Camila. I'm CEO and founder of JobCam, the workplace diversity booster. Everybody knows that job opportunities are not equal for all. And the social and moral issue is impacting directly in our economy due to the lack of diversity in the workforce. To solve this problem, we've created JobCam, an anonymous video interview platform that boosts the hire process in a fairer way. But how does it work? With our anonymous pre-recorded interview, recruiters will analyze candidate profiles with avatars on the screen. We change their voice, and we also hide all data. And our AI ranks the best profiles. And in addition, we also have the anonymous CV. Besides the pre-recorded interview, we also have the live anonymous interview, such as an amazing experience for all participants. Finally, we have a diverse dashboard that shows all KPIs of the process and also delivers ESG report metrics. We are doing very well. Even Larry Ellison for Oracle is talking about us. And we are really doing, as you can see here in these amazing results, as Novo Nordisk, that we increased 30% women hired. The HR market is immense and is growing fast. Our focus is $4 billion in North and South America. We are a SaaS B2B. We focus on enterprise. We sell video interviews. And we also have partnerships with HR software such as ACP and Greenhouse. We are growing, even without any relevant investment in marketing and sales. We already have 300,000 unrepresented candidates into our database, and we have more than 2 million videos records, and we also have 1,000 companies registered. We are unique, not just because we have the anonymous interview, but because we really understand that diversity and efficiency must be together during the hire process. And for this reason, that these amazing customers choose us. We were accelerated by Oracle, Google, we were invested by Harvard, BRQ, and Arminio Fraga, and we were spotlighted in some medias, big medias. This is our amazing team that is doing everything happen, and we are doing a soft landing in the US, and I'd like to invite everybody here to join us to promote a world that values different. And remember, diversity is a powerful. Obrigada.
I'm hoping to keep up the momentum. In our next startup, let's welcome to the stage Pick Visa.
Good evening, Rio. few days ago, I asked ChatGPT to come up with travel-related quote, and it told me that if you look like your passport photo, you probably need a trip. Hard to disagree with. My name is Baba, and I'm the founder of Pick Visa, online visa processing startup for travelers worldwide. So what is the problem? Government websites miss user-friendly approach for visa applications. Also, applying for each visa in separate government websites takes a lot of time and efforts. So we came up with one-stop shop for visa applications, Pick Visa, which will be your dedicated visa agent for 24/7. Why people love Pick Visa? Because we are fast, we are always customer-centric, and just one application form for several countries' visas. Why now? Right now, 89 countries applied electronic visa system, including US, Canada, UK, Australia, and other countries, and European Union is planning to apply it by 2024. Our business model is simple. We are charging our fee over the consulate fees, additional urgency fee, and supplementary service fees like travel insurance. Market size is shifting toward digitalization each year, and in 2019, online visa applications turnover was 78 billion USD. We have very good competitors, but each of us are using different digital marketing channels. Atlas, Sherpa, iVisa are a few of them. We had last year almost more than 600,000 USD revenue, and we are growing on quarterly basis. Our customers are coming from 142 countries in the last year, and most of them are coming from North America, mainly US. Our team is 34 people living in Baku, Dubai, Warsaw, and Manila. We have been selected e-travel company of the MENA region by entrepreneur.com, and I have been selected entrepreneur of the year by EY because of Pick Visa. We got almost 2 million investment in pre-seed and seed rounds, and right now we are raising for Series A, 1.6 million USD to use for white label solutions, for bot optimizations to use in operations, and for entrance to new markets like China and LatAm. Thank you very much.
Right this way. I met this guy. He's from Baku, Azerbaijan. That's where the Grand Prix just was, if you don't know. All right, did that person just win? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's this next company. Please bring out Renova.
Hello, everyone. Oh, sorry. It's not the first slide. Hello, everyone. I'm Anastasia, the founder and CEO of Renova. Do you remember time when the first neobank application appeared and set a new standard for banking? It was magical, and customers got used to this level of digital experience. It is now happening in insurance industry. Existing traditional insurance companies are losing their market share to neo-insurance startups that raise $100 million. Expensive in-house digitalization is only affordable for few top players, but Renova is for the rest. Our solution consists of two parts: AI-driven no-code SaaS platform for insurance providers to create their own digital products, and white label and user application to bring their customers to next-gen digital experience. Also, our AI proved to reduce 70% of service cost for insurance companies to achieve long-term competitive advantage. We launched in 2022 and already hit 500,000 ARR with monthly growth rate of 20%. We have already raised $1.9 million as pre-seed. Insurance companies in Mexico and other countries are using our solution today. Even top unicorn companies such as Miro, InDriver, AliExpress, and dozen others require from their current insurance providers access to the Renova tool. We are on a mission to transform the largest market in the world, valuated $6 trillion. We are Renova. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wow, this standard is really high this year. We're already halfway through the semifinal. We have had 4 amazing semifinalists pitching, and now it's time to hear the last 4 and see what they got. Stepping foot on center stage next is Wisecut.
It'll catch up. Yeah, there you go.
Just don't touch it because you'll change his presentation. In and out. Okay.
Deixa eu dar uma conferida aqui.
But think about it. If it's 1 hour video and you have to listen to it 2 or 3 times, that's 2 or 3 hours wasted just trying to understand the content before even start editing that video. So that's when I thought, what if there was an algorithm that could go through this audio in minutes, not hours? Fast forward to 2023, video streaming is exploding, reaching 82% of all internet traffic. Everyone's making videos. But the problem is that it takes 1 hour editing per 1 minute finished. Not anymore. Wisecut leverages AI to automatically turn long-form videos into attention-grabbing clips. Wisecut automatically removes long pauses and filler words, and then automatically creates a video with subtitles, music, and auto-crop. And now, by leveraging generative AI and the same technology in ChatGPT, Wisecut will be able to automatically pick the best moments for you and then create 1-minute video highlights for social media with titles and descriptions. And we are growing fast. We have over 50,000 monthly active users, and we are growing at 130% month over month. And we're also transitioning some of these users into paid subscribers, which is growing at 36% month over month, and we are on track to reach $1.3 million by the end of this year. And the way that we're going to reach $100 million by 2027 is by doubling down on what's already working, like paid social media, SEO, and influencer marketing. And we are the right people to do it. My co-founder and I, and my brother, by the way, we have 15 years of experience in video editing and software engineering, and we've been backed by Google for Startups, Meta, the Venture City Miami, and the director of product of YouTube, Tron Wellner. And I have an update. This Sunday, I just had breakfast with Tim Draper, one of the largest investors of the US, and he was so excited about what we're doing that he signed a letter of the intention to invest in us, right there on the spot on a napkin. Great thing starts with a napkin. So if you'd like to join us and help over 200 million creators scale their business, we'd love to chat. Thank you.
Good stuff. All right. Nice one, Wisecut. Okay, this next one is from my university hometown of Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. Please bring out Voxel Bioinnovation.
Hello, Rio! I'm Dr. Carolina Valente, and I came all the way from Canada to tell you a little bit more about Voxel. Did you know the drug development process is taking a failure rate of 95%? We are talking about an industry that is spending a lot of time and a lot of money, and drugs are not getting to the market. The failure rate is associated to how these drugs are tested. They are tested in the lab in very simplistic platforms. Then they are testing animals and in people, and the results, they just don't match. What we need is better platforms that in the lab can predict human behavior. And this is exactly what Voxel is doing. Voxel is creating human-like cancer tissue models using bioprinting technology. The idea with these tissue models is to be using as a screening platform. So pharmaceutical companies will be able to eliminate drug candidates that are not viable earlier in the drug development process. We do this 100% with our own technology, and I will show you how it works. These human-like cancer tissue models have real blood vessels and real human cancer cells, and they are created with our bioprinter, our software, and our proprietary bioinks, that is our printer's cartridge. The result is a human-like cancer tissue models in which pharmaceutical companies will inject the drug candidates through the blood vessels and will be able to eliminate the drugs that should not be tested in humans earlier in the drug development process. Since it is to be used as a drug screening platform, we don't need FDA approval. Our goal is to be selling consumables, not to sell hardware. We created the world's biggest resolution in terms of bioprinting, and our resolution is 600 times higher than the average bioprinter. But we want to sell consumables. We want to sell our tissue models and our proprietary bioinks. Our customers will be academia, research centers, CROs, and pharmaceutical companies. And we have 100% of our IP with provisionals and a PCT. We have a 65% margin on our tissue models and a 70% margin on our bioinks. We are 14 group of people working quite hard, from business to cell biologists to chemists, creating this product together with me. We raised $2 million last year in dilutive capital, and also an additional $2 million in grants. We are coming this year for $1 million, and we opened the round 2 weeks ago, and we already have 35% of that round committed. Our mission is to accelerate life-saving therapies, get it to the hands of people that need sooner. We know the drug development process is inefficient, but Voxel is changing that with human-like cancer tissue models and universal bioinks. Thank you.
Great job, Voxel. Now it's time for a 7th pitcher of the day. Com vocês, Portão 3.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, guys, and good evening. My name is Fernando, and I'm the co-founder of Portão 3. We do corporate cards for enterprise in LatAm. And I know what you're all thinking. 2023 is not the year for us to talk about credit cards. In fact, the first corporate card was issued in Brazil in 1987. And ever since, for those 36 years, we were only able to issue roughly 12 million of those cards. To put that in perspective, ChatGPT got to the same user base in under 40 days. And it's tricky because credit cards work really well, so why are not companies using that? And we realized, after talking for the past 3 years with companies big and small, that the problem is not with the plastic. The plastic works. The problem is with the software, but most importantly, with trust. And this second issue has actually been growing and been a bigger issue through the years. Now, most of you have probably heard about the taxi receipt problem. You go into a cab, you ask the cab driver to give you a receipt. He asks back, how much? If that sounds familiar, that's because a UK study in 2012, discovered that a third of employees have been cheating on their tax receipts. It really sucks, right? And these are just the mild stories I heard. I had employees that were paying with company's card to put gas in someone else's truck. I had employees that were using the company's card to go out in family vacations. And even an employee that paid for a lot of his wedding stuff using company's dollars. CFOs have to track all of that, but it's really hard for them to do so with those distributed payments. By the way, employees hate this too. I was in an elevator in a hotel in San Francisco just a few days ago, and employees were worried that they would go into credit card debt before they get reimbursed. From my experience, most employees are fundamentally honest, but they don't even trust themselves to do those kinds of things. We believe that through technology, we can solve both of those worlds, give more control to the company and more freedom to the employee. We believe we can enable trust. If you'd like to talk more about that, that's really my WhatsApp number. Thank you very much, guys. Bye-bye.
Nice. Good work. OK. So have we seen our winning pitch, or is it still to come? If it's still to come, it's going to have to be this next one, because it's our last one. So please welcome to the stage Gringa.
Hello. Hello. Thank you all for being here. I'm Luisa, the co-founder of Gringa. I don't know if you're all aware, but the fashion industry is the second most polluting industry in the world, just behind oil and gas. To sum up, 400% more clothes are produced per year than compared to 20 years ago. And it is a reality that we don't use 50% of the clothes in our wardrobe. Nevertheless, resale fashion is still a challenge, but technology is changing this. Gringa is an online marketplace where you can buy and sell curated fashion goods. We take care of everything from picking up, authentication, and promotion, creating the best experience for both buyers and sellers. Investing on the creator economy, we are building a highly scalable and profitable business. About our market. By 2027, resale fashion is expected to be bigger than fast fashion. The second-hand market is set to hit more than $350 billion, and Brazil will represent 8% of the global market. In just 2.5 years, Gringa have sold more than 10,000 items with a GMV of 50 million Brazilian reais. This year, in 2023, we are selling more than 1,000 products with a GMV of 5 million reais per month. Our revenue grew more than 170% on the last 12 months, and this is just the beginning. We will continue to invest in technology to improve our efficiency, creating a seller journey in a platform, real-time pricing, and proprietary data. One thing is certain: the future of fashion is circular. Thank you very much.
Big round of applause for Gringa, but for all the semifinalists, please, one more round of applause for all of them. Backstage, they hear every clap you're making. Well, Laura.
Okay, so now, judges, it's time to lock in your scores and decide who will make it to our pitch final tomorrow, which we will announce in just a few minutes. Are you ready? Do you need to make final notes?
So we're gonna collect the scorecards. I'm gonna give you a microphone, Laura. We're gonna kill a little bit of time while these scores are being calculated. That's awesome. Hang on to your pens. I'll just take the scores. Thank you. Need help? Someone's gonna run out here and get these from me.
Congratulations! You just won a pen.
You just throw them on here.
How do you feel about the pitches? Do you have a favorite? Do you think they went well?
I think they went well. I wasn't sure if everybody could hear. I think a couple of them were some audio issues, but overall, I thought it was pretty good pitches.
Good. No? Do you disagree?
It will be really tight.
Yeah? You think it will be very tight?
But in my opinion, can I?
Got him?
Sure.
Job camp.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you got an audience there. What about you? What did you think in general?
Yeah, it's really, really good. Difficult decision here, but wise cut for me is the best. Yeah.
Also,
good product in the new era of creator economy, so really nice product and scalable.
What are the things that you think make most different when a pitch like this?
Sorry, again?
I elaborated my question very badly. What do you think is important and that makes a difference when you're hearing a pitch?
I think that the competition was really tight. It was very good pitches from all of the founders. And what really differentiated a few from the others is the connection that the founders feel with the problem that they are solving, right? So I think that those ones stand out today.
Because you feel like they're speaking more from the heart, from connection. And
You know, actually, we also want to take a minute to hear a little bit about yourselves, too. So just take the microphone, tell us a bit about your background, where you live, and what you do.
Sure. Ali Jamal. I run First Check Ventures. I'm a product and growth person. Did the last decade doing that, a couple of unicorns in LatAm, and now helping the next batch of unicorns.
Nice. And Danielle?
Daniela Braga, founder and CEO of Define AI, which is a marketplace of training data for AI. And I'm out of Seattle. Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Patrick Arapol. I'm the managing partner of Alexia Ventures. We do Series A investing mostly in SaaS and AI. And like many others, I'm a former entrepreneur who turned to the dark side. But it's a pleasure to be here.
And before you hand it to Solo, as you invest, do you find inspiration from these early stage pitches or the Series A companies? Like, how do you go about gauging the kind of investment you'll make and the timing of that investment?
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's a lot of energy. It's amazing to see the founders. Really like, by the way, Jade Autism.
Which one? Jade Autism.
And Luisa from Gringa.
Gringa.
So was really impressed. I think they give a very full pitch.
Yeah.
They presented themselves really well. I mean, I think for us, it's really about the people. So it's really meeting the people. And for us, the most important thing is intellectual honesty, is to be honest about your competition, about your challenges. And because the more you face those, the best you're going to perform. So we love kind of watching this. It's been great.
Maybe Solo and then Edith.
Hey guys, what's up? My name is Solo Cisse. I'm a 28-year-old entrepreneur based out of LA. I'm the founder and CEO of Galaxy, the open social marketplace for and by creators, co-founded with my partner, my business partner, Spencer Dinwiddie. He plays on the Brooklyn Nets. And our platform essentially allows content creators of all different types to connect and monetize their communities more efficiently through the use of Web3 technology, NFTs, but also Web2 experiences like video calls, video messages, subscription content, etc. In terms of the pitches that I really liked, I was a big fan of Wisecut. For obvious reasons, content creation. But in general, I'd say my piece of advice, or the thing that I really liked about the startups that pitched today, is you could tell that a lot of people had a lot of passion for the problems they're solving, and investors can definitely pick up on that.
So you would invest in that company now?
I mean, hey.
Hey, you raised $26 million from what I hear. Edith.
Edith Young, I'm general partner at Raise Capital. We write $1 to $5 million check focused on infrastructure software, a lot of open source developers tools, SaaS and B2B. My pick would be JobCam.
JobCam.
I like her pitch because it's very specific. I think if you're a founder, you should actually brag about big name customers. You already have really healthy growth. Don't wait till the end. And when I saw that, I'm like, wow, this is actually a well-functioning company. And I think like all of us are very passionate about talking about your companies, but it's very, very hard for us to hear sometimes. So when I actually got to see it, I'm like, oh, great, this is a company actually doing well.
Mm-hmm. A lot of different companies selected here. Does anyone have another one that we maybe haven't heard yet? Danielle? Yeah? Daniela?
Voxel, I think, is Voxel. So pharmaceutical is super hard to get right, guys.
Yeah.
And it takes a long time. The validation on investment already acquired is a huge statement. And on top of it, it's a woman in STEM running this.
And it's important work. I mean, Voxel, yeah. From Canada, just another plug. We're not scoring, so yeah.
Do you guys want to do the same thing on this side?
It's just, it will be really tight. As you can see, everybody has a different pitch. So, and should I introduce myself?
Yes, please.
My name is Igor. I am co-founder of Quora. I've been entrepreneur since my 16. Quora is my 34th company.
34th?
Yeah. And in my last one.
Okay.
So, and Quora is a banking for small and medium companies, and we are really focused here in Brazil. So.
Nice.
Thank you.
Do you want to pass it over to her?
Of course.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gabriela. I'm from Banco Itaú, the biggest Brazilian company. And but we like Cora. And I'm responsible for tech companies and corporate finance for tech companies at the bank.
And what did you think of the pitches?
It was very, very difficult to choose the three ones. And it's a tough job for us here to decide the future of those entrepreneurs. So it was very hard to be here.
Okay. I see an interruption here. This guy, Casey
do I
Lau,
have?
has been up here all day on stage. What do you got?
Hi,
Got some
everyone.
news?
I have the 3 winners the judges picked for pitch.
Casey.
So let's call them out here so you can see them. Let's see. Who's number 1?
In no particular order?
No particular
No
order.
particular order. Read them out.
Are you ready?
Yeah, we're
Everybody
ready.
ready? The first runner-up, Jade Autism.
Jade Autism.
Come on out.
Bring him out. Jade Autism. Congratulations.
All right. Number 2, any ideas? Any ideas? Number 2, let's just call him out, Job Cam.
Oh, Job Cam. Welcome. All right.
Hey, you didn't win yet, but that's okay.
This is
And
only
the
one.
third and final finalist for tomorrow's finals at pitch, lots of finals, Wise Cut.
All right.
Okay, then you read the rest.
That's awesome. Congratulations. All right, you haven't won anything yet, though, so just chill. We'll see you tomorrow, 12:30 noon. We have the 3 picks from the judges. Tomorrow, the 4th judge will be the audience, so it's an interactive way to vote. 12:30, we'll find out which of these 3 incredible entrepreneurs is going to be the winner of Pitch Web Summit Rio 2023. See you tomorrow.
Good night.
I think we're bored. Bored of perfect, polished, pretty. I would much rather see chaotic energy.
Great ideas can come from anywhere.
I'm someone I never give up. Resilience is the word.
What problems there are that you can solve yourself.
We're developing not just the technology, but also the people around it and our organization, our understanding of how to work together.
You have to nurture a relationship for it to be successful.
And the best way to change that is not from the outside.
Be part of the dream, follow your passion, make the impossible possible.
You have the power to determine the direction in which this world moves.
If we can do it, everybody else can do it.
Let's do it together.
Welcome to the Q&A and experiences stage. This is the stage that's all about you guys. You guys ask the questions.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited to be out there talking to people in person in 3D because for me personally, that's where I get ideas.
This kinds of thing I'm doing with you today, it's make me feel so much better.
I get a lot of questions about what we're doing, and this was sort of way up there on the scale of good question.
The idea of presence, where people share a space together, appreciating each other's music or making a song request, and then you just are okay to go on about your life, but you had a meaningful touch point.
The only way we can bring about the change is to be the change that you want to see. Thank you very much for coming.
My biggest fear is that we'll not figure out the answers in time.
The uncertainty that we live with is enormously challenging.
The world has a lot of problems, and fortunately, a lot of entrepreneurs to try to solve them.
The 5,000 people are coming from different countries, from different walks of life. That is the beginning of the change that we need.